two people were talking on the streets. One of them mentioned that they could see that they had brought their luggage and asked if they were moving in that night, and the other answered and replied that they just arrived from the train and got assigned to that city just recently for work. They were two guys talking, and the one with the luggage let out an exasperated sigh as he complained that he had to report early the next day, and the other guy commented that he must have been damn lucky to have met him because the flat was definitely worth the price. A few moments later, they arrived in a place with a broken light named Xian Yu Xiu, and one of the men noted that they were there. The man with the luggage was taken aback, and he remarked that the building seemed like it was over 20 years old, but the other man confidently assured that he shouldn't worry. He insisted that the man should just take his bag and go in because it was definitely clean, and moreover, the rent is only 800. The man requested that the man with the luggage have some faith in them, Yang in real estate, as he would guarantee his satisfaction, and the man with the luggage agreed, and he confirmed that as long as it could be lived in, as it was only for 2 months. The man with the luggage started climbing up the stairs while the other man closed the door behind him. The man had a sinister look on his face while he was closing the door behind him. The door closed with a loud bang, and the Xian Yu Xiu building looked so eerily quiet from the outside. As the man with the luggage continued to climb up the stairs, he instructed that the man could leave him after giving him the key. They were standing in front of a room on the 4th floor, and as the man acknowledged and that he wouldn't keep him, the man with the luggage wished that he should take care and apologized for contacting him in the middle of the night. As the man promised that he will bring the housing contract over the next day and hope that he has a nice rest, the man with the luggage suggested that it would be best if he could bring it earlier as he still has to report in. The room door closed with a bang, and the man paused in front of it. He let out a sinister smile as he thought about the room. Tears started flowing out of the man's eyes as he silently rejoiced that the room had finally been rented out, and he lamented that since it was nearly the end of the month, he wouldn't have the chance to get the performance award. The man grinned as he observed that, luckily, they came in the middle of the night because, if not, the deal would have been jeopardized by the old lady. The bulb started buzzing and flickering while the man questioned the old lady for claiming that there's a ghost in that room. The man started walking down the stairs, and as he dismissed that it was just superstition, the bulb continued to buzz and flicker. He continued to walk down the stairs while he wondered how it was possible for something like that to exist in their world. Suddenly, a pair of ghastly hands floated behind the man, and it seemed like they were about to push him. A loud thud could be heard, and at the same time, the man, who had just moved in, slumped on his bed. The man looked so relieved as he laid on the bed. He exclaimed that he was so damn tired, and his eyes started to close. Rain started to pour that evening. A window was open, and droplets of water from the rain were entering the room. It was the room where the man was sleeping, and the droplets of water began to fall on his face. He furrowed his brows as he felt the droplets on his face, but he relaxed and continued to sleep despite the droplets falling on the half of his face. He turned a little to his side and continued to sleep soundly despite the droplets raining down on him. Suddenly, a ghastly figure appeared at the side of the man's bed, but he was unaware as he was still sleeping. The rain started to get heavy, and as lightning struck, a loud thunder echoed through the area. Meanwhile, the ghastly figure that looked like it had hairs growing all over its body with a mind of its own looked so sinister as it loomed over the man, who was still sleeping on the bed despite being drenched. A few moments later, a policeman was waking up a man, but someone chimed in and remarked that he couldn't wake someone up like that, so he should look at how it was done. A crisp slap was heard, and the man renting out rooms woke up due to surprise. The man was horrified when he looked to his side, where the slap came from. He saw the horrifying face of a woman. An old woman was leaning towards him, and the man immediately screamed in panic and exclaimed that she shouldn't come over. As Granny Long proudly declared that the policeman should see that the man was awake, the policeman was speechless while the man recognized her and asked her if she was trying to scare him to death by coming so close. The man held his face where he was slapped, and he exclaimed that it was so painful. And when he realized the position he was in, he asked what happened. A few moments later, the policeman was writing on his notes and noted that he had a rough idea of what the situation was. The policeman noted that after sending the tenant off, he didn't know who pushed him and asked if it was right. While cracking his body, the man confirmed and added that it was a pity that the old building doesn't have a surveillance camera. Suddenly, the man got nervous when he noticed something. The man was uneasy when he noticed Granny Long, who had an intense gaze, and asked her why she kept staring at him. Granny Long asked the man if money was the only thing in his eyes, and as she mentioned that he had already declared that there was something evil in that room, she asked him why he was still bringing people in there. The man averted his eyes as he asked Granny Long what era she was living in, and he remarked that she shouldn't be so superstitious because even if she tells his tenant that, he won't care either. Granny Long was enraged, and as she questioned the man for still having the face to express those kinds of words, she exclaimed that he was the reason for the man's death. The man was surprised when he heard Granny Long's words, and he couldn't believe that the tenant was dead. Meanwhile, outside, someone remarked that it was right that the man died in the haunted room. But someone chimed in and countered that they shouldn't talk nonsense because they heard that the man died due to a heart attack. There were a lot of people looking in the same direction. The people were gathered in front of an entryway while someone was thinking about demon power. They were standing in front of the Xian Yu Xiu building, and someone was thinking about aura. The person was standing at a distance behind the crowd, and he observed that he totally couldn't feel anything. It was a young man, and he noted that it was a bit troublesome. Bringing his hands close together, he remarked that it looked like he had to use his cheat. He quickly made gestures with his hands as he intertwined them together. His left eye lit up as he used his skill, Golden Nether Eye. The young man's vision changed, and everything in front of him became colorless and translucent. He could see through the floors and walls of the building, and he saw that two men were investigating the man who died on the 4th floor. The young man smirked as he observed that it seemed like the investigation wasn't working, so he was such a troublesome guy. Suddenly, someone remarked that if it was too simple, they wouldn't have any interest, and that snapped the young man out of his thoughts. He nervously glanced over his shoulder to see where the voice was coming from. It was a kid, and the young man was startled when the kid asked him about his hand gestures earlier, but the kid asked him if he was a Naruto fan, so the young man was relieved when he realized that it was just a brat because he remarked that he had been spotted. The kid proudly proclaimed that he also knew some ninjutsu while he licked his lollipop, and the young man screamed and yelled that the kid just licked the snot. The young man was pissed, but he was puzzled when the kid brought his hands together and announced that he shouldn't blink. The young man was speechless when the kid started making hand gestures. The kid kept going faster, and the young man acknowledged that he got it, that the kid was awesome. As the kid continued with what he was doing, the young man looked so pissed, and he demanded that the kid better stop soon or he was going to beat him up. The kid suddenly stopped, and he had a serious look on his face. He spit with all his might, sending his lollipop flying as he used his skill, Water Escape, Great Waterfall Jutsu, while the young man ran past him from behind at an incredible speed. The kid proudly looked to his side and asked the young man how it was, but he was baffled when he saw that the young man was gone. The kid was startled, and as he looked around, he inquired where his lollipop was. He cursed and muttered that he still had to share it with his deskmate in school, unaware that a man was watching him from the top of a building behind him. It was the young man from earlier who had the kid's lollipop in his hand, and as he called the kid an annoying brat, he declared that what he just used wasn't ninjutsu. He flicked the lollipop away, and he stated that it was Taoism art. The young man stood up, and he mentioned that the person he was looking for still couldn't be found, even after 3 groups of people searched for him. He explained that the guy who had been waiting there for 5 days didn't even see it. The young man's expression turned grim as he revealed that even his golden nether eye couldn't find a single trace of demon aura. So if the person didn't reveal his true self, it seemed like he would have to destroy the whole building to force him out. He started walking away, and he decided that he just needed to come up with a plan to catch him. The young man looked so sinister as he cracked his finger and vowed that he would give him a good beating. At Yong'an Real Estate, the man looked so dejected and mentioned that the tenant died due to a heart attack, so he didn't understand how it was his fault, and because they asked him to leave a statement, his afternoon was wasted because of that. He complained that he's so unlucky that that month's performance award was out of his reach when someone suddenly opened the door and greeted him. The man immediately responded and asked the person if they were finding a place to rent or purchase. But as the man looked up at the person, he began to blush. He was looking up at a voluptuous lady, and she expressed that she wanted to rent the haunted flat. The man was completely out of it, and he just immediately agreed. But when he realized what the lady just mentioned, the man was so surprised that he was stuttering, and as he was about to speak about what happened to the flat the other day, the lady cut her off and explained that she had heard about it, so the man inquired why she still dared to. The lady smirked as she was about to reveal her reason. She winked and disclosed that she wanted to do a broadcast. The man was extremely baffled, and he wondered if ladies of those days loved money more than their lives. It was already evening, and in the Xian Yu Xiu building, the lady thanked the man and stated that giving her the keys would do, and the man agreed, and he added that he wouldn't go upstairs, so she should stay safe. The lady entered the haunted room. She immediately went to the master bedroom, and she commented that it should be the room where the man died. She sat by the table in the corner after she placed her bag on the bed. The lady was enjoying a cup of beef noodle, and she mentioned that first things first, so she would eat her fill. She asked who created it and remarked that it was so good. Suddenly, a monstrous arm appeared from underneath the table. It was moving extremely fast, and it was about to grab her leg. The lady was alarmed. She quickly pulled her leg away, and she managed to avoid the grasp of the monstrous arm. The lady immediately stood up from the chair, and as she mentioned that she almost forgot about someone, she ran towards her bag and peeked inside. As she rummaged through her bag, she remarked that, as the only one in that room, she was supposed to be afraid. She pulled out a poster and she looked so happy as she exclaimed that there he was, the current rising star, Xian Yu Xiu. The lady placed the poster on the door and she declared that she would put one there to guard the door. She also placed another one on the window and she explained that it was to ward off all evil. Suddenly, the lights in the room turned off. The lady was surprised and she nervously asked if it was a blackout. She was alarmed when she noticed something behind her. There was a screeching sound at the edge of the room. A sinister laugh started coming out of the slightly opened cabinet. The lady slowly approached the cabinet. While rummaging through her bag, she inquired who was in there and she mentioned that she had items that could ward off pervs. The lady looked so nervous as she demanded that the person should come out. Suddenly, her face was filled with horror. She could see that something was glowing in between the cracks in the cabinet door. The cabinet slowly opened. When the cabinet door opened wide, it revealed the terrifying face of the demon. The lady glared at the demon, and she declared that it was where it was hiding. She quickly grabbed the cabinet door. She quickly pulled it to open the cabinet. While still holding onto her bag, she announced that it was their time to shine. A pair of glowing eyes suddenly appeared inside the bag, and it began cawing. A crow flew out of her bag, and it continued to caw. The crow ferociously charged towards the cabinet with its sharp talons, and it continued to caw. It dove into the cabinet and disappeared in the darkness. The lady quickly shut the door, and the cabinet closed with a loud bang. The demon inside the cabinet started banging on the door and demanded she should open the door and let him out, and that the crow should get away from him. The lady suddenly noticed something, and she was alarmed. She quickly stepped away as the cabinet exploded. She skidded as she landed on the floor along with the debris. The lady threw her open bag forward, and there was something swirling inside it, like a portal. It was a kun bag, and the crow returned to it. As soon as the crow entered the kin bag, the lady pulled it away, and its zipper automatically shut. The lady proclaimed that her precious OO is a four-claw crow who could make any demon reveal their true self, so the demon should hurry up and get his ass out there. The hand of the demon suddenly came out, and he slammed it on the floor with a loud bang. He laughed ominously as he came out of the cabinet and crawled towards the lady. The demon stopped in front of the lady. He looked so terrifying as he loomed over the lady and threatened that he would swallow her alive. The demon roared as it opened its terrifying mouth to devour the lady. But the room was filled with the sound of a slap, and the demon was surprised because the lady casually slapped him across the face and asked him if he was still acting tough. The demon was dumbfounded as the lady punched him across the face. As the demon got blown away, the lady remarked that by making all those screeches and cries, the demon was disturbing the neighbors. The demon fell to the floor with a loud boom. The lady fondled her bosoms and mentioned that she couldn't move well with those two meatballs on her chest. The demon immediately stood back up, and he asked the lady who she was. But as they faced off with each other, instead of answering the demon's question, the lady observed that it looked like she was right, as the demon was using that kind of childish act to scare people. The lady grinned and confirmed that she's 100% sure that the demon was a low-level spirit without any real attack power, so that was also the reason why it couldn't see her true self under that skin. She started drawing a glowing circle in the air, and the tips of her fingers sizzled in the process. The lady gave orders to remove something, and her skin suddenly started to distort. A clump of shadow was sealed inside the circle the lady created. The demon was startled when the lady introduced herself as she grabbed the clump of shadow. Removing her disguise, it was revealed that the lady was the young man from earlier, and he revealed that he's from the Yaochengsi, Lusang City demon catching champion, Tang Ka. The demon was surprised when he heard about the Yaochengsi. Tang Ka concluded that since the demon is able to hide his demon aura, he must have been a lust spirit, and it was a shame that he didn't need to act more after disguising himself as a busty girl. He noted that the demon's hiding ability is better than the other guys because his golden nether eye could not detect him. Tang Ka grinned and declared that, as for attack power, he could have finished the demon off with just a finger. The demon also grinned, and he began to dissipate. As the demon started turning into smoke, he declared that Tang Ka would need to find him first. But he suddenly groaned in pain when his body exploded and burst into flames. The demon was so confused, and he asked why. Tang Ka asked the demon if he was asking why he couldn't hide, and he repeated that the four-claw crow could make any demons or spirits reveal their true selves. While Tang Ka was still explaining, the demon quickly moved to run away from him. The demon was desperately reaching out his hand towards the door as he insisted that he still couldn't be caught as she had yet to wait for someone's return. As he got closer to the door, he asserted that she would surely come back. But as he reached the door, he was not able to pass through it, and his hand made a loud banging sound as it slammed on the door. The demon screamed in pain when he was zapped by, and his body burst into flames once again. Tang Ka stated that the demon can't escape because there's a talisman behind that poster. The demon's hand started to disintegrate, and Tang Ka observed that he was weaker than he expected. With the demon's body completely disintegrating, Tang Ka noted that a mere talisman had reverted him back to his true self. When the demon's disguise all turned to smoke, Tang Ka approached him, and he was surprised and exclaimed that the demon was really just a small brat. The demon was so tiny, and it looked so terrified as Tang Ka loomed over him. Tang Ka called the demon a little brat as he placed his hand in front of him. Tang Ka flicked the demon's forehead, which made the demon hit his head on the wall, while he remarked that the demon was not so cheeky anymore and that there was no spirit in that world that he couldn't handle. With a huge lump on his head, tears welled in the demon's eyes, and he cried that he couldn't leave that place yet because someone hadn't come back yet. When Tang Ka heard the demon mention someone, he inquired if he had been scaring everyone away just to wait for her return. The demon confirmed that it was right and that they used to live in an ancient era, but due to their race being weak and timid by nature, their only way to survive was by hiding. However, because there are very few that could catch them, they were recruited by the Yaochengsi to collect information on other demon spirits, and they stated that having humans as their backing could make their lives a little safer. But they didn't expect that other demons would begin mercilessly killing off their species after finding out that they were working with humans. He explained that they were all assigned to one mission, but little did they know that it was a trap. He narrated that he was the only one to survive the escape as he was heavily injured, hid in the cabinet, and slept for God knows how long. But as a response, Tang Ka awkwardly questioned who he was waiting for. Tang Ka started to get pissed because instead of answering his question, the demon continued with his story and elaborated that after he had woken up, the world had changed drastically, having gigantic monsters with metal skin and weird-looking tall buildings that are crammed tightly together that make him feel suffocated. He described that humans don't even want to sleep during the night, and they were always screaming, shouting, and making a ruckus, which is truly terrifying. Hence, he hid back into the cabinet until a human found him, a blind and lonely granny who was also companionless, who took him in and cared for him as a cat, and he felt safe with her. But one day, she collapsed on the floor despite not suffering any injuries, and she refused to move even an inch, no matter how much food he put by her mouth, and a few days later, she got carried away. And since he has been waiting for her to wake up and come back to him, the demon started crying, and he sobbed that a long time had passed and she still hadn't come back. He was about to say something more, but Tang Ka could not take it anymore, so he smacked his mouth shut and demanded that it was enough and that he should quit rambling. Opening an app on his phone, Tang Ka complained that the demon was so annoying and that he should verify his identity first. Pointing his camera at the demon, Tang Ka ordered that he should stand up properly and not move. But the demon got scared and asked what it was, if it was a demon scanner. Tang Ka was surprised when the app reported that the target result was a Tan Weng, an extinct species. Tan Weng panicked and cried when he heard the app talk, and as he whimpered, it was so scary. And the app continued and declared that the Tan Weng's extinction period was estimated to be the Beijiang period, and the reason was because it was hunted by other spirit demons. Tan Weng was startled and stopped crying when Tang Ka announced that although the mission only has a reward of 2,000, it will be quite interesting capturing him. Tang Ka's eyes were twinkling sinisterly as he exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot because an extinct demon spirit is worth a lot on the black market, and Tan Weng was alarmed. Tan Weng started crying again, and he was trembling in fear as he imagined how horrifying the black market is. Tang Ka grabbed Tan Weng by the collar, which made Tan Weng panic, and he pleaded that Tang Ka should let him go. But Tang Ka continued to pick Tan Weng up, and he remarked that although Tan Weng was worth a lot, he wouldn't sell him off. He also mentioned that the granny was not going to come back. Therefore, from that point onward, Tan Weng would never be lonely, afraid, or helpless, and Tan Weng was moved. He smiled brightly and promised that he would be there to protect Tan Weng, and his name from that point onward would be Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was extremely moved, and he exclaimed that he has a name. Tang Ka asked Xiao Hai if he was willing to accept the name given to him. Without hesitation, Xiao Hai nodded and agreed. But he suddenly screamed when Tang Ka brought out a ball that absorbed him. Xiao Hai was imprisoned in a ball, and as he shouted that Tang Ka should let him out, he complained that he knew that he couldn't trust people from Yaochengsi because they, the humans, are all liars. Tang Ka paid no attention to Xiao Hai, and he clutched the ball in his hand and declared that it was done. The app requested that Tang Ka report his mission status. Tang Ka grinned, and as he was about to select a status, he announced that it was time to go. He pressed the button, which indicated that the mission was a failure. Meanwhile, the moon was shining brightly outside, and someone mentioned that they were a bit hungry, so they should go to Lantian Street and find something to eat. They were at a construction site, and as someone suggested that they should quickly take a look because it seemed like old Zhuang dug up a treasure, another person reported that they heard that it was an antique. One of the people who carried the treasure out cursed and grumbled that the thing must have weighed at least 500 kilograms because getting that thing out was tiring the dirt out of them. What they dug up was a huge, ominous-looking jar that was sealed by huge ropes and talismans, and when they saw that, one of the men asked what it was and observed that it doesn't look like it's worth much. One of the men speculated that it might be an antique. Another man commented that it looked the same as the old urn that he used to keep pickles in, and another man suggested that it must be for the storage of alcohol. One of the men said that they would know once they opened it up, and the one behind him cautioned that he should be careful because the jar was giving off an evil aura. The man looked at the jar intently to inspect it. As he grabbed the cover, he noticed the markings on it, and as he asked what was written on top, he observed that it looked like claw marks left by dogs. The man slowly lifted the cover of the jar. The cover fell to the ground with a loud bang. Suddenly, the writing on the cover started disappearing into the wind. The other men asked the man, Old Zhuang, what was inside. But there was no response, so one of them asked Old Zhuang if he was deaf, and another suggested that they should go have a look. Suddenly, a dark liquid started dripping onto Old Zhuang's boots and into the ground. Blood was dripping down Old Zhuang's face while green energy was coming out of his face, and it seemed like the jar was sucking his life out of him. It was evening, and someone was driving a motorcycle in the rain, and she kept thinking that she was late. She was carrying a bag behind her, and she was questioning why it had to be raining at that moment. The lady gritted her teeth as she kept on cruising under the heavy rain. She mentioned that she had fought hard to clench that deal, and it was just 5 more minutes before she should be able to get there. The lady twisted the throttle to speed up. The motorcycle zoomed forward, creating a streak of splashes behind her. Meanwhile, something suddenly passed the grassy plains towards the road at an incredible speed. While the lady continued driving, she noted that, luckily, there wasn't anyone on that road that night. She remarked that if she's quick, she might be able to make it. Suddenly, her eyes went wide in surprise when she felt a sudden jolt run through her body. A loud, booming sound filled the area as some parts of the motorcycle shattered into pieces while the lady was sent flying. While her motorcycle crashed and skidded on the road, the lady was still midair, and she tried to cross her arms and brace herself for the impact. Her helmet hit the concrete with a loud thud, and it cracked. It flew out of the lady's head while she rolled on the road. The lady lay in the middle of the road, a few meters from her motorcycle, while the rain continued to pour down. She remained on the ground, unable to move, and she wondered if she had run into something earlier. The lady looked up to check, but she asserted that there was nothing there. She could only see the marks of the raindrops hitting the road. But suddenly, a loud thud could be heard, and a huge handprint could be seen splashing in the water. The lady continued to hear the loud thud. She weakly looked up in the direction where the sound was coming from, and it seemed like she saw something. In the middle of the road, a huge, invisible demon was crawling, and it was a bit visible due to the help of the water coming down on it. That morning, in a residential area, someone called a person named Zhuang Zhao ran and urged that they should wake up. It was a lady, and she kept banging on the door while calling Zhuang Zhao ran. She opened the door with a scowl on her face, and as she asked what time it was, she complained that Zhuang Zhao ran still hadn't woken up. The lady clicked her tongue and asked where the help Zhuang Zhao ran offered was before moving in. She pointed out that every day, Zhuang Zhao ran woke up and came home late, and she questioned what on earth her father taught her. As the lady turned away from the door, she commented that Zhuang Zhao ran has plenty of relatives she could have gone to, so she really has no clue why she chose to be a leech there, and she's absolutely shameless for mooching off of them like that. She closed the door with a loud bang. Zhuang Zhao ran was awake the whole time, and she just didn't move from the bed. As she sat down, she mused that it looked like she couldn't stay there much longer, so someday she should ask her other aunt if there's a spare room she could lend her. But she confessed that she just needed a bit more, and she would have enough saved up to find a certain woman. Her expression turned dark as she looked behind her and thought about finding the woman. She was looking at a family picture from when she was younger, and she vowed that she would make sure to make the woman regret abandoning them heartlessly. Zhuang Zhao ran thought about her father in heaven and requested that he bless her with wealth. Meanwhile, in the dining area, someone urged that they shouldn't just stare and that they should quickly eat their eggs while they're hot. It was the lady from earlier, and as she suggested that her husband talk to Zhuang Zhao ran, she inquired how long it had been since she moved, and she remarked that a short stay due to work had already dragged on for 6 months. Without looking up at his phone, the man reminded that Zhuang Zhao ran is his niece, and he queried the lady who will take care of her if he doesn't. The lady mentioned that it might be the case, but it was not as if Zhuang Zhao ran doesn't have money, and she must have saved up a small fortune with all the work she does. As she put on her shoes, the lady suggested that they should end that conversation because talking about Zhuang Zhao ran makes her annoyed, and that her husband could get to work after he finishes his breakfast while she goes to the market to buy some things. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound behind the man. The creaking sound was coming from a door, and the man immediately demanded that Zhuang Zhao Ran should come out as her aunt had already left. Zhuang Zhao Ran awkwardly greeted her uncle good morning, and she insisted that she swore that she was not trying to avoid his wife. The man explained that it must be menopause, and Zhuang Zhao Ran shouldn't take it to heart, so she should go wash up and have some breakfast, and Zhuang Zhao Ran agreed. A few moments later, Zhuang Zhao Ran was cupping water in the bathroom sink. She was washing her face. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind the bathroom door. The door was slightly ajar, and Zhuang Zhao Ran could be seen through the cracks. She was bending over towards the sink, and her butt was being emphasized. It was Zhuang Zhao Ran's uncle who was standing behind the door, and she had this creepy smile on his face as he peeped on her. When Zhuang Zhao Ran looked up, she was startled. She looked horrified when she saw that her uncle was creepily standing behind her. Zhuang Zhao Ran glanced behind her and nervously called her second uncle. Her uncle smiled and muttered that she called from outside the door, but there was no answer, and that he's there for some floss after finishing his food. Zhuang Zhao Ran replied that she would really be scared to death if her uncle had sneaked in silently behind her during the night, and the uncle awkwardly laughed and promised that he would make sure to be careful next time. She remembered the floss and immediately reached out to it. But with a creepy smile on his face, her uncle also reached out and mentioned that her hand was still wet, so he would get it himself. As her uncle leaned in towards her to reach for the floss, Zhuang Zhao Ran was astonished when he grinned and revealed that her wet hair smelled very nice. Zhuang Zhao Ran looked uncomfortable when her uncle ogled at her and added that he used to hold and play with her when she was young. Her uncle was staring intently at her melons, and he commented that in the blink of an eye, she had become so big, and it was the wonder of puberty. He revealed that he had taken a glimpse of Zhuang Zhao Ran's phone by accident, and he saw that she had a balance of over 500,000 in her account. Zhuang Zhao Ran was horrified when her uncle expressed that she was a young girl coming home late every night, so she must have been doing naughty things. Her uncle leaned closer to her ear and advised that if she really needed the money, he could give it to her only if she obeyed. Zhuang Zhao Ran's expression turned dark, and she said that she thought that amongst all the relatives, her uncle treated her the best. She immediately turned and kneeled him on the balls, and she remarked that she never thought that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhuang Zhao Ran scoffed and called her uncle trash. As she walked out of the bathroom, leaving her uncle on the floor with his mouth foaming, she sighed and remarked that it looked like she had to find another place to stay yet again. A few moments later, a stomach was growling. It was Zhuang Zhao Ran's, and while she was walking down a street, dragging her suitcase, she thought that she was so hungry and that she should have eaten breakfast before leaving. Zhuang Zhao Ran looked to her side and noticed something. She saw a family where the mother was feeding her daughter and encouraged that the good girl should have another bite, and the daughter protested that she didn't want it as she wanted to play with her daddy. Zhuang Zhao Ran's expression suddenly turned sad. But she quickly became determined, and she thought to herself that she needed to buckle up because she still had to work hard to earn money that day. She looked ahead and thought that that day's income target was 1,000 RMB. At 9 a.m., Zhuang Zhao Ran seemed like she was posing in a studio. She was working as a model trainee, and she earned 300 RMB. At 1:10 p.m., she was fiercely running through the streets while eating her food, and she shouted that everyone should get out of the way. She worked part-time at a maid cafe, where she smiled brightly at a customer while calling them her master and requested that they enjoy their meal. And she earned 200 RMB and received 3 hearts, so there was 150 RMB extra. At 6:30 p.m., she requested for an uncle to look after her luggage for a bit, and as the uncle allowed that she could place it there, he mentioned that he had changed the oils and asked how long she would be doing deliveries, to which she responded that it would be after she had earned some. Zhuang Zhao Ran rode her motorcycle, bade goodbye to the uncle, and as she waved that she would see him later, the uncle advised that she should stay safe. As Zhuang Zhao Ran rode away on her motorcycle, a guy asked the uncle why she had to do delivery when she's such a cute girl. The guy was startled when the uncle explained that she doesn't only do deliveries, she's working 3 jobs per day. The uncle was smiling proudly as he mentioned that although he doesn't know why Zhuang Zhao Ran's pushing herself that hard, he definitely could observe that she really loves to ride. He explained that it was why, for Zhuang Zhao Ran, making deliveries is her way of relieving stress. Evening came, and in Lantian Street, Tang Ka was eating, and he pondered what he should have next. Tang Ka was leisurely looking around the busy street when a red motorcycle arrived. He walked past Zhuang Zhao Ran, who was still riding her motorcycle. Suddenly, his belt buckle started whirling like crazy. It was a device, and it made a clicking sound when Tang Ka grabbed and opened it. It looked like a compass, and the needle in it was swirling around crazily. Suddenly, red lines started coming out of the compass. Tang Ka was astonished when he observed that, and they started growing longer and went past him. He turned in the direction where the red lines were going, and he muttered that it was a bad omen. Tang Ka looked worried as he glanced behind him. Looking at the sea of people, he recalled that he actually bumped into what his master mentioned when he was young. All the red lines were latching onto Zhuang Xiao ran as she drove through the crowd, and she was the target of the bad omen. Her death is unavoidable and undispellable by any art. As he closed the compass, Tang Ka sighed in his mind as he remarked that it was too crowded and would be hard to locate. Tang Ka looked worried, but he mentioned that everyone has their own destiny and he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. When Tang Ka took a look at it, he cursed and inquired what was with that huge amount of requests. The app notified Tang Ka that there was an urgent ranker request, and he's the priority for that mission, and asked if he wishes to accept. Tang Ka was surprised when he saw that it was rank A. He grinned as he stated that that day was a good day. Meanwhile, at the construction site, someone yelled and urged that they should hurry up as the others are over there. Seeing a lot of men running behind them, the man in front asked who the loudmouth was and why everyone was coming, and the guy beside him asked why they couldn't all come since he was there. Everyone gathered and stood in front of the huge urn, and as one of them observed that it was there, another man inquired where old Zhuang and the others were. A man noted that there seemed to be something in front of the big urn. Looking at it closely, he wondered if those were boots and uniforms. The men started gathering around the huge urn, and as one of them questioned if that trash was the thing they had excavated, another inquired where they were, and another asked why their uniforms were there. Suddenly, a liquid inside the urn started bubbling. Noticing it, one of the men observed that there seemed to be something inside. Some men leaned in to check the bubbling liquid, and one of them commented that something was surfacing. The liquid continued to bubble, and suddenly a head poked out of it. A huge, booming sound was heard, and the men were surprised when they saw that a powerful light exploded out of the urn. Suddenly, something was floating above the men. One of the men, who was squinting due to the liquid splashing on him, looked up, and he seemed to have recognized something. His eyes became wide open in astonishment, and they were filled with horror when he looked ahead. The thing above them landed back on top of the urn, and the men were looking at it with horrified looks on their faces. A withered demon was squatting on top of the urn. Its eyes were hollow, and there was nothing inside its face aside from bones. The men panicked, and they immediately ran for their lives. But suddenly, the demon opened its mouth and began sucking in some green energy. The demon was sucking out the life of a man, just like old Zhuang and the others. The man screamed as he got sucked right back towards the urn. Everyone else was also being sucked towards the urn, and they all looked so helpless. Some workers in the barracks who didn't come to the excavation site also got sucked in its direction. Another worker who was driving the crane also got sucked, and the crane's windshield got shattered as he went through it. As the men continued to gather around the urn, a huge ball of bodies was created. The ball of men's bodies was gathered above the demon as it sucked all their lives in. The men's skin started to shrivel as their lives got sucked out of them. Blood started spurting out of their faces, just like what happened to old Zhuang. Their heads suddenly burst, and blood splattered all over the place. All the men have burst and disappeared in the air, only leaving their uniforms behind. The demon continued to absorb the last of their remaining life force. It jumped off the urn and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Its eyes glistened. It screeched loudly as the life forces it absorbed flowed around its body. Its arm muscles started to bulge out and squirm. The muscles solidified on his arm. The demon hunched over, and its spine started to make loud cracking noises. The spine grew into a tail, and the demon released really powerful energy. Its face started to spark as it reformed itself. The demon grew 2 pairs of eyes that glimmered ferociously. It stood upright, and it looked much stronger than its previous form. Inspecting his arm, the demon wondered who he was. He was wondering why he became that way. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell on the palm of his hand. The demon was frozen in place. He recalled a time when the ground was filled with raindrops. The demon remembered that 2 men looked down on him while the rain continued to pour above their heads. The 2 men dragged him by the feet. Suddenly, another man with a huge nail in his hand came and hammered it into his arm. As the man continued to hammer the nail, the people around them cheered, except for a small child behind them. The child has an evil smile on his face. He was smiling evilly in the back while the people continued to cheer. Back in the present, the demon seemed to have realized something. He stood under the rain in a daze while surrounded by the uniforms of the construction men he annihilated. The demon tried to say something. He was filled with contempt as he screamed the name Bowen. Suddenly, the nails on his body lit up. It suddenly dug deeper into his muscles. The demon coughed up blood because of it. The nails emitted a very strong energy and created a loud banging sound. The demon fell face first into the ground. He declared that it turned out that the copper nails were there to inhibit him from absorbing essence. Suddenly, the demon was startled when it noticed something. He looked apprehensive as he mentioned that something was coming. The demon used his skill, foresight. His vision started traveling forward at an incredible speed. It traveled so far up that the demon could see himself lying on the ground, surrounded by the uniforms. His vision traveled further out of the construction site. It continued to travel into the horizon as if it were seeking something. Suddenly, the demon's vision saw a part of Tang Ka's figure in the sky. Tang Ka was traveling at an incredible speed, and he seemed excited. The demon was alarmed when he saw Tang Ka. He admitted that although he didn't know who Tang Ka was, his instinct was telling him to flee. The demon stood up and began walking forward. He expressed that his whole body was numb, and he didn't even have the strength to walk, as his strength seemed to have been sealed away by those copper nails. The demon asserted that since he had yet to find a certain person, he absolutely could not collapse there. He thought about the pain and suffering he had experienced throughout those years. The demon jumped off the ground, leaving a trail of splashing water on the ground. He started to run away, while he vowed that he would return all the pain and suffering to that person. The demon's mind was filled with thoughts of killing that person. He was running through the grassy plains and towards the road, as he promised that it didn't matter if he had to spend 1,000 or even 10,000 years. The demon jumped off the grassy plains at the edge of the road. As he dashed forward to cross the road, he declared that he would find the person. But suddenly, a bright light appeared beside him. He was alarmed and was caught off guard. It was the moment when Zhuang Xiao Ran's motorcycle hit the demon, and she was sent flying off her motorcycle. As Zhuang Xiao Ran's motorcycle fell to the ground, its wheel continued to turn. The demon, who was lying on the road, was trying its best to stand up. As he remembered that flashing light, he declared that he was ambushed by something and wondered if it was another person out to catch him. The demon saw Zhuang Xiao Ran lying on the road, and as he recognized that it was a woman, he asserted that she was clearly the one that ambushed him, yet she seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Suddenly, a bright light fell from the sky. The demon saw it, and he exclaimed that the person with the powerful aura should be nearby, so it looked like he was there for him, and with the state he was in, he's definitely not a match for him. He admitted that he was left with no other choice. The demon slammed its hand on the road with a huge thud. On the other hand, Zhuang Xiao Ran looked up where the sound was coming from, and she seemed to have noticed the demon, but ordinary humans are not able to see demonic spirits. The demon was crawling towards Zhuang Xiao Ran. As Zhuang Xiao Ran's consciousness started to wane, she asked herself if she must be seeing things. Her consciousness continued to fade, and her eyes closed as her consciousness left her. Meanwhile, the demon slowly transformed its body into glowing tentacles that were directed towards Zhuang Xiao Ran. The tentacles started slithering around Zhuang Xiao Ran's body. The demon continued to transform and wrap Zhuang Xiao Ran's body with its tentacles. His tentacles slithered around Zhuang Xiao Ran's entire body down to her feet. Suddenly, the copper nails fell on the road, and it created a clanging sound. The tentacles started seeping through Zhuang Xiao Ran's skin. They continued to wriggle to penetrate her skin and enter her body. Those tentacles reached her heart. It continued to travel further down to her bloodstream. Those tentacles managed to penetrate deeper down to the cellular level. They began fusing with Zhuang Xiao Ran's cells. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao Ran opened her eyes, but they were no longer her eyes. On the other hand, the construction was eerily quiet as the rain continued to pour. The entire area was desolate, and only the urn and the uniforms lying on the ground were left. Suddenly, Tang Ka arrived, and he landed on the ground with a loud bang. He let out a deep breath as he looked around. When he saw the scene around him, he remarked that it looked like he was too late. Tang Ka used his golden nether eye, and he observed that there was not a trace of life left on that construction site, so the demon was able to kill that many within such a short time, which is why he had to find it fast. Suddenly, the compass on his belt began ringing violently. On the other hand, it also became quiet on the road where the crash happened. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao Ran was already standing up, and she was slowly walking away from her motorcycle. She continued to walk away from her motorcycle and didn't look back. As Zhuang Xiao Ran walked under the pouring rain, lightning struck, and it was followed by a resounding thunder. Zhuang Xiao Ran's eyes were no longer those of a human, and she grew horns and a shell around her face. The rain had stopped, and an animal was walking over the puddles. The cat was walking on the road, and it came across the possessed Zhuang Xiao Ran. The cat's eyes were wide when it looked up at Zhuang Xiao Ran, while the possessed Zhuang Xiao Ran calmly glanced at it. The cat was looking intently at the possessed Zhuang Xiao Ran. Its gaze was so intense that Zhuang Xiao Ran's reflection could be seen in its eyes. Looking closer at the reflection, the cat could see the figure of the demon that possessed Zhuang Xiao Ran. The possessed Zhuang Xiao Ran just walked past the cat while the cat stopped walking. The cat seemed to be a demon as it grinned and remarked that it was luck for him to bump into a mummy that pops up every 100 years or so. The cat began to transform and grew larger as it stated that the mummy appeared to be weak, so it was a chance. He mentioned that he would see if the legends were true. The cat rushed towards Zhuang Xiao Ran, and he asserted that if he consumed her, his spiritual aura would greatly increase. The cat had turned into a muscular, ferocious demon, and he was charging behind the mummy with with his huge claws. The mummy noticed him, and she quickly looked towards him. She swiped her index finger in the air. That simple hand gesture created a slashing energy that cut through the street light in the distance. The energy went through the demon cat while it was about to pounce on the mummy. As the demon cat's blood was spilled, he looked at the mummy and observed that it had such a weak spiritual aura, yet it was so strong because she did it with a mere finger. The demon cat was cut in half, and he cried as he lamented that if he had known, he would have just continued sucking up to humans because, at least then, he would still have food to eat. Meanwhile, the mummy declared that her strength had returned, and after merging with Shuang Jiao Ran's body, she had finally managed to get rid of those damn copper nails. She smiled as she mentioned that she would test that body out in a place with more people. The mummy crouched on the ground. A loud, booming sound filled the place, and the road was destroyed when the mummy jumped off towards the sky. The mummy flew up with ease. She stated that there's a large city ahead, so she would take a look. The mummy quickly propelled herself forward and flew past the huge buildings towards the city. She landed and skidded on a concrete floor. The mummy was in a high place, and she observed the people below. She observed that the city was filled with different kinds of people. The mummy asked herself how long she had been trapped in the urn for. She was standing on the edge of a rooftop as she noted that there are so many high-rise buildings and the people there are so indecently dressed. The mummy exclaimed that they must be the descendants of those bastards. She was enraged, and she vowed that she would make sure that their bloodline ends there. The mummy opened her mouth and started sucking out energy. Meanwhile, down in the city, some people have started to gasp for air. Suddenly, their life essence started getting sucked out of them. The city skyline was filled with the green life essence, and they were all flying towards a tall building. In there, the mummy was gathering and consuming the life essence of the people, just like she did at the construction site. In a building, it was repeatedly stated that there was an emergency. The system was warning that there was an emergency and that all personnel must be careful, and a voluptuous lady was watching as the warnings filled the screen. She was standing in a command room, and she was in disbelief as she exclaimed that it happened right after she took charge. The lady was Commander Han Long Kui. Han Long Kui looked so pissed as she asked to confirm if it wasn't the job Tang Ka took on and where the brat was. She started chewing on her nails as she muttered that, with his current location, he wouldn't make it in time. Han Long Kui looked so agitated as she declared that it looked like she had no choice but to request people from a certain world to handle that. Suddenly, a blonde lady came running, and she repeatedly called Han Long Kui. She reported that according to the statistics, all of the citizens in the Lanshan district will die within the next 3 minutes. The blonde lady mentioned that Tang Ka is the only Jia rank Yao Chengxi officer in the area, and she had already sent the coordinates to him. However, with his current location, she was afraid about something. Han Long Kui cut her off and ordered that she should inform the judicial department to contact the protector hall immediately and send 2 protectors over to the scene of the incident. The blonde lady was startled when she heard Han Long Kui mention the protectors. Meanwhile, the mummy continued to suck in the life forces of the people in Lanshan district. But she stopped when she noticed something behind her. A weird, fiery mark suddenly appeared on the floor. The mark created a fiery pillar of light, and a silhouette was standing in the center of it. 2 demons with masks appeared. When they saw the mummy, they asked if they were seriously there for that one demon spirit. The taller demon questioned if the Yao Chengxi weren't overreacting for calling the 2 of them over. But the shorter demon warned that they should be careful because, according to the reports sent by the humans, the target is a mummy. He mentioned that it has been a couple of 100 years since their last appearance, and that one is a female, so it will be slightly tricky to handle. The taller demon called the shorter one number 3, and he stated that he would go test the waters first. With a loud, booming sound, the taller demon lunged towards the mummy. The taller demon was confidently charging forward. Suddenly, the mummy smirked, and her gaze turned sinister. The edge of the rooftop was destroyed when she used it as a driving force to lunge forward. In an instant, the mummy had already made contact with the taller demon, and she kneed him in the face. The taller demon was sent flying, and he went past number 3, who was just calmly standing there. The taller demon crashed on the rooftop fence, and the impact created a loud, booming sound. On the other hand, number 3 remained calm and didn't move from where he was standing. Suddenly, the mummy appeared in front of him. The mummy smirked, and she remarked that he seemed much stronger than the other one. But she was alarmed when she noticed something. She quickly jumped away from number 3. The mummy looked so worried as she looked up and opened her mouth once again. The huge amount of life essence she just devoured came out of her mouth and flew up in the sky. Someone was regaining their consciousness and saw the huge amount of life essence that was escaping from the mummy's mouth. They saw the life essences scattered all over the place, and she wondered where that pillar of light was coming from and if it was someone lighting fireworks. It was Zhuang Xiao Ran, and as her eyes returned to normal, she exclaimed that her body was so hot and wondered why she couldn't move. Zhuang Xiao Ran only regained half of her consciousness, and as she wondered what was happening to her, the mummy cursed in her mind, and she was surprised that Zhuang Xiao Ran still had her consciousness. Zhuang Xiao Ran and the mummy were both struggling, and as Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered why she couldn't move her head, the mummy lamented that she had worked so hard to escape and just managed to recover her strength. On the other hand, number 3 asked if the mummy actually spit out all of the souls, what her goal was, and what the taller demon, number 7, analysis was. Number 7 remarked that, judging from the force of the mummy's rebound, her speed and strength were both of Jia rank. He noted that her speed is inferior to number 3. And he was about to talk about defense when he was cut off. Number 3 cut him off as he walked forward and declared that he would go test it. Meanwhile, the mummy declared that she still needed more souls and that there would be death for all who stood in her way. The mummy was slowly taking over Zhuang Xiao Ran's consciousness, and she commanded that Zhuang Xiao Ran should scram. On the other hand, number 3 has charged forward. He swung his sword at the mummy and used his attack, Icy Prison. The mummy was imprisoned in a huge block of ice, but the ice slowly started to crack. Number 3 watched as the shattered ice went flying all over the place. The mummy stood up and broke out of the block of ice by using brute force. She looked so pissed, and she screamed that no one could stop her. Number 3 quickly moved away from the mummy. Meanwhile, number 7 went in charge to attack the mummy from behind. Number 7 delivered his punch and sent the mummy flying. On the other hand, number 3 raised his sword and commanded, attack. Huge, dark spikes appeared in the sky, right above the mummy. The mummy was alarmed when she looked up and saw those spikes. She immediately released dark liquids and covered herself as the spikes came closer at her. The spikes crashed on the floor when number 3 swung his sword and used his skill, ink spikes. There was a moment of silence while the dust and debris around the spikes dissipated. But the mummy, who was underneath all those spikes, retorted that it was a joke. Number 3 commented that her defense is at the Jia rank and that indeed, a mummy's toughness is worthy of its reputation. The mummy melted off the spikes with the liquid that she covered herself in, and she mocked that number 3 possesses puny capabilities. She charged forward, and she taunted him if he thought he could defeat her. Suddenly, number 3 called number 7. Number 7 announced that the preparations were complete. The mummy suddenly froze in place, and she was surprised while she wondered why she couldn't move her body. Number 7 used his skill, Hidden Seal, Heaven-Earth Dual Seal, and the mummy was alarmed. The mummy was struggling, and her consciousness seemed like it was starting to wane. She suddenly knelt on the floor with a thud. The black liquid that she covered herself with started to get removed from her. Number 7 explained that he could only seal the mummy for up to 2 minutes and that he had heard that only those who have committed exceedingly evil deeds or possess enormous hatred have the ability to become mummies after a couple of 100 years. He asked what exactly the mummy experienced to be that strong. Number 3 speculated that the mummy likely possesses over 1,000 years worth of cultivation if even the 12 earth chains could only bind her for 2 minutes. He concluded that things would be troublesome. Number 3 stated that even though the mummy was unconscious, she had already entered a protective hibernation state, and with the offensive strength that they could muster in that short frame of time, it was basically impossible for them to do anything to her. Someone suddenly asked number 3 how the combat situation was. It was a drone, and number 3 replied that although it was not their doing, the human souls had already been released. The person talking through the drone was surprised when they heard that the release was not the Protector's doing, and they inquired how long it would take for those souls to return to their own bodies. Number 3 explained that, from the looks of the current situation, they will not be able to return, and the person on the drone questioned what he meant. Number 3 revealed that they have already subdued the mummy, but without her dying, those souls are unable to return to their bodies. He explained that the mummy has already activated her protective hibernation, so unless they remove that seal, there's simply no way to kill her. Number 3 clarified that they are only able to seal the mummy for 2 minutes, and when the time is up, even if they are able to defeat her in combat, it will take time. He warned that if the souls in the air aren't able to return to their bodies in time, the person knows the consequences. The person talking through the drone was Han Long Kui, and she looked so troubled. She inquired of number 3 if there was no other way. Number 3 admitted that there is another way. Han Long Kui immediately queried him what it was. Number 3 stood there in silence for a moment, like he was deliberately creating suspense. He disclosed that it was exile. Han Long Kui and the blonde lady just stood there for a moment as they processed what number 3 just mentioned. Han Long Kui was horrified when she realized that number 3 suggested exile. The blonde lady was also astonished, and she was wondering if number 3 was talking about the heaven-flipping seal. She looked so nervous as she mentioned that she had heard from her colleagues that their headquarters have a mysterious heirloom in their hands and that it has sealed a large number of demonic spirits since ancient times, which resulted in mankind being able to remain superior and in control. The blonde lady noted that that place was also known as the Third World. She looked so concerned as she pointed out that, however, they would need to report the matter to headquarters if they really wanted to use it to seal the mummy, and even the commander couldn't do it without the approval of the higher-ups. But her thoughts were suddenly cut off when Han Long Kui commanded that they should exile the mummy at once. The blonde lady was both horrified and surprised by what Han Long Kui commanded. She quickly reminded Han Long Kui and noted that they haven't informed the higher-ups yet. Without hesitation, Han Long Kui asserted that lives are at stake at the moment, so there is no time, and she will take full responsibility. Number 3 confirmed with Han Long Kui one more time. He inquired if exile was a go. Han Long Kui immediately commanded that they should execute the exile. Number 3 immediately moved and made hand gestures. A powerful energy started surging out of him. Number 3 started chanting words that couldn't be understood. He fired a ray of energy towards the sky as he placed his index fingers together. The ray of energy was so powerful that it was visible even with the dark clouds in the sky, and it also spread across the city skyline. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky began to move away from where the ray of energy went through, and a bright light shone from the sky. Meanwhile, Tang Ka was traveling towards where the fight was, and he saw the opening up in the sky that was producing a bright light. Looking at his compass, where red lines were coming out, Tang Ka observed that another evil calamity had appeared at the construction site, and furthermore, it was going in the same direction. He was following the red lines that the compass was creating. Tang Ka questioned himself to confirm if it couldn't be a coincidence. Number 3 looked up at the sky. It looked like there was a hole in the sky as the dark clouds were swirling around a powerful light that was shining down on them. The hole got bigger as more light passed through. Suddenly, a huge mouth peeked through that hole. It seemed like it was the head of Exile, and it opened its mouth. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light came out of the Exile's mouth. The beam hit the mummy, who was still in its protective hibernation. The triangular shell that was enclosing the demon started to crack as the powerful beam hit it. The unconscious mummy was hit by the light, and the dark liquid that was protecting it earlier also started to crack. The mummy started floating up in the sky while she was inside the light beam. She continued to float up to the sky like the beam of light was pulling her, and the red lines that Tang Ka was following were showing. Those red lines were all attached to Zhuang Xiao Ran's body. When Tang Ka saw that, he closed his compass, which cut the red lines, and he wondered if the demonic spirit was that strong that they actually called for exile, and furthermore, he wondered why the evil calamity was attached to its body. As Tang Ka continued to look up, he mentioned that he had seen the figure before. He remembered the moment earlier when he and Zhuang Xiao Ran passed by each other on the busy street. Tang Ka glanced in Zhuang Xiao Ran's direction. He was able to see Zhuang Xiao Ran's face clearly through her helmet. Back in the present, Tang Ka shivered when he remembered that. He was flabbergasted as he exclaimed that Zhuang Xiao Ran was the sexy motorcycle riding girl that rode on the walkway. Tang Ka immediately used his skill, Golden Nether Eye. He was surprised when he saw that the soul of Zhuang Xiao Ran had fused with the demonic spirit. Tang Ka charged forward, as he declared that it meant that Zhuang Xiao Ran was a half-human. He looked so excited, as he exclaimed that it was slightly over his head and that it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Tang Ka followed Zhuang Xiao Ran towards the exile's mouth, and he announced that he should have long gone to that world to have some fun. Han Long Kui and the blonde lady were astonished when they witnessed what Tang Ka did. On the other hand, number 3 was baffled, while number 7 wondered if the brat, Tang Ka, had gone mad. Meanwhile, Tang Ka's eyes were twinkling with excitement. He was approaching the exile's mouth. Inside the exile's mouth looked like a portal, and Tang Ka continued to charge towards it. In 42 milliseconds, half of Tang Ka's body had already entered the portal. 1 second and 28 milliseconds in, and only his foot remained in the human world. 2 seconds and 9 milliseconds, and he was completely gone. 3 seconds and 37 milliseconds passed, and there was no longer any activity in the portal. At 4 seconds and 53 milliseconds, a hand came out of the other side of the portal. On the other hand, in the control room, the blonde lady was looking up at the screen with worry, and she commented that Tang Ka rushed in. She looked so concerned as she asked Han Long Kui if she was able to request for the protectors to release Tang Ka. Han Long Kui's expression was dark, and she responded that the secret technique used by the protectors could only banish demonic spirits, and that it was a place of no return. She added that before Tang Ka, there were no records of any humans entering there, so she doesn't know if that will lead to any major repercussions. Han Long Kui suggested that Tang Ka might be able to come out of there alive. She was enraged, and she vowed that even if that were the case, she would make sure to personally butcher him because that little bastard never ever listens to her. Tears started to swell at the corners of the blonde lady's eyes as she wondered if it meant that Tang Ka would not make it. But she was not able to finish her thoughts as she was startled when she noticed something. While Han Long Kui was busy cursing and throwing a fit of rage, the blonde lady was looking up at the screen intently. She was both puzzled and surprised by what she saw. In the third world, a light was also shining down from the sky. A demon who saw that was startled, and he couldn't believe that the door had been opened. Squishing the meat he was eating, the demon declared that the long-awaited day had arrived. He immediately charged towards the sky and proclaimed that over the past few years, he had hunted at least 3 demonic spirits a day, and all of that bitter training was all in preparation for that day. As the demon was flying towards the light, he vowed that when he rushed out of there, he would make sure to slaughter an entire city before taking his revenge against those old farts. He extended his arm to reach out to the light, and he asserted that he was about to get his freedom. But he was astonished when his hand was suddenly set on fire. The demon screamed in pain as the light burned him up to his bones. Only the demon's eyeball remained, but his consciousness was still present, and he lamented that freedom was within his grasp. But the destructiveness of that sealed world was truly formidable. The demon acknowledged that it was fortunate that he's able to regenerate and regain his original state as long as any of his organs exist, and since he failed that time, he could just continue his training to try again because, with his special ability, he will definitely succeed in the future. He boasted that one day he would be the only demonic spirit that managed to escape from that hellish place, but his dreams shattered when he bumped into Tang Ka's face with a splat. Tang Ka smacked the eyeball in his face without hesitation. As Tang Ka landed on the ground, he exclaimed that it was so disgusting and asked if it was a bug. He wiped his face off, and he remarked that Zhuang Xiao Ran should be nearby. But he was surprised when he looked around, and he noticed that she wasn't there. Tang Ka looked annoyed as he questioned if Zhuang Xiao ran away and complained that it was so troublesome. Suddenly, a huge demon landed behind Tang Ka with a loud bang. The demon muttered that he originally wanted to see which unlucky one had been sent over there, but he never expected to see a human being sent there. He was drooling as he mentioned that it had been too long since he had eaten, and it was a nostalgically beautiful smell, but Tang Ka was unfazed as he responded that the demon meant to say something. Tang Ka grinned sinisterly as he asked the demon to confirm if he knew where the earlier intruder was. On the other hand, smoke was wafting towards the sky. The smoke was coming from the mummy's horns, which were hissing as they burned off. Zhuang Xiao Ran suddenly opened her eyes. She quickly sat up and exclaimed that she was going to be late for the delivery. But she was startled when she looked at her surroundings, and she asked where the hell she was. Zhuang Xiao Ran tried to remember things, and she recalled that she was doing a delivery when she seemed to collide into something and faint, and she saw fireworks when she woke up once. Her eyes widened in surprise. Zhuang Xiao Ran inspected her body, and she observed that although she still felt some soreness, there wasn't a trace of any injuries on her body. As she walked around and wondered who sent her to that place, a lizard-looking demon was stalking her from the roofs. Zhuang Xiao Ran looked around, and she remarked that she doesn't remember a place like that in the Lanshan area. Suddenly, a huge demon was opening its mouth wide to devour Zhuang Xiao Ran from above, and she was oblivious to it. Meanwhile, the demon who found Tang Ka stomped its talons on the floor with a loud bang. He was running, and as he addressed someone as Big Brother, he hesitated if he should mention it, and the Big Brother urged him to speak. The demon was filled with bruises while Tang Ka, the one whom he was calling Big Brother, was riding on his back, and the demon confessed that he was saying it from the bottom of his heart that it was no use even if he arrived at that place because it has been a blue moon since a human has appeared there. He explained that it was because of what Tang Ka mentioned earlier that even if Zhuang Xiao Ran is considered a human, there's a possibility that none of her will remain after a horde of demonic spirits has their fill of her. The demon looked so nervous as he revealed that there was also an important thing. A lot of demons were chasing after them, and he warned that their lives were also at stake. But Tang Ka was unfazed, and he advised that the demon shouldn't fret. Tang Ka grinned and proclaimed that if there's a will, there's a way. Something was charging towards Zhuang Xiao Ran from above at an incredible speed. It was the demon that was about to devour her. Zhuang Xiao Ran was horrified when she noticed that her head was inside a mouth that was filled with huge, sharp teeth. But in an instant, Zhuang Xiao Ran instinctually crouched down. The demon's face crashed on the floor with a loud bang as Zhuang Xiao Ran dodged its attack. The place was filled with dust from the collision, and Zhuang Xiao Ran was unharmed as she bent her body towards the ground. Zhuang Xiao Ran looked so surprised, and she wondered how she ended up like that. She exclaimed that it was right, that she seemed to be enveloped by something, and she nervously glanced over her shoulder. Zhuang Xiaoran saw the lizard-looking demon that was watching her from the roof. She looked so horrified and speechless when she saw the demon. The demon was puzzled, and its self-esteem cracked and crumbled when Zhuang Xiaoran asked what the hell he was and remarked that he was so disgusting. As the demon jumped off the roof, Zhuang Xiaoran immediately ran away from it, and she wondered if it had tried to eat her earlier. Zhuang Xiaoran was startled when the demon suddenly landed in front of her. She immediately sat and plopped on the ground. Her eyes were in a daze as she looked in the distance. In Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes, some weird lights were being reflected. The lights were being produced by the demon, and they were coming from his back. Zhuang Xiaoran looked so hopeless as she sat on the ground. She suddenly remembered herself as a kid when she was crying while calling for her mama and papa, and she mentioned that, from what she remembered, her first time crying happened when she fell from her bicycle. Her mother looked so worried, and as she called her precious, she asked her what the matter was, if it was painful, and she blamed it was all her dad's fault for not holding her properly. But her father just gave her a thumbs up and encouraged her that she shouldn't cry and she should stand up because she has managed to ride very far. Zhuang Xiaoran's mother was pissed, and she claimed that her father doesn't really love his daughter one single bit. But her father insisted that there are many ways to show love, and the day will come when Zhuang Xiaoran needs to fend for herself. Zhuang Xiaoran's father declared that she's his most precious treasure in the whole wide world, and there was no one he loved more than her, which pissed Zhuang Xiaoran's mother even more. And as she questioned him if he was implying that she's in second place, she insisted that she was the one that loves Zhuang Xiaoran the most. Zhuang Xiaoran's father asserted that both of them were his precious treasures, but her mother responded that she doesn't care because, in any case, she's the one who loves Zhuang Xiaoran the most. Zhuang Xiaoran recalled that, after seeing them argue about who loved her the most, she couldn't help but start smiling. However, after that, Zhuang Xiaoran's father fell sick. Zhuang Xiaoran and her mother were with him at the hospital. She remembered that it was the second time she cried. From that time on, Zhuang Xiaoran's mother became the breadwinner of the house, and during the day, she would work hard to earn money to pay for the expensive medical bills. During the night, she would take care of Zhuang Xiaoran's father. After 3 years, the health of Zhuang Xiaoran's father finally turned for the better, and in fact, he could start working again. So finally, her mother no longer needed to work so hard. At that time, Zhuang Xiaoran recalled that she didn't cry like her mother did, as she hoped to show them that she had already grown up, that she had already become sufficiently strong, and that she would become their shield in the future. However, the good times didn't last as the sickness of Zhuang Xiaoran's father relapsed. At that time, Zhuang Xiaoran's mother was comparable to a glass that started to crack. She finally shattered, and Zhuang Xiaoran recalled that her strong and lovable mother was no longer able to smile. Zhuang Xiaoran remembered when the next time she saw her mother smile was, and it was after being together with another man. Zhuang Xiaoran's mother mentioned that she should follow her because if things go on like that, both of them will die of exhaustion from taking care of her father. But with tears in her eyes, Zhuang Xiaoran refused and insisted that her father needed them, so she wanted to stay with him. As her mother got in the car with another man, she exclaimed that her father should hurry up and stop her, pleaded that he stop her from leaving them, and promised that she would definitely work hard to earn money and treat his sickness. But her father just stood there, empty, and Zhuang Xiaoran recalled that it was her third time crying. A year after her mother left, Zhuang Xiaoran's father passed away. Zhuang Xiaoran was crying her heart out, and she recalled that it was the last time she cried. She hated her mother as she didn't even appear once for her dad's funeral, but fortunately, her father has many brothers and sisters, so she had a place to stay at the very least. After bouncing around and staying with quite a few relatives for a year, Zhuang Xiaoran found out that the uncles and aunties that used to treat her very well had, in fact, not liked her at all, and after discussing with them, they finally decided to send her to stay with her mother. However, when Zhuang Xiaoran and her mother met up, she was so astonished as her mother uttered a sentence that she will never ever forget in her entire life. Zhuang Xiaoran and her mother met up on a bridge, and before coming over, she heard from her relatives that the company her mother's current husband was working at had gone bankrupt, causing them to relocate to the suburbs to evade their debts. When she saw her mother, Zhuang Xiaoran remarked that she appeared skinnier and more withered than before, so she should have suffered quite a bit. After seeing her mother like that, all of the hatred in Zhuang Xiaoran's heart has disappeared, and she just misses her. Zhuang Xiaoran started walking towards her mother, and she mentioned that she never wanted anything from her. Standing in front of her mother, Zhuang Xiaoran expressed that she just wished to hear her mother say that she regretted leaving them, see her cry, and hug her. However, her mother only uttered one sentence to her. With a blank expression on her face, her mother stated that Zhuang Xiaoran should go home as she doesn't have any money for her. Zhuang Xiaoran was astonished when she heard what her mother replied. While looking up at her mother, she saw dark lines starting to appear and covering her mother's face. Zhuang Zhao Ran confessed that after her mother spoke that sentence, she no longer remembered what she looked like. Her mother turned back and started walking away. Zhuang Zhao Ran just stood there and watched. She was frozen in place, and she looked so surprised and crestfallen. Zhuang Zhao Ran didn't know why, but despite feeling extremely heartbroken and hurt, she wasn't able to cry. She just froze there and gritted her teeth. Zhuang Zhao Ran clenched her chest, and she admitted that the only thing she felt in her heart was a stabbing pain. It seemed like her heart was impaled by multiple spikes and was bleeding. Zhuang Zhao Ran understood that in the world of adults, there was something more important than love or kinship. She learned that it was money. Zhuang Zhao Ran clenched his fist, and from that day onward, she has decided something. Hatred filled her eyes, and she vowed that she would work hard to earn lots of money, and one day she would make sure to make her mother regret ever leaving them. Zhuang Zhao Ran swore to herself that from that day on, she would absolutely not shed a single tear. Starting at 15, Zhuang Zhao Ran started to work and has become sufficiently strong. For the sake of earning money, she could disregard the contempt and ire of her relatives and bounce around living at their houses. Zhuang Zhao Ran even learned how to protect herself, and when a guy intentionally elbowed her butt while she was working, she beat the guy up. Often, Zhuang Zhao Ran will work for over 10 hours a day and only have time to cram a single bread for food. Every single day, despite how tired she is, Zhuang Zhao Ran will always feel happy after seeing her bank account. However, Zhuang Zhao Ran started questioning if everything she had done was really worthwhile, and she pondered that even if she had earned a lot of money, even if she made her mother regret leaving them, she didn't know what was after. Zhuang Zhao Ran realized that she was still alone, no family, no friends, not even dreams. The demon continued to shine his weird light on Zhuang Zhao Ran, and as she sat on the ground, she wondered what exactly she lived for. Zhuang Zhao Ran declared that even if she disappeared from that world, there will be no one that will worry about her. Her eyes were filled with despair as she cried, and she lamented that there wouldn't be anyone who would care about her life or death. The demon turned around, and he was about to devour the disheartened Zhuang Zhao Ran. But suddenly, someone punched the demon across the face. It was Tang Ka, and his punch pushed the demon away. Tang Ka landed and skidded to the ground with a screeching sound. Zhuang Zhao Ran looked up at Tang Ka, and her eyes were filled with awe when she saw him. The despair in her eyes was gone. Tang Ka smiled brightly at her, and he exclaimed that it was great that she was alive. Tang Ka declared that he was there to save Zhuang Zhao Ran. Zhuang Zhao Ran was surprised by what Tang Ka mentioned, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She tried to hold it in, but her tears trickled down her cheeks. Zhuang Zhao Ran gritted her teeth as her tears started flowing down her face. She wailed like a kid and poured out all her tears. While Tang Ka was surprised and he asked Zhuang Zhao Ran why she was crying, the demon Tang Ka rode there was nervous as he suggested that he should take that chance to slip away. Meanwhile, the light shining in the sky where Tang Ka entered was slightly dimmed. When Tang Ka noticed it, he wondered why he felt like the opening was shrinking. The demon, who was slowly walking away, was startled when Tang Ka suddenly called him a pig and demanded how long the opening would remain open for. The pig demon nervously replied that it would be about the time it takes to make a pot of tea. Tang Ka commented that it meant that he still had 2 minutes to play around while the lizard-like demon behind him was slowly backing away. Suddenly, Tang Ka noticed something behind him. He was frozen in place when the lizard-like demon produced those weird lights again and projected them onto Tang Ka. The pig demon grinned, and he remarked that it was nice because Tang Ka was caught by the flower patterns on curtain gecko, which could cast fatal illusions, and people caught in the illusion would experience their most painful and terrifying memories. The curtain gecko opened its mouth in front of Tang Ka, and the pig demon stated that after Tang Ka lost his ability to fight, he would be devoured alive. But the curtain gecko was puzzled when it suddenly got smacked in the face, and Tang Ka demanded what the hell it was doing. Tang Ka was pissed, and the curtain gecko was still puzzled when Tang Ka punched him and sent him flying while he complained that it shouldn't breathe out right in front of his face because it was damn disgusting. The pig demon was astonished, and he wondered if it could be that Tang Ka doesn't even have any painful or terrorizing pasts, not a single one of them. There was suddenly a loud rumbling sound that caught Tang Ka and Zhuang Zhao Ran's attention. The loud rumbling continued, and the two of them continued to listen and observe. Tang Ka stood in front of Zhuang Zhao Ran and instructed that she should stand behind him and not move around. He grinned as he declared that it was time for his entertainment. Tang Ka's knuckles suddenly lit up and sizzled after he cracked them. The light intensified and traveled through his whole arm. Tang Ka explained that he had to limit that move in the real world because it was too destructive. He used his skill, Talisman Bodily Suppression, Borrow Lightning, and announced that, however, in there, he could do as he wished. Tang Ka started to gather small orbs of energy at the tips of his 3 fingers. He shot those orbs with a loud bang, and he was pushed back by their strong recoil. Meanwhile, the demons were making their way towards where Tang Ka was. The one in the front was surprised when it was greeted by the 3 orbs Tang Ka fired at them. A huge explosion occurred that created a loud, booming sound. The demon screamed in pain as its body got wrapped in lightning-like energy. The other demons behind him were also affected by the same energy, and they were all in pain. The energy, which was the lightning tripod over Joyous, speared throughout the entire area. The horde of demons was falling to the ground like flies. Tang Ka dissipated his energy, and he remarked that it was delightful. He smiled at Zhuang Xiao Ran and mentioned that they should go back. Zhuang Xiao Ran was astonished, and she couldn't say a thing. Tang Ka leaned towards Zhuang Xiao Ran, and he laughed as he commented that, on closer look, she was slightly cute. He suddenly grabbed Zhuang Xiao Ran. Zhuang Xiao Ran panicked when Tang Ka carried her in his arms, and as she asked him who he was and what he wanted, Tang Ka didn't answer her and just instructed that she should grab hold of him. Tang Ka tapped the tip of his shoes on the floor. He activated his skill, Borrow Wind, and a powerful wind swirled around them. While Tang Ka was calm as he jumped off the ground, Zhuang Xiao Ran was nervous. Zhuang Xiao Ran panicked and screamed that it was high, which surprised Tang Ka, and he responded that she was hugging too tightly. Meanwhile, the pig demon who was left on the ground was surprised that Tang Ka was able to activate the wind talisman technique with a tap of his feet. The pig demon was nervous as he explained that generally speaking, people who cultivated the secrets of Taoism would channel their aura within their bodies into talismans to serve as a medium for their techniques and skills, and one could be considered outstanding if they gained mastery over a single talisman skill. However, Tang Ka used the lightning talisman technique and the wind talisman technique, which were 2 different elements. He looked up and noted that what was more was that Tang Ka did not even use any talismans as a medium to display those techniques. While Tang Ka was being choked by Zhuang Xiao Ran, who was hugging her tightly due to fear, the pig demon wondered exactly what kind of saint Tang Ka was. Suddenly, green eyes were observing the scene intently. A group of mysterious demons were calmly looking up at the light in the sky. One of them asked if they needed to investigate Tang Ka's background. The one who seemed to be their leader replied no. It was the owner of those observing green eyes, and he declared that no one was allowed to take a tap away from their lord. The other demons stood guard and obeyed what their leader commanded. Behind them, there was a faint light in the distance. The source of the light was in the middle of multiple spiky rocks. Upon closer look, the light was coming from a huge gem that was enclosing a decapitated body. On the other side, Exile was still peeking through the sky. Back at the command center, a lady took a step forward. It was the blonde lady, and while Han Long Kui was in a fit of rage behind her, she called her and referred to Tang Ka. Meanwhile, a hand has emerged from the portal in Exile's mouth. It was Tang Ka, and his eyes were bulging out so much as he struggled and exclaimed that Zhuang Xiao Ran shouldn't strangle him. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao Ran froze, and it seemed like she felt something. Black liquid was starting to come back into her eyes, and it seemed like the mummy's consciousness was coming back. Exile's mouth was slowly closing. Tang Ka was moving so quickly, and he made it past Exile's mouth while still carrying Zhuang Xiao Ran in his arms. Exile slowly began retreating after its mouth closed. It left a small, bright light before it disappeared behind the dark clouds. Tang Ka slowly landed. He landed on the rooftop, and he slowly placed Zhuang Xiao Ran, who seemed unconscious, on the floor. Number 3 quickly grabbed his sword when he saw what Tang Ka did. On the other hand, Number 7 confronted Tang Ka, and as he called him a brat, he remarked that it was hard for them to exile the mummy and asked why he brought it back. Tang Ka got pissed, and he retorted that he had done them a big favor, yet they dared to shout at him. But he was surprised when he noticed that horns were starting to grow and wiggle out of Zhuang Xiao Ran. Zhuang Xiao Ran's black eyes were wide open, and they were looking directly at Tang Ka. But Tang Ka suddenly slapped Zhuang Xiao Ran's face and crushed those horns growing out of her. Zhuang Xiao Ran was startled, and her body tensed up. In an instant, Zhuang Xiao Ran's soul left her body, and she became unconscious. When Number 3 saw that, he exclaimed that it took them so much effort to restrain that mummy, yet one slap from Tang Ka was enough to knock it out. Tang Ka presented Zhuang Xiao Ran to Number 3, and he insisted that he should look properly because Zhuang Xiao Ran was currently a human, which made Number 3 nervous, and he acknowledged that Zhuang Xiao Ran was really emitting the scent of a human, yet she was clearly a mummy earlier. Number 3 called Number 7 and urged that they should go because it already involves humans, so they have no authority to interfere. Number 7 stepped into the fiery mark with Number 3, and he admitted that it was true, so it looked like they had wasted their time coming there, and he complained that he even invited their 8th brother for drinks. He asked Number 3 how Tang Ka knew that Zhuang Xiao Ran was a human. Number 3 explained that there's a kind of eye skill that is able to observe the souls of living creatures, and it was a secret skill unique to the secrets of Taoism. As they began to get transported, number 3 remarked that Tang Ka was able to cultivate that eye skill at such a young age. As the energy from the fiery mark surged and the two of them disappeared, number 3 noted that Tang Ka's background isn't simple. Meanwhile, Tang Ka panicked and exclaimed that Zhuang Xiao Ran was drooling. He was startled and terrified when he heard Han Long Q's voice yelling his name through the drone behind him. Han Long Qi was pissed, and she commanded that she was ordering Tang Ka to return to headquarters within 3 minutes, because if not, he should know the consequences. From the command center, they could see in the feed that Tang Ka was nervous as he acknowledged and requested that Han Long Qi calm down because he would make sure to give an explanation later. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiao Ran was still sleeping soundly while drooling. A few moments later, oxygen and other medical equipment were already attached to Zhuang Xiao Ran. She was shackled down on a medical table while the medical personnel examined her and observed that her brainwaves, blood pressure, and heartbeat were normal. 4 people were watching through a huge glass window while Zhuang Xiao Ran was being examined. One of them mentioned that according to the earlier systematic scan, all of the souls have returned to their bodies, and it was fortunate that the mummy was dealt with on time and that there was no loss of life in the area. But he noted that, however, there were over 100 people dead on the construction site, and Tang Ka looked guilty when he heard that. Han Long Qi acknowledged that she understood and that the man could go, to which the man immediately responded yes. The blonde lady beside Han Long Qi was worried when she remarked that over 100 people were dead, while Tang Ka was sweating profusely. Han Long Qi was enraged as she pulled Tang Ka's ears aggressively and demanded that he was the one that accepted the mission, yet so many people died. And although he was in pain, Tang Ka did his best to explain and insisted that he had really done his best. Han Long Qi observed that, speaking of which, she can't imagine how the situation would have turned out if Tang Ka hadn't accepted that mission. However, he shouldn't assume that she will forgive him just like that, and Tang Ka explained that it was originally a rank M mission. But in realistic terms, it should be a rank S mission. Tang Ka's ears were terribly bruised, and he mentioned that furthermore, he immediately went to the target location right after accepting the mission. However, the mummy seemed to be able to detect his incoming presence and fled beforehand. He stated that the mummy should have bumped into Zhuang Xiao Ran as it fled, but he didn't know what the reason was behind it possessing her body. Han Long Qi listened intently as Tang Ka added that there was also something suspicious. Tang Ka questioned why those 2 protector uncles did not detect that half of Zhuang Xiao Ran's soul was that of a human because, with the level of their strength, it can't be hard for them to detect the soul of a human. He commented that it was fortunate that he possessed the golden nether eyes because Zhuang Xiao Ran was that close to being exiled by them. Tang Ka was proud as he boasted that he really was worthy of being the overall champion in mission accomplishment stats, which pissed Han Long Qi so much that she was about to go hit him, but the blonde lady stopped her. But Tang Ka suddenly turned serious. He asked if Zhuang Xiao Ran was a human or a demon at that moment. Looking at the medical personnel testing Zhuang Xiao Ran, Han Long Qi stated that it was up to them to give the verdict. One of the medical personnel was trying to poke Zhuang Xiao Ran with the needle of a syringe. The medical personnel used both their hands as they tried their best to poke the needle. But instead of piercing Zhuang Xiao Ran's skin, the needle got bent when the medical personnel pushed it with all their might. The medical personnel number 5 explained that it was the large gauge needle, and it still wasn't able to penetrate through. Suddenly, a drill was pulled out. The medical personnel number 8 was holding it, and as they suggested that it was up to him, the medical personnel number 5 got nervous. A few moments later, one of the medical personnel informed that other than the abnormal brainwave activity, for which they were waiting for the statistical analysis, all of Zhuang Xiao Ran's other parameters are within normal human boundaries, and as they successfully acquired a blood sample, they inquired if they had to do the tests simultaneously, and Han Long Qi replied yes. Zhuang Xiao Ran's blood was inspected. Han Long Qi and the others watched as the footage of the blood test was shown on the screen in front of them. She noted that it was strange because Zhuang Xiao Ran's blood was no different from that of a human. But Han Long Qi was astonished when she noticed something. Han Long Qi saw that there was a reaction in Zhuang Xiao Ran's blood, and some sort of energy was turning the red blood cells into green ones. The medical personnel observing the blood through the microscope were also astonished when they noticed the reaction. Suddenly, the glass where the blood was placed cracked. The footage was cut off and replaced with a hissing scream. Han Long Qi panicked, and as she questioned the medical personnel what the matter was, she demanded that they should respond. The medical personnel inspecting the blood were surprised that he fell on the floor, and he announced that there were abnormal changes present in Zhuang Xiao Ran's blood, which he theorized were due to having left Zhuang Xiao Ran's body for too long of a time. Han Long Qi ordered that he should immediately stream his visual uplink to her, to which the medical personnel quickly agreed. She was astonished by what she saw. The medical apparatus that was used to inspect Zhuang Xiao Ran's blood was completely destroyed and shrouded in black smoke. Han Long Kui observed that it was much power just from a single drop of blood, and as she inquired the medical personnel what the analysis of Zhuang Jiao Ran's brainwave activity was, the medical personnel requested that Han Long Kui give him a moment. The medical personnel reported that the results were out and the majority of Zhuang Jiao Ran's brain waves were normal. However, there was some unknown electrical activity mixed with them, which should be the influence of the mummy. Han Long Kui was nervously biting her nails as the medical personnel explained that if they couple it with the earlier blood analysis, the primary verdict is that when Zhuang Jiao Ran is conscious and in control, her physical state is no different from that of an ordinary human being. However, the medical personnel concluded that if the mummy takes over her body, changes will occur to her body that will transform her into a demon. The medical personnel declared that his final verdict was that it was a soul fusion in a shared body. Han Long Kui froze when she heard the verdict of the medical personnel. On the other hand, Tang Ka stated that it was the reason why those two uncles weren't able to tell that Zhuang Jiao Ran was a human because it was not possession, but fusion. As Tang Ka inquired what Zhuang Jiao Ran's unique traits were, he noticed something beside him. Han Long Kui had a terrifying smile on her face as she calmly called Tang Ka's name, and when Tang Ka saw that, he pleaded that she could beat and scold him, but he requested that she not use such a tone and smiling expression to look at him as it was frightening. Han Long Kui continued to smile and remarked that she was frightened by the power contained within the drop of blood from Zhuang Jiao Ran. Yet Tang Ka was able to knock her out with a single slap, so he really was awesome, and Tang Ka replied that she should stop talking like that and begged her. But Han Long Kui continued to smile and explain that, as of the moment, Zhuang Jiao Ran is a fusion between a human and a demon, so Tang Ka should know that the Demon City commander isn't allowed to lock up demonic spirits, and what's more, Zhuang Jiao Ran is an S-rank bomb that could go off anytime. Tang Ka looked nervous as Han Long Kui mentioned that, in accordance with the regulations, demonic spirits are to be exiled by the protectors in that world. However, half of Zhuang Jiao Ran was still human. He trembled when he seemed to have understood what Han Long Kui was trying to convey, and he asked her to wait a minute and not tell him that she was thinking about such a thing. Without wiping the smile off her face, Han Long Kui confirmed that Tang Ka was right because, after discussing with the higher-ups, she would feel most at ease if he took care of Zhuang Jiao Ran. Tang Ka got nervous, and he pleaded that Han Long Kui should stop joking because, before coming down from the mountains, he had promised his master to not make any contact with females, so it was a no-go to even stay with one. Han Long Kui was trying to maintain her smile, but she was obviously pissed when she retorted that Tang Ka meant that he was asking her to carry that burden alone. Tang Ka was horrified when Han Long Kui reminded him that he shouldn't forget that she was the one who would decide whether he would be able to continue staying there or not. Han Long Kui assured Tang Ka that he should relax because she will find some ways to pacify his master, and when she inquired if perhaps he would like to go back to the mountain and continue cultivation, Tang Ka froze. Tang Ka declared that, as a man, he would take on the challenge, and since it was a mission he accepted, it was natural that he would look through it until the end. Han Long Kui acknowledged that it was very good, and as she called Jinxie, who was the blonde woman that was with her, Jinxie responded with a yes. Han Long Kui instructed that Jinxie should get Zhuang Jiao Ran out immediately, and she should make sure that no other department sees her. Jinxie agreed that she got it. While Jinxie was busy making a phone call for the arrangements, Han Long Kui turned to Tang Ka to address something. Han Long Kui reminded Tang Ka that he, going into the other world, shouldn't be disclosed to others, and secondly, Zhuang Jiao Ran is not to be left alone at all times. She added that the next time Tang Ka is summoned to the headquarters, Zhuang Jiao Ran must be with him, and Tang Ka immediately acknowledged that he understood. Han Long Kui dismissed Tang Ka and noted that he should just wait for Jinxie to contact him, and Tang Ka praised that Han Long Kui and Jinxie did a good job. As Tang Ka looked away, looking frustrated, he wondered why it felt like he was the one with the calamity. Meanwhile, Jinxie called Han Long Kui with worry in her eyes. But before Jinxie could finish her sentence, Han Long Kui cut her off and interjected that she knew what she was thinking. Han Long Kui stated that there wouldn't be any problem with Tang Ka. As Tang Ka continued to walk away with a sour face, Han Long Kui noted that the power Tang Ka exhibited in the mission was no less than 10% of his true power. But Jinxie expressed that Han Long Kui was taken aback and that she was scared that the mummy would once again take over Zhuang Jiao Ran's body, and Tang Ka might accidentally kill her, which horrified Han Long Kui as well. Han Long Kui concluded that they should go because the higher-ups were waiting for their reports. She lamented that she had to clean up after Tang Ka again. On the other hand, Tang Ka sneezed loudly. As he walked down the street, he let out a sigh and muttered that it felt like there were only difficult days ahead. Tang Ka believed that it must be karma. Suddenly, multiple red lines appeared on Tang Ka's back. He was unaware, and those red lines were spreading behind him. The red lines seemed to be somewhat connected to something as they flew over the streets of the city. It continued to traverse past the tall buildings. The red lines were converging and heading towards a tall mountain that was hidden in the middle of a fog. In the mountains, there was a building where the red lines were all heading. The red lines all converged on a huge disc-like device where a strange silhouette was standing. Suddenly, one of the red lines snapped. Multiple red lines followed and snapped. The strange figure was a silhouette of a person sitting on a huge tortoise. The person was surprised when he saw that the red lines had snapped. He was surprised that he couldn't help but ask himself if the lines were broken. Han Long Kui was on her phone. When the man on the other line picked up the call, he immediately addressed Han Long Kui as Baby Long and asked her what was with the sudden call. Han Long Kui was enraged when he heard what the man uttered. She yelled so loudly that the man had to pull his phone away from his ear, and she shouted that if the man dares to make indecent jokes again, she will make sure to wash her hands off his disciple. But the man ignored Han Long Kui's threat and calmly asked her if he was right that what she wanted to mention was that Tang Ka went in and out of the heaven-flipping world. So currently, he had to cohabitate with the girl possessed by the mummy. Han Long Kui was surprised, and she asked the man how he knew. The man replied that if he couldn't even predict that small matter, there was no way he would allow Tang Ka to leave the mountain. He was the Tao esoteric leader, Li Yuan, and he stated that he was still history's strongest esoteric, the 17th generation leader of Tao esoteric. Han Long Kui was pissed, and she quickly hung up. Li Yuan was amused by what Han Long Kui did, and he remarked that it was great that she still had the same temperament and personality even after going into politics. Suddenly, Song, the Mount leader for 5 generations and the tortoise whom Li Yuan was sitting on, commented that Li Yuan was the 5th generation he had followed, and he asked him if he was not afraid that a misfortune may appear in the future for letting Tang Ka do as he pleases. Li Yuan responded that each has their own fate, and neither the two of them could interfere with or change it, so Song shouldn't worry too much. He noted that it was such a happy day, so they should go out and enjoy the moonlight. Song mentioned that earlier, a few red calamity lines snapped, so they might as well take that chance and make a foretell. Li Yuan responded that it was still too early, but he remarked that, at least, that shows that there is still a turnabout for Tang Ka. The beautiful moon shone in the sky, and Li Yuan and Song enjoyed the view together. Meanwhile, in a place with nothing but darkness, white lights were gathering and forming into a hand. There were a lot of those white lights, and they were gathering to create the form of a female body. The female body was detailed, but she had her eyes closed. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and it was Zhuang Xiao Ran. Zhuang Xiao Ran sat down, and she asked what was going on. She was startled when she saw her hand, which was glowing. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao Ran noticed that there was something behind her. She looked over her shoulder to see what it was. Zhuang Xiao Ran was alarmed when she saw that the mummy was standing behind her. The mummy remained silent but was staring intently at Zhuang Xiao Ran. Zhuang Xiao Ran was astonished, and as she wondered if it was human, she muttered that she had seen it before. She remembered what she saw on the road, and she wondered if it was the shadow before the crash. The mummy was just standing there, motionless. But suddenly, one of its fingers twitched. At that moment, Zhuang Xiao Ran's body began to disintegrate. That made Zhuang Xiao Ran's real body open her eyes and wake up. Zhuang Xiao Ran jerked up, and she looked confused and alarmed. She seemed to be sitting on Tang Ka's bed, as his huge picture was hanging on the wall above the bed's headboard. Zhuang Xiao Ran looked terrified, and she wondered if that was just a dream. But she looked around and began to wonder where she was. Zhuang Xiao Ran was horrified when she noticed something. She noticed that her clothes had been changed. Zhuang Xiao Ran blushed while she suspected something when she mentioned that she had that windy and cool feeling. She looked at her chest under the shirt, and she observed that, as expected, they had been removed. Zhuang Xiao Ran was extremely blushing and was trembling as she wondered if that was also the case at the bottom. She instinctively crossed her arms around her body while she wondered if she really got into something supernatural, and whose house it was, and she muttered that she should wait and let herself recall. Zhuang Xiao Ran was troubled as she first recalled the car crash. Next was the monster in her dream. The fireworks. She got hunted by disgusting monsters. And lastly, a teenager fell from the sky, and after he defeated them, she was carried towards the sky. She looked crestfallen as she lamented that it also brought up many unpleasant memories, and she began to wonder if the teenager really existed. Recalling Tang Ka's face, Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if it could be her imagination playing on her, as despite her strong front, she had always wished for someone to protect her. Zhuang Xiao Ran recalled that Tang Ka has such a warm smile and such strong power, so she wished that if he really existed, it would be great if he could protect her. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao Ran was startled when a door opened. Zhuang Xiao Ran was extremely flushed when Tang Ka came out of it with only a towel on, and he exclaimed that she was finally awake. She was taken aback that Tang Ka really does exist. but she wondered if he really removed all her undergarments. Zhuang Ran grabbed a pillow and accused that she didn't expect Tang Ka to be that kind of person. She threw the pillow and hit Tang Ka in the face, which confused Tang Ka. Tang Ka was pissed, and as he demanded what she was doing, he asked her if she couldn't see that he was brushing his teeth. Zhuang Ran suddenly charged at Tang Ka, and as she called him a big pervert, she kicked him in the groin. But Tang Ka just stood there, so Zhuang Ran kicked him again, and it made a loud clanging sound. Zhuang Ran was in pain, and as she trembled on the floor while grabbing her leg, Tang Ka asked what was wrong with her. Tang Ka declared that he saved Zhuang Ran out of his gracious heart, but in turn, she still dared to attack him. Zhuang Ran called Tang Ka a pervert, and as she demanded who allowed him to remove her clothes, she wondered if Tang Ka's bottom was made of steel because it hurt. Tang Ka yelled and explained that Zhuang Ran's whole body was wet, and he was scared that she might catch the flu, which is why he got her to take a bath. Zhuang Ran got more pissed and flustered when she heard what Tang Ka stated, and she asked him if he bathed her. Tang Ka looked exasperated, and he revealed that his master mentioned before that only married couples could bathe together, so of course it wasn't him who washed her. He glanced behind him and urged someone to come out. Zhuang Ran was horrified by what she saw. A huge monster emerged from the bathroom. The monster looked menacing, and Tang Ka remarked that it was the one that washed Zhuang Ran. Zhuang Ran was startled, and she quickly ran and hid behind the bed. With tears in her eyes, she inquired if that monster touched her body. The monster was surprised by what Zhuang Ran uttered, and tears began to well up in its eyes. It started wailing, and while Tang Ka was trying to comfort it, Zhuang Ran was confused that it cried. Tang Ka glared at Zhuang Ran, and he explained that although the monster looks big, by human age, she is only 5 years old, so Zhuang Ran should quickly apologize to her. Zhuang Ran was confused, but she still apologized. Tang Ka commented that although the monster might look like that, its species could be considered one of the gentle ones in the demon world. Zhuang Ran was confused when she heard about demons. Tang Ka stated that the world is where both humans and demons coexist, and only normal humans like Zhuang Ran don't have a clue. He added that, in addition, one of them is inside Zhuang Ran's body. Zhuang Ran was terrified and confused at the same time. When Tang Ka saw Zhuang Ran's reaction, he grumbled that it was annoying, so he turned to the monster and instructed that she would tell Zhuang Ran the rest of it. A few moments later, Zhuang Ran and the monster were talking, and as Zhuang Ran apologized to her about what happened earlier, the monster called her big sister and assured her that it was okay because she was the one that got scared. While Tang Ka was dressing up behind them, the monster queried Zhuang Ran what she wanted to know, and when she promised that she would tell her everything she knew, Zhuang Ran asked her why she was in that house. The monster explained that Zhuang Ran being there was an assignment allocated to Tang Ka by Yao Chengxi, and Zhuang Ran was puzzled when she heard about Yao Chengxi. The monster mentioned that the relationship between the demons and Yao Chengxi is complicated, so she should start from the beginning, to which Zhuang Ran agreed. The monster narrated that in fact, since a long time ago, the demons, existed in that world, and the majority of the bad demons take humans as food. She revealed that initially, humans do not have the strength to go against those bad demons, which is why humans have always been food for those demons. However, after many years, humans with extraordinary power appeared and stood out to fight against those demons bravely, and as they founded an organization named Esoteric, they carried the duty and mission to protect the humans across the world. Thus, with humans having the power to retaliate against demons, demons didn't kill as often. However, it also caused the world leaders to take caution against Esoteric. The Esoteric were hunted. Later, the demons took that opportunity to launch a large-scale attack against humans, and by then, the Esoteric did not have the power to oppose. As a last resort, the Tao Esoteric founder used a jade to seal most of the demons in it, and the artifact was named the Heaven-Flipping Seal. After the event, the rest of the demons and humans signed a contract, the Armistice, to coexist peacefully, and the founding of Yao Chengxi was to monitor demons living in the human world and those demons with the intention to harm humans. The monster summarized that it was the gist of it, and Zhuang Ran was in awe. Zhuang Ran inquired about the demon inside her body, and the monster suggested that she had to ask Tang Ka about that. Just as they finished talking, Tang Ka finished dressing up and approached them. Tang Ka used his golden nether eye and announced that it was a good time to get some work done. Zhuang Ran was puzzled by what Tang Ka remarked. Without explaining anything, Tang Ka grinned and advised that Zhuang Ran should go lie down on the bed. Zhuang Ran was flustered, and she asked Tang Ka what he was mentioning. Tang Ka explained that he might not know the times when the mummy took over Zhuang Xiao Ran's consciousness, and Zhuang Xiao Ran got worried when Tang Ka remarked that the demon's aura she was exhibiting was getting stronger. Tang Ka clarified that, in simpler words, if not left in check, Zhuang Xiao Ran's consciousness will be swallowed completely by the demon in her body. Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if the demon Tang Ka was referring to could be the monster in her dream and what plans Tang Ka has for her. She was startled when she saw that Tang Ka had made a hand gesture, and she asked him if he was going to cast a spell on her. Tang Ka did not directly answer her question, but he grinned and replied that he hadn't had the opportunity to cast that spell yet, so it was a great time to try it. He placed his fingers over Zhuang Xiao Ran's forehead. Tang Ka used his Tao-exclusive conscious wandering spell, and as he released his aura, Zhuang Xiao Ran was pushed towards the bed. Zhuang Xiao Ran lost her consciousness and crashed on the bed with a loud thud, which surprised the monster. The monster was about to comment on something to Tang Ka, but she trailed off. She was surprised when she noticed something. Tang Ka lost his consciousness too, and he was losing his balance. He was falling forward, and the monster was surprised when she saw that. The monster exclaimed that she had never seen that skill before, so she hopes that nothing goes wrong, even though both have fainted. She observed that, looking at Zhuang Xiao Ran and Tang Ka, they kind of look good together. Zhuang Xiao Ran was back in her form, which was created by lights in her dream. She suddenly woke up. Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if she was back in her dream state, but she noted that at that time, her body felt weak and she couldn't seem to move. But suddenly, Zhuang Xiao Ran heard the voice who whispered that it was not a dream. Zhuang Xiao Ran was surprised when she saw Tang Ka in the same form as her, and he explained that it was her subconscious. She asked Tang Ka how he was there and how he knew her thoughts. Tang Ka explained that it was because his consciousness followed Zhuang Xiao Ran in. Thus, whatever she was thinking, including her feelings, he knew them all. He remembered and clarified that there was a reason why Zhuang Xiao Ran couldn't move. Zhuang Xiao Ran's body was starting to dissipate, and Tang Ka informed her that it was because her consciousness was disappearing bit by bit. Seeing those white lights leaving her body, Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if those were her consciousness. Zhuang Xiao Ran asked Tang Ka what would happen if that body of light disappeared. Tang Ka confirmed that the answer is, as Zhuang Xiao Ran feared, her consciousness will be completely erased. Zhuang Xiao Ran was astonished when Tang Ka explained that, in another word, it was death. But Tang Ka reassured her that Zhuang Xiao Ran shouldn't worry because they just have to get rid of the guy before she disappears. Tang Ka smiled confidently and promised that Zhuang Xiao Ran would be fine. Suddenly, the mummy stood before them. Tang Ka was excited as he walked towards the mummy, and he confessed that he was getting goosebumps just by thinking about using consciousness to fight. The mummy just stood there motionless, but its eyes suddenly lit up. The mummy looked ahead ferociously, but Tang Ka was unfazed, and as he stood before the mummy, he observed that it seemed like its consciousness had recovered. Tang Ka grinned and challenged the mummy to a fight. The mummy declared that although he was just a consciousness, he could still feel it. He explained that Tang Ka was the guy that was pursuing him, and he was able to pick up on his exact location, causing an endless chase. Tang Ka looked pissed, and as he asked the mummy what he was babbling about, he insisted that they should fight. But the mummy was not listening to Tang Ka, and the mummy got enraged as he accused that Bowen must have sent Tang Ka. The mummy threatened that Tang Ka should tell him where Bowen is or he would eat him. Tang Ka looked impatient, and he demanded that the mummy should stop speaking gibberish or else he would make the first punch. He was taken aback when he saw that something was approaching his face at an incredible speed. It was the mummy's knees, and it hit Tang Ka's face, which produced a loud, booming sound. The mummy placed his foot back down loudly. He raised his fist and swung it. The mummy punched Tang Ka in the face, which created a loud, booming sound and pushed Tang Ka backward. While Tang Ka was falling on his back, the light that was forming his face dissipated. The mummy swung his arms again to deliver another punch, but he felt something and was alarmed. The mummy quickly disappeared in front of Tang Ka. He muttered that just then, his instinct to run kicked in again. While looking at Tang Ka from a distance, he wondered if Tang Ka was really that strong. Meanwhile, Tang Ka's face, which was destroyed, started to recover. Tang Ka opened his eyes and he glared at the mummy. He was pissed as he asked the mummy if he just had to hit his face and called the mummy a bastard. The mummy observed Tang Ka and he remarked that Tang Ka looked like a normal human being. But seeing the ominous aura Tang Ka was releasing behind him, the mummy couldn't help but wonder why Tang Ka's whole existence screamed danger. Tang Ka acknowledged that it was as expected of an S-rank to be able to deal damage to him, and the mummy's punches were great, so it was his turn. The mummy conceded that Tang Ka might be strong, but he continued, however, Tang Ka seems to have forgotten something. A huge shadow suddenly loomed over Tang Ka from behind. It was a huge version of the mummy, and he revealed that the place was also his subconscious. The huge mummy quickly grabbed Tang Ka and locked him in his arms. He explained that it was a clone formed by his hatred for revenge and that it was unbreakable, so Tang Ka couldn't break loose. While the huge mummy was restraining Tang Ka, the other mummy boasted that Tang Ka's consciousness might be powerful, but he could still cause damage to him. The mummy started releasing light from his body and declared that, in addition, he could create something right there. Multiple versions of the mummy were starting to form. He announced that those were infinite clones of him. The mummy remarked that although the clone's speed might not be on par with his, their strength is close to his. Tang Ka looked worried when the mummy warned that by receiving each punch from each of those clones, it would be enough to turn Tang Ka to ashes. All the clones started to charge at Tang Ka, and the mummy noted that Tang Ka made a mistake by coming there. The mummy was ominous as he declared that in there, he was invincible. Tang Ka looked agitated as he saw the things that were unfolding in front of him. The clones of the mummy charging at him could be reflected in his eyes. They were all eagerly reaching out to him, while the giant clone was still restraining him. The clones continued to charge while Tang Ka was still restrained by the giant clone's arms. But Tang Ka's expression suddenly changed, and he looked uninterested as he commented that it was just clones, which was an old and boring trick. He destroyed the giant clone's arms that were restraining him by releasing powerful energy in both his arms. As Tang Ka got off the restraints, all the clones had already surrounded him and jumped at him. But despite his situation, Tang Ka just grinned. A powerful light came out of his eyes and mouth, and his body started to dissipate. A huge explosion occurred, which made the mummy and all his clones stand in place. The mummy was alarmed when he noticed something, and he wondered if that consciousness was Tang Ka's true form. Tang Ka turned into a giant, and he revealed that he pretended to take one blow from the mummy and was looking forward to the killing blow, but that fish was what he had prepared for him. He scratched his head and muttered that it was utterly boring. Tang Ka was disappointed, and he lamented that he thought he could have a good fight. The mummy was alarmed, and as he exclaimed that it was not good, he called his clones to assemble. The clones quickly ran away from Tang Ka, but while they were running, a huge shadow loomed over them. Tang Ka used his gigantic body and slammed it into the clones. The mummy was astonished by what he saw, and he questioned if it was total annihilation. Meanwhile, Tang Ka did not get back up and was just leisurely laying there while he taunted the mummy if he, a tiny clone, boasted that he could beat him into oblivion. Tang Ka looked at the mummy condescendingly and challenged him for daring to call himself invincible. The mummy was surprised when Tang Ka placed his hand in front of him and threatened that he would give him a lesson. Tang Ka flicked the mummy's head with his finger and proclaimed that it was what invincible means. While the mummy was falling, Tang Ka's body began to disperse. He turned back to his normal size and walked towards the mummy, whose head had been blown off. Seeing that the mummy's head was being reconstructed, Tang Ka admitted that it was not bad as its consciousness had already started recovering. Tang Ka pondered that the bow and the mummy speaks of must have been his enemy from his previous life, and he wondered what exactly the mummy went through that caused him to become like that. On the other hand, Zhuang Xiao Ran's consciousness looked surprised. The lights in her body have returned, and as she looked at her body, she noted that they were forming back. Zhuang Xiao Ran was startled when Tang Ka suddenly urged that she should quickly think of a container that she could seal the mummy in. She inquired Tang Ka what he meant about the container. While his body slowly started to disintegrate, Tang Ka explained that it was Zhuang Xiao Ran's subconscious, so only she could create an item to seal the mummy, and anything is fine as there isn't much time left for him. Zhuang Xiao Ran started thinking about what she should create, a handbag, a necklace, or a ring, while Tang Ka's body was disappearing, which made Tang Ka panic, so he shouted at her, and as he reminded that he was not asking her to think about what to buy, he demanded if she couldn't see that nearly half of his body was disappearing. Zhuang Xiao Ran decided what it would be, and Tang Ka felt that something had been created behind him. Tang Ka turned to look at what Zhuang Xiao Ran had created. He looked concerned with what he saw. Zhuang Xiao Ran created a huge lipstick to seal the mummy, and Tang Ka was still so confused when he completely disappeared from her consciousness. The mummy was stuck on the lipstick, and he was motionless. Zhuang Xiao Ran's body started dissipating too, and she looked worried while she looked up at the mummy. As half of her body disappeared, Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if what she created could really seal the mummy in. Zhuang Xiao Ran's body continued to disappear, and she was not aware that something was hiding behind the lipstick she created. It was the mummy, and he took a peek when Zhuang Xiao Ran's body had completely disappeared. The mummy was back to its previous form before he absorbed hundreds of lives from the construction site, and he was snickering. As a droplet of water fell into a dark place, someone remarked that it was cold. When the person noticed their surroundings, they were surprised that it was raining, and they exclaimed that their whole body felt icy cold and heavy. There was also an ongoing sharp pain. They noticed the pool of blood flowing on the ground, and they wondered if it was theirs. Suddenly, they heard an ominous laughter, and as they wondered who it was, they saw someone step forward near the pool of blood. It was a man who was drenched in rain, and the person wondered who he was. The person saw that the man was missing his eyes when he turned to look at them, and as the man called them Sui Kaio, he apologized. Zhuang Zhao Ran suddenly opened her eyes when she heard the name Sui Kaio. She immediately saw Tang Ka, whose face was close and was staring directly at her. Zhuang Zhao Ran screamed so loudly that it reached outside the huge building they were in. She was flustered as she covered her mouth and asked Tang Ka what he was planning to do with her. Tang Ka glowered at her and replied that she had been unconscious and mumbling non-stop, so he was only thinking of moving closer to smell if there were any more demonic auras on her. Zhuang Zhao Ran asked Tang Ka if it was possible for him to move away from her body if that was the case, as he was towering over her on top of the bed, and she couldn't get up. Tang Ka stood up and stated that the demon in Zhuang Zhao Ran's body had been temporarily sealed so she could rest well that night. Zhuang Zhao Ran asked Tang Ka if the demon was still inside her body, and what had happened. Tang Ka explained that, in simple terms, the mummy, who was running while he was chasing him, ran into Zhuang Zhao Ran, but for whatever reason, he fused into her body. Zhuang Zhao Ran looked troubled when Tang Ka mentioned that after the mummy havoc using her body, she was brought back to Yao Chengxi. However, due to her unique identity as neither a human nor a demon, she was put under his care. Tang Ka informed her that, therefore, Zhuang Zhao Ran would stay with him until they find ways to get rid of the demons in her body. Zhuang Zhao Ran was surprised and flustered when she heard what Tang Ka announced. Tang Ka covered his ears while the monster got nervous when Zhuang Zhao Ran made a fuss and asked what the difference was between that and being put in prison. Moreover, she remarked that there was no way she could live in a male stranger's house. Zhuang Zhao Ran protested that no one knows if Tang Ka was lying or not because, putting the bathing matters aside, earlier, his face was close to her face that he could have kissed her. Tang Ka was confused when he stopped Zhuang Zhao Ran for a moment and asked what she meant by kiss, and the monster leaned in to whisper at him and explained that Zhuang Zhao Ran must be talking about a male and female kissing on the mouth, which was an act of affection. Zhuang Zhao Ran watched uncomfortably as Tang Ka asked the monster how she knew that, and the monster was embarrassed when she confessed that she learned it from watching the television drama, while Tang Ka warned her that she shouldn't watch those strange things as she was still too young. Zhuang Zhao Ran was both flustered and pissed, and she asked Tang Ka if he was acting dumb. With a straight face, Tang Ka responded that he really didn't understand what Zhuang Zhao Ran was saying, and it was such a disgusting thing to eat each other's saliva by kissing mouth to mouth. Zhuang Zhao Ran looked at Tang Ka intently, and she looked doubtful. But after seeing Tang Ka's expression, Zhuang Zhao Ran acknowledged that he didn't seem to be lying. Zhuang Zhao Ran wondered if Tang Ka could be the legendary highest grade dimwit. Tang Ka just stood there confidently, without any idea what Zhuang Zhao Ran was thinking. He walked away and declared that he was tired, so they should continue tomorrow, and Zhuang Zhao Ran could sleep there at the moment. Zhuang Zhao Ran suddenly called out that Tang Ka should wait a moment, and when she asked him what he would do if she insisted on going out, Tang Ka replied that his master had warned him of something. Tang Ka asserted that, as a man, he will never beat a woman, so if she wants to go out, he won't stop her. But he cautioned her that if she was not by his side, the mummy in her body might appear again. Zhuang Zhao Ran was horrified, and Tang Ka reiterated that only he could guarantee her safety. Tang Ka advised that Zhuang Zhao Ran also shouldn't wander off because there are many demons that live there, but it's none of his business if she gets scared. A few moments later, the lights were off, and Zhuang Zhao Ran noted that it looked like that was it at the moment, as she didn't have anywhere to go either, and Tang Ka saved her too. Zhuang Zhao Ran was lying on Tang Ka's bed, and she muttered that although Tang Ka might look sloppy, he was a good person. As she turned to her side and her eyes got droopy, she began to wonder if it was because she was too tired because sleeping there felt much more comfortable than at a relative's house. Zhuang Zhao Ran closed her eyes and fell asleep. The room turned quiet. Zhuang Zhao Ran was peacefully sleeping on the bed. But suddenly, something was wiggling behind her. It was under the blanket, and it continued to wiggle its way up Zhuang Zhao Ran's body. A long, spiky thing that looked like the body part of the mummy suddenly appeared while Zhuang Zhao Ran was sleeping soundly. Zhuang Zhao Ran suddenly woke up. She sat down on the bed, and she realized that it was dawn. Zhuang Zhao Ran was troubled, as she mentioned that even at that moment, she still couldn't believe what happened the other day. She wondered if she really had to live with Tang Ka from that point onward, and she also thought about what she should do about the thing inside her body. Suddenly, Zhuang Zhao Ran was astonished when she noticed something. Her eyes went wide with what she saw. Zhuang Zhao Ran screamed loudly again, and her scream reached outside the building. Tang Ka and the monster were woken up by Zhuang Zhao Ran's scream, and while the monster got worried and inquired Zhuang Zhao Ran what happened, Tang Ka asked what the ruckus was early in the morning and complained that it was noisy. The monster was surprised by what she saw, while Tang Ka looked perplexed. Zhuang Zhao Ran was standing by the window, and she exclaimed that she didn't notice last night that the scenery and the height were the heart of the city. Her eyes twinkled, and she started drooling when she seemed to figure out where she was. She was at the northern city new district, king of all buildings. Zhuang Xiaoran couldn't believe it, and she muttered that she must be dreaming. Her eyes were empty when she stated that it was standing at 30,000 by 150,000 square feet high and located at Lusang City Marina with a combination of 4 top-notch, high-quality, luxurious mansions and the highest skyscraper in the world. She explained that there are 121 floors at a height of 600 meters and sold at $250,000 per square foot, which hit the world record for being the most expensive skyscraper named Arashi Wave Bay, Aka No. 1. Tang Ka looked annoyed, and as he asked Zhuang Xiaoran if she was a property agent, he remarked that she wasn't even that shocked by all those events that happened the other day. While Tang Ka observed that it was such a bright morning and he heard her screaming, which is why he noted that it was due to the thing behind her, the monster commented something about her butt. Zhuang Xiaoran was puzzled, so she took a look and saw that there was a wriggling tail coming out of her. She was surprised when she saw that. While Tang Ka asked the monster if she thought that it looked kind of cool, to which the monster agreed, Zhuang Xiaoran was panicking, and she questioned what kind of fish it was and why it was on her butt. Suddenly, Tang Ka noticed something. Zhuang Xiaoran was startled as her tail started charging towards Tang Ka. Tang Ka managed to quickly move and dodge the tail's attack. While the tail went past Tang Ka, the monster beside him was still unable to react. The tail quickly turned and charged towards the way it came from. It was charging towards Tang Ka again. The tail was attacking Tang Ka at an incredible speed, but Tang Ka was able to dodge each of those attacks smoothly. Tang Ka jumped off the floor. The tail followed to attack him, but Tang Ka was still able to dodge it by maneuvering his body mid-air. When Tang Ka landed back on the floor, the tail was already about to attack him from behind. But Tang Ka suddenly ran towards Zhuang Xiaoran, and the monster worriedly called his name as the tail still followed him. Tang Ka continued to run straight towards Zhuang Xiaoran, who was just standing near the window. When he was about to reach Zhuang Xiaoran, Tang Ka suddenly ducked and stopped running, causing the tail to head towards Zhuang Xiaoran. Zhuang Xiaoran was horrified as she saw that the sharp end of the tail was about to hit her eye. But at that moment, the tail came to an abrupt stop. Tang Ka grinned and commented that it was interesting. A can was floating in the darkness. Suddenly, it was slashed in half. The contents of the can were poured out, and everything spilled on the floor. Zhuang Xiaoran, who was still standing by the window, was out of breath. She looked at her tail, and she was surprised, as she exclaimed that she could actually control it. Meanwhile, Tang Ka just stood there, speechless, but his eyes lit up, and he remarked that it was cool that he wanted a tail too. Zhuang Xiaoran was pissed, and he yelled at Tang Ka, asking him what he was getting excited for if he didn't mention that the monster had been sealed, and what was with the tail. But without answering Zhuang Xiaoran's question, Tang Ka grinned and suggested that the monster should go attack her because he would like to know how strong that tail is. The monster was hesitant, and she inquired if that wouldn't be dangerous. Tang Ka urged that the monster should trust him and that she should use her full strength. The monster acknowledged that she got it, and the strands of her hair started to move. Zhuang Xiaoran was alarmed when she saw that, and the tail got wary. The monster asked Zhuang Xiaoran to pardon her as she released her hair and directed them towards Zhuang Xiaoran. The tail moved in front of Zhuang Xiaoran while the monster's hairs were charging at her. Zhuang Xiaoran was alarmed, and the tail was ready to attack. The tail moved so quickly to block each of the monster's hairs that were attacking Zhuang Xiaoran. The apartment was filled with a loud, booming noise as the tail continued to move and block those hairs. The monster continued to attack, and she acknowledged that all got blocked by the tail. Tang Ka stepped forward and proposed that they should stop and that the tail was even stronger than he imagined. He stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoran and explained that with just the power of her tail, its strength was that of a B-rank demon, and not only could she control it, it could also instinctively protect her. Tang Ka speculated that, as to why the tail attacked him, it must have detected that she was in danger when she got a shock, which caused it to target the biggest threat nearby. Zhuang Xiaoran was startled when Tang Ka loudly clapped his hands in front of her. The tail quickly moved. Tang Ka grinned and suggested that they should watch. He grabbed the tail that was about to attack him from the side, and he explained that it was just like that. While Zhuang Xiaoran was in a daze trying to process things, Tang Ka noted that she was actually able to use the demon's ability after sealing its consciousness. But Zhuang Xiaoran complained that the tail was super ugly and she would get noticed as a monster if she went out. Tang Ka leaned in and asked Zhuang Xiaoran if she really considered it ugly, and Zhuang Xiaoran stuttered as she confirmed it. He admitted that he really didn't get Zhuang Xiaoran because it obviously looked so cool, and when he recalled and asked Zhuang Xiaoran if she remembered the time when she had horns grow out, he reminded her that the tail could also be hidden. Tang Ka recommended that Zhuang Xiao Ran should try focusing and try to hide it, and as Zhuang Xiao Ran asked him if that was right, she agreed that she would try. Zhuang Xiao Ran closed her eyes, and she began thinking that she should hide it. She suddenly opened her eyes when she felt something. Zhuang Xiao Ran looked behind her and saw that the tail was retracting itself, and as she acknowledged that it really hid itself, Tang Ka confirmed that was it and that he still needed to get to work, so she should stay home and be good. Tang Ka walked away and noted that it was also his first time meeting a fusion of demons and humans, so they could only act according to the situation, so Zhuang Xiao Ran should stop worrying. But Zhuang Xiao Ran implored him to wait. Tang Ka turned to ask Zhuang Xiao Ran if he didn't make it clear enough and confirmed that he didn't have any idea how to remove the demons from her yet. Zhuang Xiao Ran smiled brightly and hesitantly expressed that she would like to join Yao Chengxi. Tang Ka was puzzled and horrified when he heard what Zhuang Xiao Ran announced. He claimed that Zhuang Xiao Ran was overestimating herself, which pissed Zhuang Xiao Ran, and she protested that he shouldn't dare look down on her. Suddenly, Tang Ka's phone started ringing. He was happy as he pulled out his phone, and he advised Zhuang Xiao Ran to stop bickering because it was time to work. But Tang Ka's expression changed, and he was horrified when he looked at his phone. Tang Ka stood there frozen while he was looking at his phone. He was looking at Han Long Qi's message, and she stated that the board has made their decision to suspend all his missions, so he should keep an eye on Zhuang Xiao Ran and wait for further notice. Noticing the look on Tang Ka's face, the monster asked him what was wrong. Tang Ka's soul left his body as he showed her Han Long Qi's message and announced that he was jobless. Zhuang Xiao Ran stepped forward and offered that she might be able to help. Tang Ka looked pissed as he turned to Zhuang Xiao Ran and warned that she shouldn't cause him more trouble because those things happened because of her. But Zhuang Xiao Ran asked Tang Ka if he was on hold at the moment because his current mission was to keep an eye on her. She mentioned that currently Tang Ka can't accept missions from the organization, but she suggested that, however, they would accept side jobs. Tang Ka was surprised by what Zhuang Xiao Ran proposed that his eyes went wide open. He grinned uncomfortably as he cursed. Tang Ka reluctantly asked Zhuang Xiao Ran to confirm if she meant they would do it together. Zhuang Xiao Ran affirmed that it was right because she will handle the job offers, and they will go eradicate the demons together, so the bounty shall be split 7-3, 7 for Tang Ka and 3 for her. She proposed that they should be partners and asked Tang Ka if they had a deal. Zhuang Xiao Ran introduced herself while extending her hand, and she suggested that they should have a pleasant time working together. Tang Ka stared at Zhuang Xiao Ran's hand reluctantly, but he accepted her hand and also introduced himself. Tang Ka hoped that in the near future, Zhuang Xiao Ran won't cause more trouble for him. Zhuang Xiao Ran was confused by what Tang Ka remarked. Tang Ka started walking away from Zhuang Xiao Ran. He stated that for the majority of people, when catching demons, they have to put their lives on the line. Tang Ka warned that Zhuang Xiao Ran shouldn't think that with her pitiful power, she could call herself a demon hunter. Zhuang Xiao Ran was troubled when Tang Ka asserted that the outside world is 10,000 times scarier than what she imagined. But Tang Ka added that as for him, it was just child's play as he is the most successful demon hunter in Lusand. And Zhuang Xiao Ran retorted that all those big words were just for bragging about his own worth. Tang Ka claimed that a guy and a girl being stuck in a room is too boring, so if Zhuang Xiao Ran manages to find a side job request, he will agree to work with her. Zhuang Xiao Ran acknowledged that it was as promised. On the other hand, a desolate area was covered in fog, and the sky was dark. Someone observed that it was the outskirts of the safe district, and they didn't think that it was a good idea to sneak in there. There were 4 children walking in the forest, and as one of them asked what was there to be afraid of when it was their secret base, another child explained that they brought the other child there as good friends, but he could run home if he was scared. But the child they brought agreed that he would continue. They arrived at an old, desolate building and noted that their secret base lay there. The child with a hat, the one that they brought, stood in front of the huge door. He was terrified as he looked up at the building. One of the children, the fat child, then declared that he would explain the rules. He explained that the child with the hat was to close his eyes while they go and hide themselves, and after counting to 100, he was going to find all of them, and once they were all found, he was officially one of them, to which the child agreed. A few moments later, after everyone hid, the child with the hat stood in front of the huge doors and announced that he was going in. He braced himself and quickly ran inside. The place turned quiet. Meanwhile, the 3 other children have evil smiles on their faces while they all hide behind a single tree trunk. One of the children in the forest laughed and remarked that the child with the hat was a dumbass, while another commented that if the child found out that they had left, he would have peed his pants. Suddenly, one of the children inquired if it was really alright to leave the child with a hat alone in there, and the fat child responded that he shouldn't worry because it was the only way from there to the district, so he could walk out by himself. The child with glasses was worried, and he expressed that the dad of the child with the hat is the head of one of the big corporations, so he was worried that anything could happen. The fat child retorted that the one with the glasses talked a lot that day, and as the other child mentioned that it was just a prank, he asked what could possibly happen. The fat child scoffed and snapped that no one asked the dad's company of that child with the hat to fire his dad, and he still dared to dream of being his friend when he didn't even want to play with him. He bet that he will bet a packet of chili fries that the child with the hat will pee his pants, and the other child laughed and remarked that even if that child pees, he won't admit it. Meanwhile, inside the building, the floorboards were creaking as the child walked around. The hallway was filled with creaking sounds as he continued to walk forward while holding a light in his hands. The child noted that he had searched the first floor, so hopefully they were all hiding on the second floor, and that it was such a scary place to actually be a secret base. He was terrified as he pleaded in his mind that they don't give him a jump scare because if he wets his pants, they will tell the rest of the class. Suddenly, the child noticed something. He saw a silhouette by the windows, and he exclaimed that he had found one. But as he took a closer look, he observed that the silhouette looked strange. The child stood there with his phone and continued to observe the silhouette. He was horrified when he realized that it was a girl's shadow, and he wondered why that place would have that. The child was looking at the silhouette intently. Suddenly, the silhouette spoke and commanded that he should leave. The silhouette suddenly charged towards the child. The child was terrified when the silhouette got close to his face and ordered that he should leave. He screamed and started running away. As the child ran away with all his might, the silhouette just stood there. The child looked back to check if the silhouette was chasing him, and to his surprise, it disappeared. The child started crying when he heard a voice whisper that he should play with them. A huge figure suddenly blocked the child's way. It requested that the child play with them. On the other hand, Tang Ka was wearing fancy clothes while he was releasing his energy through his fingers. He used his skill, Hellfire, and released multiple rays of powerful energy. Tang Ka was playing a game, and he was playing as the Hell Prisoner while his enemy was Leopard Tail. Leopard Tail suddenly jumped in front of him and used his skill, Leopard Claw. Tang Ka was bored while playing the video game, and as he commented that Zhuang Zhao Ran had been on it for a day, he asked her if she still hadn't found one. Zhuang Zhao Ran was sitting by the computer, and Tang Ka inquired when he could get some work. She was busy typing on the keyboard. Zhuang Zhao Ran suddenly announced that she got it and started stretching. Suddenly, she heard the doorbell ring. Zhuang Zhao Ran turned to look at Tang Ka, but he still had that bored expression on his face while focusing on the TV, and he did not react to the doorbell at all. She noted that Tang Ka doesn't even care if someone presses the doorbell, and he doesn't even treat her like a stranger. Zhuang Zhao Ran went towards the door and opened it. She opened the door slightly to look at who it was. Zhuang Zhao Ran was surprised by what she saw. She saw the girl who has the appearance of the spirit Neng that Tang Ka used as a disguise before. Zhuang Zhao Ran asked the girl who she was. Without answering her question, the girl called Zhuang Zhao Ran her big sister and stated that she got her luggage and had also sent her motorbike for repair. Zhuang Zhao Ran was astonished when she heard the girl speak. She asked the girl if she could be that 5 years old, and the girl confirmed that she was right and requested that she pardon her for forgetting to introduce herself earlier. The girl revealed that she was the Tusk Mammoth Demon, and Zhuang Zhao Ran could call her Tusky. Zhuang Zhao Ran was uncomfortable, and she kept thinking to herself that it wasn't real, but she could still imagine Tusky's previous form when she first met her beside her current form. Tusky expressed that she was happy that day because she could live with Zhuang Zhao Ran from that day onwards, while Zhuang Zhao Ran covered her eyes and repeatedly muttered that it must be a dream because there was no way Tusky could be a 5-year-old. Zhuang Zhao Ran peeked through her fingers. She was looking at Tusky's bosoms, and she couldn't help but ask if that child was really 5. A few moments later, after Tusky came in and explained, Zhuang Zhao Ran understood what happened, and she asked Tusky why she was wearing human skin because it was a bit scary. Tusky assured her that it was not scary and that she wouldn't dare to wear human skin. She explained that there is an item called Spirit Nang, which was a little black ball, and by pressing it, it could change someone into a human by covering their body, and Tang Ka was the one who helped her choose it. Zhuang Zhao Ran got worried when she heard that Tang Ka helped Tusky. She got furious. Zhuang Zhao Ran suddenly threw her slipper and hit Tang Ka at the back of his head while she cursed him and asked him how he could change a 5-year-old into that body, calling him a lowlife. Tang Ka was pissed, and he cursed at Zhuang Zhao Ran while calling her a rude ass, and he retorted that she should stop shouting and hitting others in their own damn house. Zhuang Zhao Ran called Tang Ka a shameless pervert, and as she proclaimed that Tusky was just 5 and asked if he believed that it was appropriate to choose that skin. Tusky was confused. Tang Ka asked Zhuang Zhao Ran what she was saying and recalled that his master informed him before that girls with big breasts are everyone's favorites. He mentioned that Tusky wanted humans to like her, which is why he bought the spirit Nang for her, and he also didn't know what was good about those 2 chunks of meat. Zhuang Xiaoran was appalled by what Tang Ka just declared. Labeling Tang Ka the highest grade dimwit, Zhuang Xiaoran wondered if he was really dumb or just acting dumb. Zhuang Xiaoran turned to Tusky and cautioned that humans aren't as good as she imagined, which confused Tusky. She insisted that Tusky must remember that when outside, despite being popular with guys, she must not let anyone touch her, and she asked her if she understood. Tusky was surprised when she heard what Zhuang Xiaoran advised. She acknowledged that she knew what Zhuang Xiaoran meant, and she knew that for humans, getting touched is bad. Tusky remarked that, however, she is a demon, so as long as humans could like her, it was okay for them to do anything they wished, which made Zhuang Xiaoran give her a concerned look. She confessed that she is a liar, so if humans saw her real self, she was sure that they would think that she was disgusting. But Tusky was surprised when Zhuang Xiaoran cupped her face in her hands. Looking her directly in the eye, Zhuang Xiaoran murmured that Tusky is such a kind girl. Zhuang Xiaoran insisted that Tusky should be treated with kindness and respect, and Tusky's eyes widened when she heard that. Tears began welling up in her eyes. Zhuang Xiaoran panicked when she saw Tusky's tears, and as she asked Tusky if she was too harsh, she explained that she didn't mean to scold her. Tusky smiled and acknowledged that Zhuang Xiaoran is the same as Tang Ka, a really warm human. Zhuang Xiaoran was surprised, while Tang Ka just listened quietly when Tusky observed that it was because both of them expressed the same thing. Meanwhile, at a huge mansion, someone reported that according to the surveillance camera, they found the 3 kinds that left with their young master. However, there was a problem. The man the person was talking to urged that he should speak, and the person reporting revealed that they searched the whole mansion, but didn't manage to find their young master. The person also noted that the GPS on their young master's phone shows that he was still in that old mansion. He stated that they have used the heat sensor detector, but they didn't even find a trace of mice. The lightning struck ominously in front of them when the person who was reporting informed that, even though that was the case, their young master's locator was moving inside the mansion. The man asked if it was the demons and ordered that they should contact a certain organization. The person reporting was astonished when he heard that, and the man commanded that they should offer a high bounty and find the best demon hunter. The man was crying so much, and he pleaded that they should save his dear son. Zhuang Xiaoran and Tang Ka were talking by the window, and she mentioned that she had browsed through a spiritual forum previously due to boredom, and there were several posts about encountering ghosts and even trouble, which was even more exciting than novels. She proudly declared that it looked like there was someone who needed their help. Tang Ka was listening quietly to what Zhuang Xiaoran stated, but he chimed in to ask her if, in other words, after a day, Zhuang Xiaoran had finally found a job request. Zhuang Xiaoran paid no mind to Tang Ka's sarcastic question and remarked that she has already jotted down those that don't sound like scams, but it was already that light, so she will go through them in detail the next morning. Tang Ka responded that he is going crazy from staying at home and that he only agreed to be Zhuang Xiaoran's partner because she promised that she could find side work for him. Zhuang Xiaoran was astonished when Tang Ka asserted that if by the next day there was still no work, their deal was off. Tang Ka questioned why Zhuang Xiaoran wanted to tag along with him to hunt demons in addition to joining the Yaocheng Sea. Zhuang Xiaoran explained that her current situation doesn't allow her to go out to earn money, plus Tang Ka can't just stay put at home just to keep watch over her. She clarified that she could continue to earn money while Tang Ka could also continue to hunt demons. Thus, it was a win-win situation for them. But in her mind, Zhuang Xiaoran thought that most importantly, being a demon hunter could earn big bucks just by looking at Tang Ka's house, and also Tang Ka is invincible, so working with him is guaranteed to earn. Tang Ka noted that hunting demons is dangerous, and for money, Zhuang Xiaoran sure was pushing herself. Zhuang Xiaoran agreed that it was right. She was determined, and she emphasized that no matter what, she needed to earn money. Tang Ka acknowledged that his master was right. He looked disgusted when he remarked that the girls in that city only have money in their eyes. Zhuang Xiaoran panicked, so she yelled at Tang Ka and insisted that once they have work the next day, their partnership is sealed anyway, so no more backing out. Tang Ka accepted that it was good and that he would go back to sleep while waiting for the good news. Zhuang Xiaoran got nervous, and she hoped that hopefully there wouldn't be any problems the next day. The morning came, and the sun shone over the big city while a fat cat was walking on a railing. Zhuang Xiaoran sat down on the bed, and she resolved that she must find a client that day. She believed that it must be an opportunity given to her by God, so she must hold on to it. Zhuang Xiaoran looked at the picture frame on the bedside table. Looking at her family picture, she promised that very soon she would be able to meet her mother. Zhuang Xiaoran began to change, and in her mind, she was requesting her dad in heaven to bless her to find a client that day. After she finished changing, she reached out to open the door. Zhuang Xiaoran was surprised by what she saw when she opened the door. Tang Ka was standing in front of the door with a big grin on his face. He exclaimed that he didn't expect Zhuang Xiaoran to uphold her side of the deal and accept such a big request in the morning. Zhuang Xiaoran was confused and worried when Tang Ka informed that the people were already waiting downstairs. It was still early in the morning, and half of the sky was still dark. Zhuang Xiaoran and Tang Ka came out of the building, where two men were waiting for them. Tang Ka observed that it was great because, by the looks of it, it was a big job. But on the other hand, Zhuang Xiaoran was astonished by what she saw. Zhuang Xiaoran saw that the two men waiting for them were releasing monstrous figures behind them. The two men opened the door, and as they gestured for them to enter, they explained that their master was inviting them for a meeting. They were politely requesting them, but the two men's faces were intimidating. Zhuang Xiaoran was sweating profusely, and she worried that no matter how she looked at it, it seemed to be a trap. The vehicle was zooming through the empty streets of the city. Tang Ka was calmly sitting inside, facing the two men, while Zhuang Xiaoran looked nervous. The two men were just sitting there, and they remained silent. Zhuang Xiaoran was nervous as she intently stared at those men. Suddenly, Tang Ka asked Zhuang Xiaoran if she noticed it too. He smiled and remarked that those two men were demons. Zhuang Xiaoran acknowledged that it was as expected and that she mentioned that her eyes were playing tricks on her when she saw those two ghostly shadows behind those men. Tang Ka explained that his nether eyes could only differentiate the demons by the colors of their demon's aura, and he inquired if Zhuang Xiaoran could see their original form. Without waiting for Zhuang Xiaoran's response, Tang Ka suggested that maybe it was the guy in her body. Zhuang Xiaoran listened intently as Tang Ka speculated that it was just maybe that the guy could assist her in becoming a demon hunter. A few moments later, Tang Ka and Zhuang Xiaoran came out of the car. The two men also just got out of the car, and as Zhuang Xiaoran and Tang Ka stood in front of a huge gate, Tang Ka questioned if they were keeping dinosaurs as pets to have such a big gate. Out of nowhere, Tang Ka mentioned that he used his nether eyes earlier, and the aura of those men shows that they are of rank A. Tang Ka noted that it was a waste to send both of those men over just to invite them. He grinned as he looked behind him and queried the two men when they were going to attack. But Tang Ka and Zhuang Xiaoran were horrified when they saw that the men were undressing themselves, and Tang Ka demanded to know what they were doing. The men requested pardon and explained that they didn't wish to trash their clothes as they cost a lot. One of the men disclosed that, in order to prevent misunderstandings, he will simply state it, and the other clarified that they have just trespassed on private property. Thus, they have the right to start attacking, but of course, that was done so that they could fight without consequences. Zhuang Xiaoran asked Tang Ka what those two men meant, and Tang Ka responded that, other than special circumstances, any demons with a legal identity will have to face harsh penalties if they harm humans. Tang Ka pointed out that those men were using loopholes in the contract they accepted to have a fight with him. As they released their ominous aura, one of the men conveyed that it was an order from their boss, and the other conveyed that Tang Ka was only worthy to meet the boss if he could win within 5 minutes. One of the men suggested that, for safety precautions, he requested that Zhuang Xiaoran stay far away. The two men started to transform, and Zhuang Xiaoran quickly ran away from the scene. They transformed into ferocious wolf-like demons, and their howls filled the area. But instead of being startled, Tang Ka looked excited. The two demons charged at Tang Ka, and Tang Ka just calmly stood there. One of the demons attacked Tang Ka, and he managed to dodge it, which caused the demon to hit the ground and destroy it. Tang Ka commented that the demon's speed wasn't bad. The demon responded with a glare at Tang Ka. It jumped off the ground to follow Tang Ka, who was up in the air. While one of the demons charged at Tang Ka was unaware that the other demon was already behind him. But before the demon behind him could attack, Tang Ka managed to notice it. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiaoran was watching the fight unfold in the sky, and she could see that Tang Ka was in a pinch. She was worried, and she exclaimed that it was dangerous. But Tang Ka was still calm, and he still had his hands in his pockets despite the situation. Tang Ka grinned and admitted that he initially claimed that he would only need to use his legs to gain victory, but it seemed like he underestimated them. He removed his hand from his pocket. A huge explosion occurred in the sky, and it created a strong gust of wind that affected Zhuang Xiaoran. It was powerful that the dust and debris beneath her feet were blown away. Zhuang Xiaoran was only able to open one of her eyes, and she was astonished by what she saw. Tang Ka was throwing punches at both demons at an incredible speed without making too much effort. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiaoran managed to open both her eyes, but she was wondering what happened. She could see multiple explosions in the air accompanied by loud banging sounds, but she wondered why she couldn't see anything. Back into the fight, Tang Ka still looked calm while he injured the two agitated demons by bombarding them with punches. The two demons were surprised when Tang Ka suddenly grabbed their heads and declared that it was over. Tang Ka slammed the demon heads against each other and he announced that he was done, so both of them should go cool down. The two demons were both surprised and confused by what just happened. On the other hand, Zhuang Xiao Ran was still looking up, trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, one of the demons that was falling flew past her. The demon crashed on the ground with a loud boom, just a few meters from Zhuang Xiao Ran. Zhuang Xiao Ran quickly turned to look where the sound was coming from, and she was wondering if it was an explosion and if something flew over her. Suddenly, something crashed and created another explosion on the other side. It was the other demon, and Tang Ka was slamming him into the ground. While squatting on top of the demon, Tang Ka questioned him if he was admitting defeat. The demon was enraged, and he declared that they, the Turbo Wolf, will not admit defeat as long as there is a glimpse of hope, so Tang Ka should come and they should fight. Tang Ka immediately swung his fist to deliver a punch, and he remarked that the Turbo Wolf has guts, so he shall not hold back. The Turbo Wolf was alarmed when he felt something. At that moment, he received a chilling feeling. The Turbo Wolf felt that there was something in that normal punch. He felt that the pressure in the punch was enough to destroy a city. The Turbo Wolf was immediately terrified. Before Tang Ka could deliver his punch, the Turbo Wolf quickly wagged his tail and nervously admitted defeat. Zhuang Xiao Ran was shocked by what she heard, and she exclaimed that only 5 seconds had passed since the start of the fight, so she wondered what she missed and why the fierce-looking uncle admitted defeat. The other Turbo Wolf was also wagging his tail and admitted that since his big brother admitted defeat, he would too, which surprised Zhuang Xiao Ran again, and she wondered why he was shaking his tail too. A few moments later, one of the Turbo Wolves mentioned that since they had heard of Tang Ka's prowess, they resolved that by putting their lives on the line, they could hold out against him for 5 minutes. The other one acknowledged that if they succeeded, it would have been an honor for their tribe. But the other Turbo Wolf confessed that they were naive and they couldn't even last 5 seconds. The Turbo Wolves returned to their human form, and they kneeled as they pleaded for Tang Ka's forgiveness with their highest honor. Zhuang Xiao Ran had her back turned towards the two men while they kneeled in front of Tang Ka, and apologized, and Tang Ka requested that they put on their pants first. Suddenly, the huge gates opened. The two men watched as Zhuang Xiao Ran and Tang Ka walked ahead, and as Zhuang Xiao Ran asked Tang Ka if that was it, Tang Ka confirmed and that after the first few blows, he lost interest, so he didn't want to continue fighting. As they continued to watch Tang Ka and Zhuang Xiao Ran, one of the men asked their brother how many punches they managed to get in, and as the brother admitted that it was 1 punch, he revealed that he managed to hit Tang Ka twice. He asked his brother if he had that feeling where it didn't even come close to hitting Tang Ka's physical body when he struck him. The man commented that it was as if there was an invisible wall protecting Tang Ka. The other man mentioned that he thought it was just a misjudgment and that it was indeed suspicious that there wasn't even a scratch on Tang Ka's clothes. The man remarked that it was the same as the legend that Tang Ka is an unidentifiable monster. Meanwhile, Tang Ka was annoyed, while Zhuang Xiao Ran seemed to be interrogating him. Zhuang Xiao Ran asked Tang Ka how old he was to be that strong and if it could be that his master had passed all his skills on to him. She passed by an inconspicuous rock that was lying on the grass. But then, behind that rock, there was a small creature that was watching them intently. Zhuang Xiao Ran confessed that she had a confession to make, and Tang Ka got curious. She admitted that she was not the one who accepted the job. Tang Ka inquired where the job came from, and Zhuang Xiao Ran replied that she didn't know either, but Tang Ka already promised her that as long as she got them a job, their partnership would be sealed, so he could no longer back out. A few moments later, one of the men called their master, and as he announced that the guests had arrived, the master welcomed them. When the masked man saw Tang Ka, he declared that he heard Tang Ka use 5 seconds to defeat the Turbo Wolves. He boasted that his sword wanted a taste of Tang Ka's blood and asked if Tang Ka had heard him. Zhuang Xiao Ran remarked that it sounded so lame. On the other hand, Tang Ka questioned the masked man if it was for real that his sword spoke, and as he teased him that he should let him hear it again, Zhuang Xiao Ran mocked Tang Ka for being a dimwit because the masked man was provoking him. The masked man claimed that those scars on the Turbo Wolves were caused by him. He added that in addition to that, it only took him 2 seconds to defeat them. Suddenly, a fly came buzzing above the masked man. The masked man quickly drew his sword and swung it multiple times in the air. The fly was cut into multiple pieces. The masked man challenged them to see which one was faster, his sword or Tang Ka's punches. He swung his sword at Tang Ka, but Tang Ka looked uninterested. The masked man used his skill, Flying Fish Rising Sun. But the masked man was surprised when he got sent flying and crashed into the window. He was blown away and crashed into the ground outside. The masked man exclaimed that Tang Ka didn't even try to dodge his attack, and he was pretty sure he cut him, but it seemed like Tang Ka was completely uninjured and still managed to throw a punch. Tang Ka walked towards the masked man. The masked man was astonished when he saw Tang Ka. Tang Ka stated that he hated rude bastards like the masked man the most, especially ones that attacked for no apparent reason. The master clapped and commended that it was as expected of the top performer in Yao Chengxi. He praised Tang Ka for even managing to defeat his strongest bodyguard, so the job was his. The master explained that his son went missing in a haunted mansion, and last night, Yao Chengxi had already sent someone to check the situation out. But he revealed that they couldn't find anything, and he believed that his son must still be inside the mansion. So if it was the work of a demon, the demon must have been skilled enough to evade detection from Yao Chengxi. The master pleaded with Tang Ka to save his precious son, and he offered his entire fortune. Tang Ka was excited when he heard about the strong demon, while Zhuang Xiaoran got excited when she heard about the master's entire fortune. Tang Ka agreed and accepted the job, while Zhuang Xiaoran vowed that they would find the master's son. Suddenly, the master was surprised. His son just walked past Zhuang Xiaoran. Zhuang Xiaoran was horrified when she saw the boy. A sinister soul was latched onto the boy, and the boy's eyes looked empty. The master asked what happened to his son and why he was in a vegetative state. Tang Ka replied that the boy seemed to be in a state of shock, so he wondered what he saw, and the master pleaded for his baby boy to wake up. Zhuang Xiaoran stated that something was on top of the boy. She explained that there was a shadow of a spirit that seemed to be in pain. Tang Ka cursed and claimed that the mummy's sight skill seemed to be as powerful as his. The master asked them if something evil possessed his son, and he begged them to save him. Tang Ka warned that part of the boy's soul had been lost, and if his soul remained incomplete by midnight, he would die. The master lamented that the boy's mother had long since passed away, and he was only left with his son, so he would give Tang Ka all his wealth and pleaded that he had to save the boy. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoran noticed something. She took a step forward to take a closer look. Zhuang Xiaoran reported that there seemed to be something inside the boy's right ear, and it was red in color. Tang Ka offered to take a look. He used his skill, Ghost Revealer Instant Skill. Something started wriggling out of the boy's ear. It moved at lightning speed, and it was so fast that Tang Ka couldn't react as it went past him. Tang Ka reacted and tried to catch it between the palms of his hands, but the monster managed to change its course and dodge it. He was surprised that the monster escaped from his slap. The monster ran away quickly, and Tang Ka remarked that it was extraordinary. He went and chased after the monster. Tang Ka exclaimed that it was surprisingly fast, so he was already pumped up. The masked man watched uncomfortably as Tang Ka tried to catch the monster like he was catching a fly. He boasted that it was his chance to show off, and he used his skill, Flying Fish Sunset Glow. Tang Ka was astonished. He saw that a huge dome of aura covered the area around them. Tang Ka still continued to chase after the monster. Suddenly, the masked man appeared in front of Tang Ka and swung his sword at the monster. The monster was cut in half. The masked man declared that his sword seemed to be faster. Tang Ka looked pissed with what the masked man did. Suddenly, the master and Zhuang Xiaoran arrived, and the master asked Tang Ka if he managed to catch it and what it was. The masked man was talking to Tang Ka, and he challenged him to another fight because he lost in the previous one due to carelessness. But Tang Ka ignored him and observed that the green aura from the monster seemed familiar. The masked man boasted that his skills were awesome because no matter how small or fast something might be, as long as it was within his attack range, it was instant slash. Tang Ka was surprised that the monster became a black bean. He wondered if it was Scattering Bean's skill, if it wasn't the Fang Sect Taoism art, and if they weren't extinct. Meanwhile, at the top of a huge building, a man was sitting by a huge garden, and he noted that one of the beans got destroyed. The man mused that to be able to destroy the bean, the person must be from the Mao sect. He predicted that it wouldn't be long before they met. On the other hand, the masked man explained that his elegant eagle bear tiger face could only be shown to the strong because, as an employed wanderer, it would be dangerous for his identity to be exposed. He removed his mask and said that, however, his blade confirmed that Tang Ka was qualified enough to see his face, and he introduced himself as a wanderer named Qiu Zian. But Tang Ka and Zhuang Xiaoran were already walking away, and as the master pleaded that they must get his precious son's soul back, Qiu Zian called out that Tang Ka should at least look at his face before he left. Zhuang Xiaoran asked Tang Ka if the wanderer Qiu Zian mentioned also belonged to the Taoism art sect, and Tang Ka replied that Qiu Zian was categorized under those with self-awakened aura, like in-game superpower users. Tang Ka explained that everyone had an aura, and as long as Zhuang Xiaoran didn't cause him any trouble, he would teach her later, so Zhuang Xiaoran promised she wouldn't. He began to wonder if the Fang sect were the ones who betrayed the teaching of Taoism. Tang Ka vowed to give a thorough beating. A few moments later, as they walked through the dark forest, Zhuang Xiaoran asked Tang Ka why they had to wait until night when it was going to be daybreak in about 4 hours, and Tang Ka explained that only at night would the demons that tend to hide have their aura be more prominent. They arrived at the haunted mansion, and Tang Ka urged that they should go because the earlier they finished things, the earlier they could get back home. Zhuang Xiaoran was troubled as she looked up at the haunted mansion. Suddenly, dark auras began to creep into her eyes, and the mummy warned her not to go in. Zhuang Xiaoran's left eye turned black. She could hear the mummy, and it repeatedly warned her not to go in. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered if the demon inside her body had awakened. She was stunned, and her surroundings started to warp. Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes returned to normal, but she was still shaken. She found herself in a different place and inquired where she was. When Zhuang Xiaoran saw the urn, she wondered if she was back in her consciousness. Suddenly, the mummy's hand crept out of the urn. The mummy climbed out of the urn. Zhuang Xiaoran became alarmed when she saw that. As the mummy fully emerged from the urn, Zhuang Xiaoran exclaimed that it was a mummy. Zhuang Xiaoran was terrified as she looked at the mummy's body. The mummy didn't move from the urn, and the two of them just stared at each other. Zhuang Xiaoran was horrified when the mummy began to speak. The mummy stated that Zhuang Xiaoran shouldn't go in because he didn't want to be locked up again. The mummy yelled and protested that he didn't want to be locked up again. Zhuang Xiaoran saw the mummy's memory of how it was locked up. The mummy was alone in a dark place. Tears fell down Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes as she saw the mummy's situation. Suddenly, Tang Ka called Zhuang Xiaoran, and as she was brought back to reality, she was in tears, and she wondered why she cried. Tang Ka asked Zhuang Xiaoran why she was crying and remarked that she might as well stay there if she was that scared. Zhuang Xiaoran explained that it wasn't that, and it seemed that she went back to her consciousness. She shared that she met a human mummy, and it also turned into a faceless child. Zhuang Xiaoran explained that the mummy seemed to have been locked in an urn for a long time, and she could even feel his fear, pain, and loneliness. She admitted that she was not sure why she felt sad but still wanted to. Tang Ka wondered why his heart ached looking at Zhuang Xiaoran's expression. He suggested that perhaps those were the human mummy's memories, and Zhuang Xiaoran and the mummy merged, so it was normal to have some of its memories. Zhuang Xiaoran requested Tang Ka to wait and mentioned that the mummy also advised her not to enter. Tang Ka asked Zhuang Xiaoran what she saw. Zhuang Xiaoran replied that it was nothing, and she was not sure if she was affected by it. But just by standing in front of the gate, she felt a great sense of unease. Tang Ka noted that he was thinking why the human mummy ran off in advance previously, and it turned out that not only was its sight skill better than his, it also had super strong senses. He asked Zhuang Xiaoran what she was afraid of with him around and insisted that if there was any danger, she should just stand behind him. Tang Ka's back was reflected in Zhuang Xiaoran's eyes as she looked at him intently. Zhuang Xiaoran recalled Tang Ka's words as she remembered his smiling face when they first met. She recalled how he stood in front of her and protected her. Zhuang Xiaoran confessed that although Tang Ka is self-centered, narcissistic, petty, and a dimwit, those words he spoke gave her a sense of security. She called Tang Ka and pleaded that he should wait for her because it was too dark, and she was scared. Zhuang Xiaoran asked Tang Ka if she could walk slower because she was really scared. But Tang Ka refused, saying he couldn't do that because he was pumped up for the fight. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoran felt something when she took a step. She became alarmed and terrified. Zhuang Xiaoran explained that just then she felt a shiver up her spine, as if someone was watching her in the dark, and in addition, the surrounding atmosphere changed. She called Tang Ka and urged him to quickly come with her. A few moments later, Zhuang Xiaoran stopped abruptly. She observed that it was as expected. Zhuang Xiaoran and Tang Ka exited the mansion, but they were already standing at the edge of a cliff. The entire haunted mansion was now floating in the air. Zhuang Xiaoran asked if they were in the sky. She inquired how when they just entered. Tang Ka responded that they couldn't be in the sky in the blink of an eye. He remarked that they should be in another dimension. Tang Ka cracked his fingers. Zhuang Xiaoran asked Tang Ka what he was doing. Tang Ka used his skill, Talisman Activation Lightning, and declared that he was going to use brute force to break through that dimension. He threw 3 huge balls of lightning up into the sky. Tang Ka used his skill, Lightning Strike Break. The sky crackled as the lightning hit it. But after it was done, Zhuang Xiaoran remarked that nothing had changed, and Tang Ka was left speechless. Tang Ka admitted that it was something if his skill had no effect, and Zhuang Xiaoran observed that it seemed like Tang Ka's pride was hurt. Zhuang Xiaoran commented that it was weird because even Tang Ka's strike was useless, so she wondered how the child went back, and Tang Ka suggested that they should go because as long as they found the spellcaster, they would know the answer. The haunted mansion got more eerie than it had been before. Zhuang Xiaoran and Tang Ka entered the mansion again. Tang Ka asked what was going on and remarked that he couldn't feel any demonic or spiritual aura, so it seemed like another expert at hiding. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the floor behind Zhuang Xiaoran's feet. Tang Ka asked Zhuang Xiaoran if she was sensing anything, and Zhuang Xiaoran replied no. Unaware of the hand beside her, Zhuang Xiaoran asked Tang Ka if it meant that they couldn't go out if they couldn't find the spellcaster. Zhuang Xiaoran was horrified when the tongue coming out of the hand beside her licked her face. She screamed, and the hand quickly retreated back into the floor. As Tang Ka asked Zhuang Xiaoran what that scream was for, he was unaware that the hand emerged beside him. The hand quickly charged towards Tang Ka, but without looking, Tang Ka instinctively grabbed the hand that was charging at him. Tang Ka turned to look at what he caught. He saw that he held the hand that looked nervous. Tang Ka questioned what that disgusting thing was and quickly let go of the hand. The demon suddenly remarked that Tang Ka seemed stronger. He giggled and muttered that it had been a long time since he touched a female, and it was still as delicious. Tang Ka demanded that the demon stop its fishy act and come out. The demon emerged from the wall. Tang Ka was surprised when he saw that. A loud, booming sound resounded all over the place as the demon continued to emerge from the wall. The demon commanded Tang Ka to leave the female, and he would spare his life. Tang Ka instructed Zhuang Xiaoran to move further behind him. He observed that the demonic aura was 5 times stronger than the human mummy. The demon lunged towards Tang Ka. Tang Ka commented that it seemed like the trip wasn't a waste after all because he finally met a worthy opponent. The demon loomed over Tang Ka. He remarked that Tang Ka seemed unfazed, so he must have been sent by the Yao Chengxi, and Tang Ka retorted that he should stop yapping and that they should fight. The demon replied that Tang Ka shouldn't be so eager because their boss finally allowed humans in, so it would be a pity if their fight ended too early. He suggested that they should play a game. But Tang Ka snapped that he was getting angry because the demon was bullfishing too much. Suddenly, a hand emerged from Zhuang Xiaoran's cheeks. Multiple hands emerged from her face, and they all lunged towards Tang Ka. Tang Ka was alarmed as the hands wrapped themselves around him and restrained him. The demon warned that Tang Ka shouldn't even try to force it open because the places he touches will allow his hands to grow. He explained that if Tang Ka tries to destroy his hands, Zhuang Xiaoran will get hurt and maybe turn into a pool of blood. Tang Ka quickly asked Zhuang Xiaoran if she felt alright and if she felt anything on her body, and Zhuang Xiaoran replied no, but she was worried about him. Tang Ka thought about how Zhuang Xiaoran had no weird feelings. The demon suddenly shouted that Tang Ka should look out for himself. His hands that were wrapped around Tang Ka suddenly moved. The hands restraining Tang Ka suddenly tightened. Zhuang Xiaoran was terrified when she saw what happened. Tang Ka screamed in pain, and Zhuang Xiaoran tried to call him. The demon admitted that he was lying when he claimed that Zhuang Xiaoran could get hurt because if he had that power, he would have laid his hands on Tang Ka, and he laughed as he mocked that humans are always swayed by emotions. He snickered and added that he forgot to tell Tang Ka. The demon explained that the longer his hands had Tang Ka trapped, the stronger the grip got, so he bet Tang Ka was in great pain at the moment. But soon he would be silent. Zhuang Xiaoran clenched her fist, and she looked enraged. The demon declared that it was their time to play. But Zhuang Xiaoran was able to dodge the demon's advances. She grabbed the hands that were coming out of her face. Zhuang Xiaoran ripped those hands apart. She threw those hands away. The hands began to disappear from Zhuang Xiaoran's face, and she glared at the demon. The demon wondered why Zhuang Xiaoran's aura suddenly changed into that of a monster. Zhuang Xiaoran swung her fist, and the demon was taken aback. She managed to land a powerful punch on the demon's face while it was caught off guard. Zhuang Xiaoran's punch was so powerful that it sent the demon flying. The demon crashed into the wall. Zhuang Xiaoran commented that she didn't expect Tang Ka to faint. She assured that it was okay. Zhuang Xiaoran vowed that before Tang Ka regains consciousness, she would use the human mummy's power to protect him. The demon accused Zhuang Xiaoran of being a witch and said he wouldn't forgive her. Four hands suddenly emerged from the floor. The demon taunted that they should see how long Zhuang Xiaoran would last. Zhuang Xiaoran stated that since she decided to become a member of Yao Chengxi, she couldn't always rely on Tang Ka when encountering danger. She explained that her body had changed and she currently had the capability of fighting. Zhuang Xiaoran mentioned that it was just that the demonic aura of the demon was 5 times stronger than that of the one hiding in her body, so she literally couldn't beat it even if she tried her best. She added that all she could do was deal with the demon for a while. Zhuang Xiaoran expressed that she should persevere until Tang Ka woke up, and they would have hope of winning. The demon's hands charged towards Zhuang Xiaoran. They lunged at her at an incredible speed. Zhuang Xiaoran muttered that she could do it, but she was horrified when she realized something, and she wondered why the tail hadn't come out. Zhuang Xiaoran flinched as she saw that the hands were about to grab her and she was defenseless. Suddenly, Tang Ka released his aura and deflected the demon's hands. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered where the wind came from. Tang Ka commented that Zhuang Xiaoran did well. He remarked that being protected by a girl was not his style, and Zhuang Xiaoran responded that it was great that he was back. Tang Ka accused Zhuang Xiaoran of lying to him, and as he asked if she claimed that such little strength could really strangle him, Zhuang Xiaoran admitted that she pretended that. He inquired if Zhuang Xiaoran didn't want to become part of Yao Chengxi and said that it was counted as a small test for her. Tang Ka asked Zhuang Xiaoran if her tail couldn't come out to protect her automatically when she was in danger, and while Zhuang Xiaoran was lost for words, Tang Ka queried if she knew why it didn't come out at that time. He asked if when those disgusting hands grew on Zhuang Xiaoran's face, she experienced any special feeling, and when she replied, no, he deduced it. Tang Ka insisted that the demon was not that strong at all and that he actually could release a fake demonic aura. He explained that that kind of bluffing disguise spirit must be the lowest D-class demon spirit. Tang Ka jumped off the floor. He leaped towards the demon, and the demon was surprised. Tang Ka landed right in front of the demon. He unleashed his aura and challenged the demon to see what a real aura was. The demon felt the powerful pressure coming from Tang Ka. He reflected on how he initially claimed that Tang Ka was just a brat, but his strength was unbelievable that just in a blink of an eye, the pressure he gave him weighed tons, and he couldn't even breathe, so he pondered how such a powerful aura could exist in humans. The demon was alarmed, and he blurted that he felt like he was going to throw up. Tang Ka observed that the demon was deflating. The demon's head completely deflated and fell on the floor. Zhuang Xiaoran was astonished by what she saw. Tang Ka noted that they spent such a long time just dealing with an old housekeeper, and they might have asked for some more information, but he already fainted. Seeing the real face of the demon, Zhuang Xiaoran cursed and exclaimed that it was disgusting. But the demon wouldn't be able to run after waking up like that anyway. Zhuang Xiaoran seemed a bit disappointed as she gazed at the old man stuck on the wall. Tang Ka suggested that they should go because if the demon was the housekeeper there, presumably the owner was upstairs. Suddenly, the demon asked Tang Ka if he was still looking for the boss with just him and mocked that he was such a little devil whose hair hadn't grown up enough and was really a frog in the well. Tang Ka inquired what the demon meant and insisted that he was pretending to be dead. He mentioned that his hands were suddenly itchy and added that his hair was very thick. The demon taunted that Tang Ka was too easy to trick because his aim was the woman going with him. A portal suddenly appeared behind Zhuang Xiaoran, and hands grew out of it. As Zhuang Xiaoran was dragged into the portal, the demon declared that as long as Tang Ka wasn't with the women, there would be no problem anymore. Zhuang Xiaoran believed that the house was clean just a second before. She wondered why it was suddenly full of strange colors. Zhuang Xiaoran was alarmed when she saw the red liquid splatters on the bed. She wondered to herself if that was the silhouette of a person. Zhuang Xiaoran considered that although she could only smell a little bit, she could be sure that it was rust and it couldn't be blood, so she wondered if she could not only see the human soul but also the bloodstains that have long faded. She surmised that it seemed to be a family portrait and should be a photo of the host there. Zhuang Xiaoran supposed that those big and one small were probably the owner's wife and his child, and she wondered why the picture was all scratched. She wondered if it could be said that the figure on the bed was really their child, and she felt that the place was ghastly, so it was certainly a haunted house. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered if there was a blood trace of being dragged. She wondered where that creepy blood trace led to. Zhuang Xiaoran reasoned that since it gave her such an obvious clue, there must be something waiting for her at the source. She concluded that the room must be their child's room, but there was not much blood there. Zhuang Xiaoran stopped in front of the puddle of blood in the room. She noted that there was only that puddle of blood on the floor, and she wondered if it was that the child was hurt from that room, and she was dragged to the master bedroom and was brutally killed on the bed. She speculated that if the murderer's weapon was a knife, he would have stabbed countless times on the child's body. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered what kind of excellent family would be so cruel to a child, and maybe the guy was not human at all. She noticed something behind her. It was a notebook lying on top of a drawer. When Zhuang Xiaoran opened the notebook, she saw a child's drawing of the family with their dog. She flipped on the next page and saw a drawing where the man was beating his wife. On the next page, Zhuang Xiaoran saw a drawing of a key being tossed into the dog's mouth while the child was crying, and it was written that it was her father's secret. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered what made the homeowner become like that. She reflected that their family dog was also killed and it must be the dead one in the jar, but it was impossible that the father killed his own child, and she wondered why he must throw the key into the dog's mouth. She wondered what exactly the secret was. Zhuang Xiaoran resolved that she must figure it out. She saw a knife and observed that there were blood stains on it, so it must be the murder weapon, and she bet she could make use of it. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered if the key would really be inside the dog's stomach and why a catching spirit would encounter such a thing so unexpectedly. But she knew that no matter what, because she chose to become a member of the Demon City Division, she would definitely be able to do that. Zhuang Xiaoran apologized to the little dog and broke its container. She vowed that he would swear that she would just do that kind of thing once in her life, and she hoped that by doing that, she could find the 7 spirits of the young master sooner. Zhuang Xiaoran hoped that Tang Ka would definitely be impressed by her by that time, but she wondered where she could use the key. She realized that she knew it and that there seemed to be a safe at the corner of the room. Zhuang Xiaoran determined that it was as expected, and she wondered if the secret was written in the notebook. She was surprised when she took a closer look at the notebook. There were a lot of words written aggressively on it. The man wrote that it was the most painful day in his life as his family has been in the dead end and everything in the workshop has already been taken away by the employees. He said that he inherently wanted to bring Li Mei and Yu Yu a happy life, but he couldn't make it. And for him, they are truly 2 angels, but he couldn't do anything for him. And as a man, he feels that he was too useless. On the next page, the man wrote that the most judicious thing he has done in his life was meeting Li Mei. Moreover, she gave him the most lovely daughter, and he realized that he may have spent so much time on business work that he has ignored his own family. He said that he was a person who just knows how to make money for family, and he actually hasn't asked Li Mei what she wanted once, and she was also the only person who was always by his side, so he loves her very much. He said that there is an ancient house in a suburban area where all of them could move and live together, which is the most important thing. On the next page, the man wrote that Li Mei said that a life in that cozy home was far better than making money at the workshop, and they could help educate Yu Yu together, which could also make her happier, and living a simple life in that way was better than he imagined. On the next page, the man wrote that it was absolutely impossible and Li Mei wasn't that race of people, so the letter must be a fake one as the one Li Mei loves is him. He said that he must not misunderstand her as there is no way she will join hands with other people to harm him and that it must be the male worker who tried to cause problems in their relationship, so he must have him out earlier. On the next page, the man wrote that the male worker has left for a month, but he doesn't know why he and Li Mei aren't getting well with each other anymore. He said that he shouldn't be distrustful of her, but he thinks he usually has illusions, headaches, and nightmares at that time, so he wondered if they felt unjustly and secretly spiked his drink, and he said that he has realized recently that Yu Yu doesn't look like him at all. On the next page, the man wrote that he usually sees something black in his illusions and sometimes it could smile at him. He said that Li Mei deserves to die as she definitely spiked his drink and he already doubted that she did something shady with the male worker, and Yu Yu must be their whoresome. He said that he killed the dog that was raised by the male worker while Yu Yu just kept crying so his head was about to blow up, and he repeatedly wrote that they should die. On the next page, the man wrote that they were all finally killed, and he hoped that the spell that was given by the old lady living at the bottom of the mountain would work, as he burned Li Mei into ashes and he also sucked out all the blood of Yu Yu, making it a dry mummy, and stamped the spell because, in that way, they couldn't meet each other anymore even if they became ghosts, and Yu Yu's soul would be trapped in that ancient house forever, so he could already be assured to go. Zhuang Xiaoran was surprised with what she read. She immediately began throwing up in front of the safe. Zhuang Xiaoran realized that she didn't feel so nauseous when she digged out the dog's body, and as she wondered if the owner of the house was a devil, she reflected that even his own wife and daughter were killed under his hands, and she couldn't believe it as the methods were extremely cruel. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoran heard a noise coming out of the closet. The closet's doors slowly opened, and it released a powerful, dark aura. Zhuang Xiaoran believed that the cabinet opened by itself. She suspected that it was the evil spirit of that father or his child, and in short, there is an ominous premonition. Zhuang Xiaoran considered that if the tail still doesn't come out, it should be something she could handle, and most likely, it was the demon spirit that created that dimension. She wondered what it was exactly. Zhuang Xiaoran supposed that it seemed that only she had the ability to verify it herself. But she stopped when she realized that everything went so smoothly. Zhuang Xiaoran concluded that from the beginning, the child's soul led her into that room, and she discovered a series of clues, and eventually, the cabinet suddenly opened so it looked like she was led by the nose. She realized that in addition, the uncle demon spirit has the ability to emit fake demon breath, so she couldn't eliminate the circumstance that there are some demon spirits that could hide their demon breath, and what was more, there are often such deadly bids in movies. Zhuang Xiaoran reflected that she is not as invincible as Tang Ka, and the reason why she could live by herself up to that point was because she had done things carefully, but she was too eager for those obvious clues earlier. She decided that she could not touch the cabinet, and the most important thing at the moment was to find Tang Ka and to complete the task together. Zhuang Xiaoran feared that in case of being caught by the demon spirit, not only will it not help Tang Ka, she will become his burden. Suddenly, Yu Yu asked Zhuang Xiaoran to help her, and she begged her to help her. Yu Yu stated that only Zhuang Xiaoran could relieve her. She explained that Zhuang Xiaoran shouldn't be afraid because if she wanted to hurt her, she would have soon attacked her from behind. Zhuang Xiaoran asked Yu Yu if she was the child. Yu replied that she brought Zhuang Xiao ran over just to let her know about her story because maybe she could believe what she told. She suggested that in return, he could tell Zhuang Xiao ran the secret of that house because, if she guessed it right, they had come for the little brother in the hat. Zhuang Xiao ran asked Yu if she knew where the boy's 7 spirits were. Yu mentioned that as long as Zhuang Xiao ran tears off the strange paper from her body, she could tell her everything she knows. Zhuang Xiao ran was about to confirm where it must be, but before she could finish her sentence, Yu confirmed yes and that it was in the cabinet. Zhuang Xiao ran quickly opened the cabinet. She was horrified with what she saw inside. Zhuang Xiao ran realized that the man actually could do that to his own daughter, so there was no humanity at all, and from the stories in the diary, the mother didn't look like a person who would cheat her husband. She wondered what made Yu's father so crazy like that. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiao ran saw the vision where Sui Kaio's hand tried to reach out from a jar. A lot of people tried to close the jar, and Sui Kaio tried his best to stop them. But the jar got finally closed, and everyone around celebrated. Zhuang Xiao ran's eyes suddenly turned dark. She quickly ripped the paper nailed onto Yu's body. Yu's soul started transforming. Her soul seemed to have been relieved. Yu thanked Zhuang Xiao ran for helping her out, and she added that she could already go to heaven to meet her father and mother. She noticed that Zhuang Xiao ran transformed, and she tried to call her. But Sui Kaio was the one who answered, and he declared that he was not Zhuang Xiao ran. He introduced himself to Yu and announced that his name was Sui Kaio. Sui Kaio swung his tail. Yu was taken aback when Sui Kaio cut her soul in half. Sui Kaio remarked that he really wanted to see who could have that courage to want to lock him up again. At the same time, in Tang Ka's position, he asked what the demons were afraid of and noted that there was no demon spirit, which was willing to reveal some information. But he knew that there was an enchantment on the 2nd floor that could be entered. But he almost looked everywhere in the 1st floor. Tang Ka wondered what would happen if Han Long Kui knew that he secretly took Zhuang Xiao ran out to find a private job and even lost her track. A lightning strike illuminated the dark, eerie forests. A man carried a crying baby while walking under the rain. The man ran quickly when he saw that there was a mansion up ahead. Inside the mansion, the baby's cries echoed through the hallway. The baby lay on the floor and cried its heart out. The man was annoyed by the baby's crying. He got out of the room and left the baby behind. Suddenly, a lot of rats peeked through a huge hole with their gleaming eyes. One of the rats shrieked as if it were ordering the others. The rats quickly charged forward and attacked the baby. Back in the present, streaks of light hovered above the mansion. Sui Kaio stated that Yu was already free. Yu realized the reason why his little brother Mouse wanted to keep Zhuang Xiao ran there. She believed that it must be the demon spirit inside Zhuang Xiao ran's body. Meanwhile, Sui Kaio just stared intently at Yu. Yu remarked that she could clearly feel that Sui Kaio was just like her, that they were all lonely kids. Sui Kaio suddenly felt that there was a sense of oppression. Yu mentioned that Sui Kaio broke her soul, and the little brother Mouse was angry, so she requested that Sui Kaio listen to her carefully before she disappeared. She explained that the mouse could manipulate the space of that house, and any attack is invalid, so it cannot be eliminated in that parallel space. Yu noted that, in other words, the mouse was invincible. But she added that there may be a way to defeat it. Yu revealed that she had seen the mouse before, but before she could say what it was, she was cut off. The hands from the portal quickly covered Yu's mouth. Yu was dragged into the portal. Sui Kaio observed that the gate hasn't closed yet. He commented that it seemed like it was left for him. Sui Kaio entered and passed through the other side of the portal. He asked the mouse if it was him who wanted to lock him up. The mouse declared that it was okay if Sui Kaio broke Yu's soul because, as long as he ate her, they could still be together. Sui Kaio was facing a humanoid mouse. The mouse announced that since Yu was gone, he had to change her with Sui Kaio, and he had to play with him. Sui Kaio warned that the mouse should let Yu out, or else he will hit him until he spits it all out. The mouse complained that the thing he hates the most is when others are angry at him. He threatened that if his elder brother was still not obedient, he had to eat him too. Sui Kaio replied that the mouse could try. He quickly charged towards the mouse to attack. The mouse asked Sui Kaio if Yu hadn't told him about something. He proclaimed that in the parallel space, he is the god. The mouse pinched his thumb and index finger together. Suddenly, Sui Kaio's feet got twisted. Sui Kaio was alarmed when he saw what happened. He screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. The mouse stated that he was really sorry because Sui Kaio was not obedient. He couldn't do anything else. He remarked that if Sui Kaio didn't want to stay with him, he was afraid that he would have to break his leg, and he asked Sui Kaio if he still wanted to go. The mouse declared that he let those demon spirits live there not because he wanted them to play with him. He explained those demon spirits could help him get to where humans live and get something she wanted, so he kept them there. The mouse mentioned that the brother in a hat who came the other day was just like them. He noted that they are lonely inside, so if the kid stayed with him, they could have a lot of great time together. He asserted that he had everything to eat and play there, but the kid told him that there was nothing missing at home and begged him to let him go back, so he ate half of the kid's soul. The mouse proclaimed that as long as one enters his pace, no matter how well they hide, he still knows exactly what they are and that he has heard about Suikayo because there is a rumor that eating his meat could strengthen the demon's breath. He suggested that Suikayo leave his hands and feet there and he would let him go. Suikayo slowly sat back up. He did his best and he trembled as he stood up. Suikayo uttered that the mouse could have his hands and feet, but he added that they should see if the mouse would still be alive to take them from him. Suikayo considered that when Zhuang Jiao Ran went to the room, she could subconsciously detect the blood stain by using his skills, but she couldn't do it anymore when she left that room, so in other words, that meant that the spatial ability of the demon spirit could block his skills. He believed that, however, he could observe everything in the current environment, and he was arrogant earlier, but it was currently necessary to see if there are other demon spirits that could be hidden. The mouse advised that Suikayo shouldn't look around anymore because there is no other demon spirit in that room, so he would ask Suikayo again if he wanted to stay with him. Suikayo gritted his teeth. He vowed that he will kill the mouse and that he only needs to use one hand. The mouse broke his hand and asked if he meant that one. Suikayo screamed in pain again. The mouse warned that Suikayo should stop being stubborn because if he wanted to kill him at that moment, it would be as easy as pinching an ant. He complained that Suikayo was bad because his blood stained his whole body. Suikayo affirmed that the mouse was done. The mouse asked Suikayo what he had just said and commented that he couldn't hear him clearly. Suikayo retorted that he won't repeat his words to dead people. Suddenly, the blood that was splattered on the mouse began gathering. The blood created a small orb, and the mouse was horrified when he saw that. Suikayo clenched his fist as the signal. A huge explosion occurred. Suikayo was surprised. The smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, and he just sat on the floor. A lot of souls, including Yu and the little kids, came out of the mouse's body. Suikayo believed that those were fragmented souls, so logically, the mouse should be completely dead. But he wondered why he felt like the surrounding space had been unlocked but the whole house was still in a barrier. And if they still couldn't escape that house even if the mouse was killed. Suddenly, Yu called Suikayo and mentioned that she had seen the mouse's real form before, and it was a black monster. She explained that the reason the black monster became like that must be because in the past, it ate an alive baby and many mice at the same time. Yu noted that the baby's bones are on the 3rd floor, and finding his body may be able to completely wipe out the mouse. Suddenly, Yu was grabbed by the black monster. The black monster asked why everybody wanted to abandon him. Suikayo was alarmed. The black monster devoured all the souls back, and he declared that no one could leave the place. Suikayo coughed up blood. He realized that knowing that there is a baby's body might already be useless because his body has been unable to move, and the internal organs are also severely affected. Suikayo pondered about what Yu stated, that she had seen the black monster's body before. Suikayo fell face first on the floor, but the black monster was surprised when Tang Ka made the floor beneath him explode. Tang Ka's attack pierced through the black monster, and it was powerful that it also blew Suikayo away. Suikayo wondered if everything will be over that way even if he hasn't found the kid yet. On the other hand, Tang Ka remarked that there was such a huge explosion and asked what just happened. Tang Ka noticed the flesh floating around him, and he asked if he hit something. Meanwhile, Suikayo's body rolled as he landed on the floor. Tang Ka approached him. He thanked God that Zhuang Jiao Ran was there, but Tang Ka noticed Zhuang Jiao Ran's twisted arm. He also noticed Zhuang Jiao Ran's twisted leg. Tang Ka asked Zhuang Jiao Ran who made her like that. The black monster admitted that it was him. He responded that Tang Ka brought himself up there. The black monster proclaimed that since that was the case, he wanted to break all Tang Ka's arms and legs, and he wanted to destroy all his internal organs. He placed her hands around Tang Ka's figure. The black monster clenched his fist to crush Tang Ka, but Tang Ka was protected by some sort of barrier. The black monster was surprised that he couldn't touch Tang Ka, and he wondered how that was possible. Tang Ka asked the black monster if it was him who made Zhuang Jiao Ran become like that. He used his skill, Golden Nether Eye. Tang Ka pinched his index and thumb together. He snapped his finger and fired his lighting-like aura towards the black monster. Tang Ka created a spinning ball of aura, and it came towards that black monster. The black monster watched as the small ball of aura came towards him. He screamed in pain as the ball created a huge barrier and began electrocuting him. Tang Ka indicated that the black monster will be unable to move when staying inside the circle, and the lightning will burn in for 5 minutes straight. He added that it was Suikayo's turn. Suikayo lay helplessly on the ground, and all he could do was glare at Tang Ka. The black monster continued to scream in pain as it was electrocuted inside the barrier. Meanwhile, Tang Ka intimidatingly stood in front of Suikayo. Tang Ka remarked that Suikayo's consciousness was clearly sealed. He stated that it was impossible to come out in such a short time, and Suikaio should tell him quickly how he did it. Suikaio explained that it was not the right time to discuss the matter because the demon behind Tang Ka cannot be killed. He urged that if Tang Ka wanted to get out of there, he must find the demon's parasitic body, and he better go quickly because it is invincible there in its own parallel space. Tang Ka asked Suikaio if he believed that he would believe what a demon spirit that killed hundreds of lives would say. He declared that there is no 100% invincibility in that world, and even if there is, it could only be him. Suddenly, Zhuang Zhao Ran took over half her consciousness. She yelled at Tang Ka and exclaimed that he should stop beating around the bush and hurry up and do what Suikaio had said. Zhuang Zhao Ran warned that once the demon spirit's body has recovered, even for a second, it will definitely escape from them and isolate them with that infinitesimal parallel space. She added that at that time, no matter how strong Tang Ka is, there was nothing he could do, so while there are no enchantments around, Tang Ka should just find it immediately. Tang Ka acknowledged that he got it. He quickly used his golden nether eye to scan the entire mansion. Tang Ka stood there and continued to use his golden nether eye. The information quickly came back to him. Tang Ka surmised that it was on top. He quickly moved and jumped towards the upper floor. On the other hand, Suikaio thanked Zhuang Zhao Ran as his consciousness disappeared, and Zhuang Zhao Ran was surprised that Suikaio actually thanked her and even called her sister. Meanwhile, Tang Ka broke through the third floor, where the baby's body was. Tang Ka quickly burst out of the floor. He supposed that it should be the so-called parasitic body. Tang Ka saw the baby's skeleton that lay on the floor. He reflected that it should rest in peace. Meanwhile, the black monster was alarmed when his body began to dissipate. The souls that the black monster had eaten quickly escaped from his dissipating body. On the other hand, Tang Ka used his skill, Thunder Revoke, on the parasitic body. Back on the second floor, Tang Ka's barrier was gone, and the black monster's body was almost gone as well. The black monster realized that he was too careless because he originally assumed that Tang Ka was just a Taoist priest who had passed the door, but his feeling was wrong. He recalled that when they entered the yard, he already knew that there was a Ren Zhao inside Zhuang Zhao Ran. But the black monster noticed that he was completely in the dark about Tang Ka, and he wondered what the hell he actually was. He suspected that maybe Tang Ka's spiritual breath was strong that he couldn't even analyze it. The black monster has completely disappeared. But suddenly, a dark aura gathered and swirled around the room. Tang Ka asked if that guy hadn't died yet. As the swirling dark aura disappeared, it left the soul of a baby. Zhuang Zhao Ran wondered what that one was. Suddenly, the baby cried, and a green aura came out of its mouth. It stopped crying. The green aura began materializing Yu Yu's soul. Tang Ka remarked that the soul of the child was that place all the time. He noted that currently, the baby's soul is freed from the big-mouthed demon spirit so it could already ascend to heaven. Yu Yu's soul woke up. The baby's soul was crying, and he insisted that he didn't want to disappear until he saw his mother because after his soul was occupied, his consciousness always existed, but unfortunately, he couldn't control the body of the monster. He revealed that the monster used his soul and the corpses of those mice to become very powerful monsters, but he had no freedom in it. The baby's soul proclaimed that he was finally free, so all he wanted to do at that time was meet his mother, and once he met her, he would return the soul of the brother next to him. Tang Ka mentioned that every soul has different paths, so he advised the baby's soul to ascend to heaven early, and since he was threatening them by using others' souls, it meant that he didn't trust them. He observed that even if they agree to the terms of the baby's soul, the little boy's soul will disappear in less than a few hours, and it is impossible to find his mother during that short time. Tang Ka continued that not mentioning whether his mother is alive or not is not certain. The baby's soul started to crunch his face and was about to burst into tears. He declared that he didn't care and he just wanted to meet his mama. Otherwise, none of them could leave there. Tang Ka acknowledged that it is a bit difficult because he is really not suitable for coaxing children. Zhuang Zhao Ran spoke if he didn't wipe out the parasitic body, why hasn't the baby's soul disappeared? And the baby could still use its making parallel space skill. Tang Ka explained that it was the baby's evil spirit, and it is estimated that it has been parasitic and assimilated by the big-mouthed demon spirit for too long, while the big-mouthed demon spirit, if he guessed it right, is a parasitic spirit. Zhuang Zhao Ran queried what a parasitic spirit was. Tang Ka responded that he didn't know the specific attributes, but the signal was already back so he could already check it on his phone. He presumed that it should be the parasitic spirit. The phone that Tang Ka showed Zhuang Zhao Ran read that Muzai is a demon spirit that could create an independent parallel space itself, but only as large as a mouse hole. But it could evolve its own spatial ability by parasitizing a soul that is weaker than itself and constantly devouring other creatures. It says that the Muzai could remotely cause air damage to targets within 10 meters of its radius, and when the demon spirit is injured and loses consciousness, it will cause spatial chaos and open the way to the outside world. Tang Ka commented that even if they knew that information, that would not help them much at the moment. He added that moreover, the space is made by the power of the baby's soul, and because of its small range, it is much stronger than the one outside the house. So things are getting more and more interesting. Zhuang Ran indicated that when they were outside, even Tang Ka's attacks could not make a small break into that space, and she inquired if they wouldn't be trapped there if they did not agree to the baby's agreements. Tang Ka reassured that Zhuang Ran shouldn't worry because the cart will find its way round the hill when it gets there. He admitted that moreover, he didn't try his best on his attacks when they were outside, and Zhuang Ran questioned why. Tang Ka clarified that if he uses his full strength inside the space, he is afraid that it will endanger Zhuang Ran's life. Zhuang Ran stated that in other words, with that first order, not only did she not help Tang Ka with anything, but she also became such a burden for him. But Tang Ka objected no. He reiterated that Zhuang Ran was the one who helped him because she let out the parasitic spirit and broke the space. He conveyed that even if Zhuang Ran was not there, he couldn't do his best either because if he didn't control his power well, the 7 spirits of the little boy might unfortunately be eliminated too. Tang Ka imparted that there are 7 stages of his Thunder Seal technique, and Zhuang Ran has already seen 2 types of it, the first and the third one, and because most of the Thunder Seal techniques have devastating range attacks, before he went down the mountain, he promised his master that he would never use more than 2 stages of the Thunder Seal technique in the city. He affirmed that he can't use it in the current situation either, but he could try a pure physical attack, the Seal technique. Tang Ka stressed that Zhuang Ran could enjoy it pleasantly because that trick has only been seen by his master. He started releasing a powerful golden aura. Yu was alarmed and terrified when she saw Tang Ka. She immediately urged that the baby should just let them go because he already knows how strong Tang Ka is, so there is no point in making such a fuss. But the baby's soul asserted that he knew that Yu was as pitiful as he is, but at least her mom and dad have been by her side. Yu was startled when the soul of the baby started transforming. The baby's soul lamented that his father left him there, eaten by rats and possessed by monsters, and when his mother finds out that he was missing, she would be very anxious, and she would be waiting for him to go back. He demanded who dares to stop him from finding his mother and warned that he will let them die. Yu reflected that the resentment had made the baby's soul more and more demonized. She tried to reason with the baby's soul, but she was cut off. The baby's soul remarked that Yu shouldn't try to stop him anymore and she does not understand his current mood at all because at least she had a good father and he is not that lucky. He stated that he has a clear memory of the monster, and Yu's father actually was not a bad guy because the person who was parasitized by the monster first was her father. Yu was stunned when she heard what the baby's soul conveyed. The baby continued and noted that the monster was brought up by his dad, and after it possessed Yu's dad, he became suspicious of everything in their family and killed Yu. And the purpose was to turn the house into a haunted home so no one would dare to come, and they could take the house for themselves. Tears began to well up in Yu's eyes. The baby's soul mentioned that the monster made the host commit suicide because the adult's mind is completely grown and cannot be fully controlled, and later, he was chosen to feed it because the infant's mind is very fragile, and gradually, he also had a consciousness when staying inside the monster, but he seemed like he had already been controlled by it. Yu thanked the baby's soul for letting her know the truth. She responded that she knew there must be a reason why her father became like that, and the baby untied the knot of her heart. Yu pondered that she knew the story of the baby's mother too, but her heart could not allow her to tell him about that. She looked melancholic. Yu recalled that after being killed by her dad, she didn't know how long she slept until she woke up. She realized that when she found herself in a state of a soul, she was completely terrified. Yu recalled that she had tried her best to get out, but there was a mysterious power that wrapped her up in that space, and she could not escape no matter how hard she tried. She perceived that she discovered her corpse, and there was a strange paper on the top of her head. Yu surmised that despite her fear, she wanted to get rid of it, tear it off her body, because she knew that its existence was related to her confinement there. She concluded that as expected, the strange piece of paper was really the thing that locked her freedom up, and she gradually figured out that she had nothing left except for her little consciousness. Yu believed that there was no more fear, no more tears, and she even almost forgot who she was, and at that time, apart from loneliness, there was another kind of feeling that was growing overwhelmingly in her mind. She recognized that it was resentment. Yu recalled that she was interrupted by a sound when she was full of murderous intentions, and that was the crying sound of a baby. She supposed that it was her auditory hallucinations, but immediately afterwards, she could hear an argument outside the house. Yu observed that she could not hear its content clearly, but she witnessed a terrible scene. The baby's mother questioned why he wanted to hide their son in the house and was even threatening her not to report to the officer. The father exclaimed if she was crazy and clarified that their master's family has nothing related to him. But the mother expressed that she saw the fake letter the father wrote to Li Mei when she took out the garbage, and she had grown up with Li Mei since she was a child, and she was the one who knew her best, so she demanded what his intention was in provoking the relationship between their master and Li Mei. She indicated that their masters have no relatives and the father has been keeping an inquisitive eye on their house, and she wondered if he thought he could take the house for himself since they were all dead. The father insisted that the mother should not pass the buck because it was their master who went crazy and caused their family to die, so whatever happened is none of his business. The mother revealed that she secretly followed the father and saw that he went to the old witch's house in the town and took the censer, and at first, she didn't care about it because she didn't believe those things at all. But she explained that just after their master used the censer, he went crazy, so there must be something in it. The father insisted that the mother should stop being so unreasonable and questioned if she thought that the security guards would believe her in what she expressed. He asked why she was being so stubborn. The mother urged to tell her why he buried the body under the tree after their master committed suicide and if he didn't just want to hide that they are dead. She affirmed that the father imitated their master's handwriting and transferred the house to his name, and he also deceived the parents of the students, saying that they had run away because of debt. The mother wondered how he was going to justify himself after the body was found by the guards. She added that their master and Li Mei were good to them, so the father was really inhuman. The mother was unaware that the father was wielding a stone behind her, ready to bash her head. Do you recall that when she saw that scene, the terrifying killing intent was printed in her consciousness, and since then, she decided to suppress the inexplicable killing intent in her body until that day. She reckoned that the father, after dealing with the corpses, got into the house and was never seen again. The father was startled when he entered the house. He saw the huge rat monster, which had its back turned towards him. The father was horrified when the rat monster noticed him and started turning towards him. The rat monster called him Daddy. The father was terrified, and he tried to run away, but the monster chased after him with its multiple huge mouths. In an instant, the father's body was shredded into pieces and was eaten by the monster. You believe that those two people must be the baby's mother and father, but he was not alone anymore. The baby was stunned when he felt Yu's embrace. Yu's soul started melting away as she hugged the baby's soul. On the other hand, Tang Ka stopped in his tracks. He observed what was happening, and he was confused. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if it was an illusion, and she considered that it was because the children she saw before were Yu's made-up illusion too. The baby was happy as he looked up to Yu. Yu has created an illusion of the baby's mother. She watched over the baby as he smiled wonderfully. Yu smiled in content. She thanked Tang Ka and Yu for freeing her. Yu remembered to say something to Zhuang Xiao Ran. She remarked that she would request Zhuang Xiao Ran to help her send her thanks to the brother inside her body. Yu stated that Sui Kaiyo was the only one who could feel the fears and loneliness in those years, and it was why he wanted to completely break up her soul last time. She held the baby's arm. The baby was happy as he called his mama and mentioned that he wanted to eat. Yu expressed that from the bottom of her heart, she would thank them very much. She declared that she hopes that somewhere in heaven, they could meet the one they miss. At that moment, the barrier in the mansion started to disappear. The parallel space was slowly getting erased, and the mansion was back on the ground. The barrier was completely wiped out, and things seemed back to normal. Tang Ka wondered why the barrier broke itself when he had not done anything and who the little girl was. He noted that the souls also left them the 7 spirits of the little master. Tang Ka collected the soul of the little boy. He observed that it seems that a lot of things that he doesn't know have happened. And Zhuang Xiao Ran commented that the matter is very complicated and some of which she hasn't figured out either. Tang Ka indicated that it was already okay, so Zhuang Xiao Ran shouldn't say anything. And as he continued if her body was still hurting, Zhuang Xiao Ran answered that it does not hurt. But she cannot stand up. Zhuang Xiao Ran was stunned when Tang Ka scooped her up. She demanded what he was doing and why he was carrying her in his arms, and Tang Ka responded if she really wanted to crawl back home. Zhuang Xiao Ran queried if she was right that there must be reincarnation too since there are resentful spirits in that world. If those 2 children that disappeared could go to the afterlife, and if they could still see their dead relatives. Tang Ka explained that although there are demon spirits in their world, there is no God, and as far as he knows, there is no such thing as reincarnation or the afterlife. Zhuang Xiao Ran voiced that she still had something to ask Tang Ka, and Tang Ka urged that she should speak. She inquired why he felt so angry when he saw her injured at that time. Tang Ka replied if she really had to ask that question. He acknowledged that obviously, he promised that he would protect her, but she has been hit and became like that, and if it spreads out that he can't even protect a girl, he will become a joke. While Zhuang Xiao Ran was thinking that she assumed that it was because Tang Ka felt sorry for her, Tang Ka wondered why her face became so red and hot. A few moments later, Tang Ka relayed that the 7 spirits have been put back in the little boy's body, so just after a short sleep, he could thoroughly recover his mind, and as the master thanked Tang Ka so much and conveyed that he would transfer the money to his bank account later, he questioned if Zhuang Xiao Ran was really okay because she was just bandaged all up, and he added that it really hurts his heart to look at her like that, sacrificing herself when fighting with the demon spirit. But Tang Ka revealed that he had already told the master that Zhuang Xiao Ran accidentally fell and became like that. Tang Ka insisted that the master should find the Makar because they have to go back immediately, but the master informed that they should wait a minute because there is an additional mission. But he doesn't know whether they are interested in doing it. Tang Ka was intrigued with what the master shared. The master requested Tang Ka to help him investigate the item's origin. He was holding out a black bean that was cut in half. The master's assistant stated that long ago, in order to fight back the demon spirits, various people with power appeared, and over time, the group of people established different sects. He remarked that the secret sects have their own unique skills, and the most famous are the Taoist, Wuzhai, Xiangji, Jingjai, and Majai secret sects. The assistant pointed out that among them, the Taoist secret sect is the strongest, also the most special sect, as it is divided into 2 factions, the Maotian faction and the Fangxian faction. He mentioned that the Maotian faction makes good use of close tactics and auxiliary props, and the most powerful thing is the wind, thunder, flame, and gold, cultivated with spiritual breath, which improves their fighting ability. The assistant indicated that on the flip side, the Fangxian faction focuses on astrology and divination, self-cultivation and alchemy, seeking knowledge and learning, and seldom participates in other vigorous activities. He shared that no one knows why the Fangxian faction did not participate in the catching of demon spirits but got involved in politics and became the advisors of the emperors. The assistant added that the Fangxian faction won the rights and prestige. However, their good times did not last long because the first large-scale war between humans and demon spirits, the Zhulumen War, broke out, and it was hard for the secret sects to prevent the breakout of numerous sieging demon spirits, so at the last moment, all members of the Fangxian faction were dispatched in that battle. He revealed that the Fangxian faction was brutally destroyed. The assistant commented that the above is the information of a Fangxian warlock, and the master declared that he got it so he could leave. The master remarked that the records in the Demon City Division's database also noted that the Fangxian faction had long been destroyed. He inquired what was going on with the Black Bean Man who was hiding in his son's ear. Tang Ka answered that the small Black Bean Man is Fangxian's secret technique, Sadu Ju, and planting combined with a spirit requires a warlock with a high level of cultivation, and that technique was never passed on. He insisted that the adversary is definitely the Fangxian warlock who survived. The master admitted that although it is rude to ask that kind of question, he still wanted to know. He wondered if he could disclose the purpose of using the Black Bean Man to him. Tang Ka explained that it is used to detect news and information. He asserted that, to put it bluntly, the adversary is watching the master, and about the purpose, he thinks it is related to his business. Tang Ka mentioned that on the way back, he heard Zhuang Xiao Ran talk about the situation in the ancient house. He observed that the owner of the Black Bean has nothing related to the disappearance of the master's son. Tang Ka noted that he is not interested in the relationship between the master and the adversary, but after all, he himself and the guy are all considered in the same sect and also know the secret technique Sadu Ju. He stressed that such a powerful Fangxian warlock did such an indiscriminate thing, so he will definitely ferret out that guy. Tang Ka walked away while carrying Zhuang Xiao Ran in his arms. Watching them, the master called Qiu Zian and remarked that he hasn't spoken a word since Tang Ka came back, and it was not like his character at all. The master wondered if there was anything he wanted to tell him. But Qiu Zian snored, and the master inquired if he had been sleeping secretly. Qiu Zian woke up, and he wondered if Tang Ka and Zhuang Xiao Ran were already gone. He remarked that they were really some outsiders, and it seems that he has to strengthen his training. Otherwise, he really will become a frog at the bottom of the well. Qiu Zian stated that Tang Ka is the best performer in the city, and it is because the Demon City Division does not have him. He declared that he wanted to resign. Qiu Zian, an unemployed habitual loafer, proclaimed that he is not a bodyguard anymore, and he wanted to become a Demon City Division. The master was speechless for a moment when he heard what Qiu Zian mentioned, and he questioned if he became dull after that sleep. Meanwhile, in the city, the moon shone brightly in the sky. Jin Yizi crossed the silent city street. Someone on the phone with Jin Yizi warned that Jin Yizi should not underestimate the enemy at that time because the target seems as if he doesn't exist in that world, and he cannot find any database related to the identity of the target. He reported that the only thing that could be confirmed is that the target knows how to use his spiritual breath. The person informed that the pier has prepared the ship for Jin Yizi, and it will board and leave after he completes the given mission, and Jin Yizi, a hired killer, acknowledged that he understood. The boss remarked that Jin Yizi finally decided to start. His assistant declared that the other party is a counselor of the Quan group, and he must be extraordinary, so he inquired if it was really okay to hire the casual killer, Jin Yizi. The boss stated that the assistant shouldn't worry too much because Jin Yizi could rank as the first in the industry. He uttered that it was just a counselor so Jin Yizi could deal with the task in complete secrecy. The boss mentioned that Jin Yizi used to fight against 100 by himself, and he annihilated the entire terrorist organization. But the scariest thing is he only used one bullet. He affirmed that no traces were left on the scene. The boss expressed that after killing the counselor, he would like to see how Quan group would fight with him in the future. On the other hand, Jin Yizi looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He pondered that it was his 112th order and he had never failed any one of them so far. Jin Yizi reflected that for a killer, there is one most important factor in completing the task successfully. He considered that it was intelligence. Jin Yizi believed that the task at that time was really a big test for him. He fired his gun towards the top of a building. Jin Yizi contemplated that the intelligence about the other party was almost zero. He realized that he had observed the counselor for more than a month. Meanwhile, the bullet he fired split into 3 and anchored at the floor of the rooftop. Jin Yizi reckoned that the counselor's behavior pattern really makes it a little hard to understand. He prepared the sniper rifle he would use to do his job. Jin Yizi surmised that the counselor was really a mystery. He deemed that the counselor doesn't have any extra social networking other than going back and forth between home and Quan group, and there are no extra relationships. Jin Yizi guessed that apart from reading, the counselor had no other hobbies and didn't even use any electronic products, not even mobile phones. He suspected that what puzzles him the most is that the counselor only sleeps for 1 hour a day. On the other hand, the counselor looked towards the clock on the wall. The time was 1:19 a.m. There was a minute left before the clock's longer hand reached the number 4. The counselor took a puff on his pipe. Jin Yizi figured that his instinct told him that the counselor seemed to know of his existence, and that uneasy mood made him go against the principle, no intelligence, but he still decided to kill him that night. The counselor let out a stream of smoke he inhaled from the pipe. At the same time, Jin Yizi fired his sniper rifle. The special bullet quickly flew across the building. It flew towards the counselor's building. In an instant, the bullet was already outside the counselor's room. The bullet approached the counselor's glass window. But unlike a normal bullet, the special bullet passed through the glass window without shattering it. The bullet began approaching the counselor. But as soon as the bullet made contact with the smoke that the counselor just released, it started disintegrating. The bullet was almost completely gone before it could touch the counselor, who was unfazed about its existence. Jin Yizi was surprised that his bullet had disappeared. The counselor smiled and waved at Jin Yizi. Jin Yizi mused that the counselor really found him and wondered when he did it. He was horrified when he felt a huge, ominous eye watching him from behind. Jin Yizi pondered if someone was watching him. He quickly whipped out a gun from his sleeve. Jin Yizi turned around to aim the gun behind him. He was surprised by what he saw. Jin Yizi questioned what those things were, and as he considered that he didn't notice them when he came up there, he speculated if they had been hiding in the dark for all the time. He surmised that there were a large number of them, so they should not just watch him. Jin Yizi reasoned that if Xian Yu Xiu wanted to attack him, he should have done it long ago, so in that case, the purpose of Xian Yu Xiu was not yet certain. He concluded that he should get the upper hand. Jin Yizi determined that the target size is too small, so depending on how often they flutter their wings, they must be extremely fast, and using bullets to attack directly, the hit rate must be low, so first he should limit their trajectory. He used 3 bullets that were connected to each other by an electric-like aura that acted like a net. Jin Yizi directed that net to capture those flying beings in front of him. But the movement of Jin Yizi's attack was too slow compared to the movements of the beings that attacked him immediately. The bullet casing fell to the ground. The movements of the beings were so fast that Jin Yizi looked like he froze in place as he was still unaware of their movement. In an instant, Jin Yizi's body was pierced by the beings, and blood spurted out of it. Jin Yizi realized that their speed of action was actually faster than his bullet. He assumed that those beings didn't kill him as they were just some simple bruises, so he wondered if what they did was just to mock him. On the other hand, Xian Yu Xiu apologized for hurting Jin Yizi like that. He suggested that Jin Yizi should go home and rest for a few days. Xian Yu Xiu was using the small being to talk to Jin Yizi, and he instructed that Jin Yizi should help him send his word to his boss. He warned that if Jin Yizi's boss wants to continue disturbing him, he really will come to see him himself. Jin Yizi considered if the being turned into a small red bean. He fired his gun towards a building. Jin Yizi contemplated that his currently known intelligence about Xian Yu Xiu was that he could turn the bullets into dust in just the blink of an eye. He acknowledged that he didn't know what method Xian Yu Xiu used, but he could predict the sniper point and action time that he randomly selected in advance, and he could also turn red beans into extremely fast and lethal creatures. Jin Yizi reflected that it was April 23rd, the most humiliating day in his life, but one day he will return to Xian Yu Xiu the same exact shame he suffered that day. Meanwhile, Xian Yu Xiu believed that there should be no other events happening that month. He reflected on something as he stared at his hand. Xian Yu Xiu concluded that the day after tomorrow was good. He was a Fangxian warlock, and he wondered aloud what good things will happen. Xian Yu Xiu also considered to himself if he could meet any great nobleman. On the other hand, Tang Ka called Ye and instructed that she should open the door. Tan Tan was laughing, and he complained that her sister Ye shouldn't do that because he is ticklish, while Ye responded okay, that she was going to open the door already, which made Zhuang Xiao Ran inquire who Ye was talking to. Opening the door, Ye declared that they were back. Tan Tan looked up to see who Ye was talking to. He addressed Tang Ka as master and announced his return. Tang Ka questioned Ye why she let Tan Tan out, and Ye replied that Tan Tan didn't adapt well in that room and also wanted to see him very much. A few moments later, Tang Ka warned that if Tan Tan continues doing such a thing, he will really hit him, while Ye pointed out Zhuang Xiao Ran's hands and legs, and Zhuang Xiao Ran assured Ye doesn't need to worry because they don't hurt anymore. She queried Ye how many demon spirits live in that place. Ye replied that Zhuang Xiao Ran should let her think. She estimated that there are about 100 of them. Tan Tan's eyes were bright, and he looked so happy as he rode on Tang Ka's back. But suddenly, his iris turned narrow. At that moment, a teleportation symbol appeared on Tang Ka's floor. Noticing the symbol, Zhuang Xiao Ran inquired of Ye what it was. Ye explained that it is the portal that could connect to the other world, the Zodiac, and their master Yan Wu is coming. And when Zhuang Xiao Ran heard about connecting to the other world, she questioned Ye if their guest was coming over. Ye clarified that Yan Wu is a guest to Tang Ka, but for the demon spirits like them, he is the king. Tan Tan remarked that he could feel something terrible was coming, and he queried Ye what she was doing. Ye instructed that Tan Tan should listen. She added that he is not allowed to make trouble anymore because Yan Wu is the king of the demon spirits like them, so he will not hurt them. And as Tan Tan wondered if it was real, Ye confirmed yes and she would promise. Zhuang Xiao Ran commented that it was getting more and more mysterious and wondered who actually was coming. Ye reminded that the last time she told Zhuang Xiao Ran about the history of the Demon City division, there was only a part of the demon spirits that stayed there in the human world. But she didn't tell her where most of the demon spirits went to, and it is the second world where they call Langting Demon City. She clarified that the one who is coming is the one who has the highest authority in that world, and he is called Master Yan Wu. Ye emphasized that Yan Wu wholeheartedly loves them, the demon spirits, and he is the king worthy of their kowtows and worship. She remarked that every time she sees Yan Wu, it is an honor for her. Tan Tan followed what Ye was doing and kowtowed in front of the teleportation symbol while Yan Wu started to emerge from it. Suddenly, 5 little demons appeared on the teleportation symbol. Zhuang Xiao Ran wondered if those little ghosts were the kings of the demon world. The one in the center was the Langting Demon City Lord, Yan Wu. Zhuang Xiao Ran reflected that for all the demon spirits she had seen before, she could see their true form clearly or maybe the strength of their spiritual health. She considered that as an example, she could see the wolf-like ghosts hiding behind the bodies of the previous 2 Kai wolves, and she could also perceive their strong spiritual aura. Zhuang Xiao Ran realized that Yan Wu is like Tang Ka, as she can't perceive any spiritual breath from his body at all. She concluded that the breath's existence is just like air, but it really makes other people feel more creepy. Suddenly, Tang Ka mentioned that Yan Wu was there again and he would go to sleep after playing a little video game, so Yan Wu should make themselves at home, which made Zhuang Xiao Ran wonder if it was really okay to say hello so casually when the one standing there is the Demon King. But Yan Wu apologized that he is sincerely sorry for bothering Tang Ka again, which made Zhuang Xiao Ran speculate that his momentum was so weak and wonder if that little monster was really the Demon King. Yan Wu greeted that he and Ye met again and she could already get up, and Ye thanked him. He instructed that Ye should give them those things. On the other hand, the full moon was shining beautifully over an abandoned factory. Suddenly, a truck entered the factory. It came to a halt. Li Dong Sheng was standing in front of the truck, and as he confirmed if the goods had been inspected, his assistant replied yes and there was no problem. Li Dong Sheng ordered that they should check it out. The two of them slowly approached the back of the truck. The assistant cautioned that there was something unstable, so he would go check on it first. He noticed something happening in the truck. A loud banging sound echoed through the place. There was a moment of silence. Suddenly, the creature inside the truck started moving wildly. Slowly, the doors of the truck opened. The two of them just calmly watched as things unfolded in front of them. A pair of glowing red eyes could be seen inside the dark container. Li Dong Sheng was in tears as he looked at it. The doors of the truck continued to open. Slowly, a face emerged at the door. It was a monster, and its sharp teeth could be seen as it opened its mouth. The monster jumped off the container so ferociously that the doors were ripped out. It landed behind Li Dong Sheng and his assistant. The monster looked so terrifying as it hovered over the two men. Li Dong Sheng remarked that it was somewhat similar to what is recorded in the classic reference, and he thanked God that the monster really exists in that world. The monster was the Gui Gu God. The Gui Gu God stated that they arrested her. She wondered what they wanted to do and mentioned that it was not the center of the city, but it was also a remote place. She added that if she eats them all up at that moment, the Demon City division will not know anything about it. The assistant mentioned that they are the same snake attribute, and according to the cultivation base, she should call the gooey goo god his senior, and in the legend, human beings also regarded her as the godmother of ghosts. He noted that apart from the gooey goo god's ability to breed so many demon spirits, her combat effectiveness has not reached a level yet. The assistant inquired if the gooey goo god really wanted to have a fight. He warned that if that was the case, he would keep up with the gooey goo god until the end. But Li Dong Sheng observed that friendliness is conducive to business success, so having a fight is not good for anyone. He clarified that he just invited the gooey goo god to come there just to request her a little favor. Li Dong Sheng urged the gooey goo god to help him give birth to a demon spirit and promised that after the thing is done, he will not only let her go but also give her a large amount of money. She will have the money to burn in that life. The gooey goo god paused for a moment to consider Li Dong Sheng's offer. She questioned Li Dong Sheng if he was crazy and warned that the demon spirit would violate the end dread contract of the Demon City Division. So not only will she be expelled back to Langting Demon City, Li Dong Sheng will also be punished by them. But Li Dong Sheng reassured that the gooey goo god didn't need to worry, and he queried if she knew who he was. He explained that he is the eldest son of the Quan Group's founder, and the gooey goo god also knows that half of the expenses of the Demon City Division are subsidized by their 4 major consortia. Li Dong Sheng wondered if the gooey goo god thought the people from the Demon City Division could take care of him. The gooey goo god paused for a moment. Suddenly, she jumped towards the roof. The gooey goo god realized that she assumed those men were just demon spirit hunters in the black market, and she even intended to scare them, but she had never imagined that they were Demon City Division's people, and she can't mess up with those guys. She concluded that after she found her son, she guessed she would have to stay hidden for a while. She broke through the roof effortlessly to escape. But suddenly, Li Dong Sheng warned that the gooey goo god should not run because her son is still in their hands. The hole the gooey goo god created as she escaped was empty and quiet. But the gooey goo god suddenly came back, and she demanded Li Dong Sheng repeat what he mentioned. Li Dong Sheng assumed that Luo Yuan was saved. Meanwhile, in the silent streets of the city, a kid was hiding. One of the men on the streets checked if they examined ahead. Another man replied that he couldn't find the kid because he ran too fast. And another man insisted that they should keep looking for the kid because if Li Dong Sheng knew that they had lost the kid, he would definitely be pissed off. The kid was barefoot, and he continued to run away from the men. He ran with all his might, but the kid tripped and fell face first on the ground. The kid recalled that a group of strangers broke into his house. His mother pushed him out of the balcony, but they caught him and took him away as he was too useless to escape by himself. He reflected that the Demon City Division his mother mentioned before could help demon spirits with ID cards like them, but he wondered if the guy who let them sign that kind of contract could really be trusted. The kid contemplated what he should do and who could save his mother. On the other hand, Tang Ka was lazily picking his nose. Yaya mentioned that the thing Yan Wu wanted was there. She opened the box in her hand. Yaya opened the box she was carrying in front of Yan Wu. Yan Wu just looked stoic as he stared at the contents of the box. Zhuang Xiaoran assumed that Yan Wu came there to fetch things, but the one standing there is the Demon King, so there must be something very important to them in the box. She speculated if it was a very powerful magic weapon or a very precious tribute. As Yan Wu and his companions went upstairs, Zhuang Xiaoran pondered what that could be. Suddenly, Yan Wu and his companion pulled out the gaming consoles. One of the companions complained that they lost the game again. The other threatened that if the fourth doesn't carry forward to him when they are in a group, he will tear his ears off. The other grumbled that he wanted to rush forward, but being a tanker is really terrible. The other chuckled reassuringly that it was okay as he was there with them, so he would help them. Yan Wu reminded them that the third shouldn't bully the fourth because everyone will win by following harmoniously the rhythm he leads. Suddenly, Yan Wu remembered and mentioned that Zhu Lang came there with him and went to the Demon City Division to help with one thing. And Zhu Lang misses Tang Ka so much, and he suggested that Tang Ka come to say hello to Zhu Lang. Tang Ka immediately got goosebumps when he heard what Yan Wu mentioned. He replied that Yan Wu should forget it because he is currently banned by Hanlong Kui. Yan Wu reassured that if that was the case, it was okay. He closed the door behind him. Zhuang Xiaoran was left speechless in the living room. She wondered aloud to wait a minute. If Yan Wu and his companions came there just to play video games in a group of 5, and if the Demon King is that leisurely. Yaya explained that Yan Wu manages everything every day, and coming there is considered a vacation for him, and Zhuang Xiaoran inquired why Yan Wu came to Tang Ka's house. Yaya replied that it was because Yan Wu is very familiar with Tang Ka's master, and he also likes Tang Ka very much, to which Zhuang Xiaoran mentioned that she hadn't been to the second floor yet and wondered if the more than 101 demon spirits were on it and how big the house was after all. Yaya explained that there are 3 rooms upstairs. One ordinary bedroom is reserved for Yan Wu to live in, while the other 2 are the training room of Tang Ka and where the demon spirits live. Zhuang Xiaoran wondered if there is such a place where 100 demon spirits could live together and a place where Tang Ka could train. Yaya clarified that there are space worlds inside them and it was built by Zhu Lang, who was mentioned by Yan Wu, and he built them for Tang Ka. She added that she really wanted to see Zhu Lang again very much because he is so handsome, and Zhuang Xiaoran inquired again if Zhu Lang was a friend of Tang Ka. Ye explained that Zhu Lang's space technique is the strongest among all the demon spirits, and the parallel space of the Pengting Demon City was also built by him. She added that he is the Hall Master of Zihui City and Langting Demon City, and if Zhuangzhao Ran doesn't know what a Hall Master is, she could understand it as the governor of a province. Zhuangzhao Ran wondered if Zhu Lang could build a parallel space himself and how big the place called Langting Demon City is. Ye clarified that it is a parallel space and the area is as big as the human world. She inquired Zhuangzhao Ran what was the matter with her. Zhuangzhao Ran explained that the amount of information in the past 2 days is a bit too large and her brain is overloaded at the moment. She mentioned that the existence of demon spirits is enough to surprise her, and it turned out that there are even 2 other more terrible worlds. Tang Ka chimed in and remarked that the words were all there and Zhuangzhao Ran should let him tell her something very important. He emphasized that it is the most common knowledge of becoming a Demon City division. Meanwhile, Hanlong Kui was at the Demon City division, Luseng City branch. She was sitting in front of a huge screen that had footage of the city. Suddenly, Hanlong Kui glanced over her shoulder. Zhu Lang entered the room. Hanlong Kui acknowledged that Zhu Lang was there. Zhu Lang inquired Hanlong Kui if she had any instructions. Hanlong Kui explained that recently, there have been more large-scale casualties in various cities, and if they still can't find out the solution, sooner or later, Zhu Lang's existence will be discovered by the citizens. She mentioned that she would like to request Zhu Lang to help them make a special demon spirit prop. Hanlong Kui mentioned that there is one more thing. She continued that they have to wait for Li Dong, the head of the Taoist secret sect, to come over and discuss in detail. Zhu Lang remarked that Li Dong has to leave the mountain, so it seems like a big event is about to happen. The moon shone so bright in the sky while Li Dong traveled. Li Dong called Song Lao and remarked that it was easy to ride like that, but it's too slow. Song Lao replied that he is too old already, so he can't fly any faster than that, and the Demon City division summoned Li Dong over at that time, so there should be a major incident. Li Dong responded that no one knows and he hasn't seen Hanlong Kui for a long time, so it is also a chance to come and see her, which prompted Song Lao to inquire if Li Dong didn't want to see Tang Ka. Li Dong remembered Tang Ka. He mentioned that after a while, Tang Ka will come to the mountain to see them himself. On the other hand, the son of Gui Gu God reflected that humans can't be trusted. He believed that it was because his mother believed in humans too much that she was arrested, and they are demon spirits with ID cards, so even if their lives are threatened there, they cannot fight back against humans. The kid wondered how the Demon City division, who made the contract, could care about their life and death. He concluded that the one who could save his mom at the moment was only him. The kid imagined about what he would do if his mom was hurt, even just a small scratch. He resolved that he would kill all the Demon City division. The kid was so enraged that his eyes turned to its demon form. He was alarmed when he saw Jing Zai. Jing Zai also stopped in her tracks when she noticed the kid. She was stunned for a moment as she processed the situation. The kid also paused as he did the same thing. Jing Zai looked up at the security camera by the wall. She observed that the camera was pointed to the other side, but the camera turned to face her. Jing Zai dropped the snacks she was carrying and quickly ran. She grabbed the kid and urged that he should quickly go with her. Only the bag of snacks could be seen on the streets when the camera panned toward the direction where the kid was standing. Jing Zai let out a sigh of relief and explained that if the kid's aspect was caught on the camera, that would cause a big trouble, and the kid queried Jing Zai who she was. But instead of responding to the kid, Jing Zai questioned him if his parents hadn't told him that there are millions of cameras installed by the Demon City division in the city. So even if the kid is a demon spirit of the spirit attribute, he still could be figured out. Jing Zai explained that once the system finds out that the kid has openly exposed the identity of the demon spirit, he will be sent back to Langting Demon City, and the kid queried Jing Zai if she was a demon spirit too. Still ignoring the kid's query, Jing Zai commented that fortunately, she just met him after she got off work. Jing Zai revealed that she is a person of the Demon City division. The kid quickly jumped away from Jing Zai, and Jing Zai was puzzled. He stated that since Jing Zai is from the Demon City division, she doesn't need to pretend to help him because he does not need that. Jing Zai clarified that the kid must have some misunderstanding about the Demon City division, so he should just take her to see his parents. The kid declared that his mother was the only one he had, and she was captured by the humans. Jing Zai was surprised when she heard what the kid expressed, and she requested for the kid to tell her the time and place quickly, as she will report to the headquarters immediately. But the kid insisted that Jing Zai should stop pretending to be a good person because she must be wanting to send someone over there to arrest him, and he won't believe in humans like his mother does. He warned that Jing Zai shouldn't think that he will be afraid of her just because she is from the Demon City division because, after all, she is just human, and she might think that he is small, but he is a demon spirit. Jing Zai probed the kid if he didn't trust their Demon City division, and she promised that she wouldn't call anyone over then. She gave his name and pledged that she would swear in the name of the secretary of the Demon City Division's commander. Jing Zai assured that she could definitely help the kid rescue his mom. Jing Zai suggested that they should go back to the kid's house first. The kid responded that Jing Zai should wait a minute and inquired why she wanted to help him. Jing Zai admitted that she didn't know why the kid misunderstood the Demon City Division, but she still wanted to tell him about their existence. She explained that in addition to maintaining the peace between humans and demon spirits, the most important mission is to protect the demon spirits. The kid stared into Jing Zai's eyes. He perceived that Jing Zai's eyes don't look like she is lying. The kid started to calm down, and his eyes turned back to normal, but he was alarmed when a green mist suddenly surrounded him. The kid wondered aloud what Jing Zai was doing, but he calmed down when she saw what Jing Zai did. Jing Zai instructed that the kid should get in. The kid queried Jing Zai about where that motorcycle came from. A few moments later, a cat lazily yawned on the street. On the other hand, Jing Zai rode on her motorcycle. The cat continued to yawn and stretch its body. It was startled when Jing Zai passed by in a flash. The kid rode the motorcycle with Jing Zai. Jing Zai queried the kid about why he hates the Demon City division. The kid explained that it was because many provisions in the contract are unfair to the demon spirits like them. Jing Zai supposed that the kid's mother didn't resist when she was taken away, and she is a good mother because once she uses force, the kid will be implicated too. She remarked that although the kid may think it was unfair, she wondered whether he had ever considered that there are not only many bad humans in that world but also many bad demon spirits. Jing Zai emphasized that without that regulation, many demon spirits will take advantage of the loopholes, and it would pose a great threat to humans without the ability to resist. She added that the secrets of the demon spirit hiding in the human world would also be easier for the outside world to know, and they should just wait until that social panic happens, and she believes most humans will not be willing to live with demon spirits anymore. Jing Zai recognized that although there will be incidents similar to the kid's mother, he shouldn't forget their Demon City division's existing purpose. She emphasized that half of it is just to protect the demon spirits. Jing Zai expressed that was why she loved that job very much, so she would request the kid to believe in her because she will definitely save his mother. Suddenly, the kid smelled something. He urged Jing Zai to turn left quickly. Jing Zai instructed the kid to hold on tight. She turned left abruptly. Jing Zai drove towards the street where the kid directed her. She inquired whether the kid found the one who caught his mother. The kid replied no. He explained that it was because his nose is very sensitive and he smelled his mother's scent in that direction. Jing Zai advised the kid to sit firmly because she will speed up. The kid expressed that he already trusts Jing Zai 100%, and as long as his mother is safe, he will reciprocate her. Jing Zai responded that the kid's first sentence is enough for her. The two sped up. A few moments later, they arrived at the abandoned factory where the Gooey Goo God was taken. The kid stated that his mother's scent was in that factory, and Jing Zai concluded that it was such a remote place so it may be another trading place for the demon spirit hunters. The kid instructed Jing Zai to stay behind him as he will protect her, but of course he won't hurt any humans, and as soon as they rescue his mother, they will run. But Jing Zai warned that no matter where the kid is, he cannot use his abilities arbitrarily. She assured the kid of her promise to save his mother, so no matter what way is used, she must keep the promise. Jing Zai pulled out the pin in her hair. She revealed that although she is a civil servant at the moment, she used to be a member of the spirit catching team in the Demon City division. Jing Zai transformed her pin into a sword.
Jing Xi declared in a steady tone that if anything went wrong, she would back them up all the way. Xiao Qi nodded in quick agreement. She remarked that they should move now since they had a chance to save his mother. A short while later, Xiao Qi muttered that his mother's breath was inside that factory. Jing Xi pressed him if he was certain about that and pointed out that the place looked deserted. A strong diesel odor lingered in the air, suggesting a big truck had been parked there earlier. She noticed a gaping hole above and wondered aloud if his mother had managed to escape. But then, her gaze shifted to him as he lowered himself to the ground. He focused sharply while examining the floor. He sniffed the area with care. He revealed that his mother's breath drifted from underground, hinting at a hidden door that might lead to her. Jing Xi urged him to lean back a little. She instructed him to keep his distance as much as possible. He answered with a quick okay. She pushed her spiritual breath through her palm. She pressed it against the floor. She revealed that there indeed was a concealed tunnel, shaped like a freight elevator. She concluded that they should head down and investigate. Moments later, they descended through the elevator to the underground. Jing Xi remarked that the drop was dangerously high and questioned Xiao Qi about whether he had been hurt when leaping down, but he gestured for her to focus on what lay ahead. The man complained that the place was dull. He admitted he hadn't expected trouble to arrive so quickly. Jing Xi identified herself as part of the Demon City division and demanded that he hand over the child's mother, warning she would arrest him on charges of demon spirit kidnapping otherwise. The man scoffed, questioning if she had come alone with just a sword, while noting he only obeyed his young master's orders. She stayed tense, waiting on his response. He declared that his master's command was to show no mercy to intruders. He added that if by the time he finished smoking she was still standing there to speak, then maybe he would consider sparing her. His clones suddenly surged forward. They charged furiously at Jing Xi. She poured her spiritual breath onto her sword with precision. She swung it smoothly over her shoulder and readied her strike. She darted forward and slashed through the clones, blocking her way. She advanced with sharp precision. She cut down clone after clone in the cramped corridor. She finally closed the gap to the real man. He froze in shock when her foot smashed toward his face. Her kick hit with such force that his body dented the door. His cigarette dropped to the floor just as she landed on it. His body collapsed heavily, blood streaking his face as he slipped into unconsciousness. She reminded Zhao Qi bluntly that smoking wrecks health and he shouldn't mimic that lousy uncle. Zhao Qi responded that he understood. She then paused, admitting she didn't even know his name, and he replied that she could simply call him Xiao Qi. Elsewhere, another man watched them closely through a surveillance feed. He stared at them while letting his demon breath curl and writhe along his neck. Zhao Qi trailed behind Jing Shi as they moved deeper into the chamber, his steps quick and eager while hers carried a measured caution. They entered a vast open hall filled with strange equipment gleaming under the dim light, and the air itself seemed heavy. He tilted his head, inhaling sharply like a hound on the trail, his nostrils twitching at the faint trace. He declared with raw certainty that it was his mother's breath drifting in the air. That scent, he insisted, was coming from the house at the front. Jingxi reminded him bluntly to keep close, pointing out that if a guard lingered outside, then more had to be lurking within the shadows. Yet before her words could land, Zhao Qi slipped away in an instant, vanishing from her side. A man lunged in, seizing him without hesitation, his grip cruelly fast. Jingxi reacted on instinct, channeling her spiritual breath into her arm with fierce urgency. Her hand snapped out and clamped onto Zhao Qi, dragging him back into her reach. The man's eyes widened in shock at her interception. Her arm had stretched unnaturally, snapping forward like a whip, which was the only reason she could rip Zhao Qi back from him. The man remarked with disbelief that he had just heard the boy they pursued was lost, yet Fateh had the child stumble directly into his path. To him, she was nothing more than a mortal woman with no real power. Still, he admitted it was startling that she could extend her arm like that. She declared, with hard resolve, that in the name of the Demon City Division, she would press him to surrender now and hand over the child's mother. He barked in return that her identity was irrelevant, and before his young master's experiment concluded, she would not advance a single step further. She lifted her sword, her stance sharp and ready to clash. He vaulted upward and hurled himself at her with crushing speed. His fist shot toward her right shoulder, but her blade intercepted it cleanly. He swung another blow at her left side, and she caught it again with steady defense. He hammered down from above, and still her guard didn't falter. His fist darted straight for her face, but she held firm, unflinching as steel as she blocked. Strike after strike rained on her like a storm, yet every single hit was parried. Finally, he halted, pulling back to gather momentum, his chest heaving as he prepared to unleash more force. She seized that narrow pause, her sword rising in a flash as she pressed her counter. He braced the instant he caught her motion, his instincts sparking alarm. Rather than meeting her attack head-on, he leaned sharply away, recoiling at speed. He vaulted into the air, dodging the blade as she slashed with a violent swing. His mind raced, noting that her speed left almost no window, and her reaction time felt inhuman. Her blade, shaped entirely from spiritual breath, could easily cut him from midair. Yet she held back deliberately, shifting her strike downward, releasing power into the ground with thunderous force. He growled that being treated lightly was infuriating. His pride pricked raw. She coolly named her sword Hei Yuan Wei, forged from Wujin meteorite, and declared that no matter what armor his scales bore, they were worthless in front of such a weapon. She stressed she had no wish to kill, urging him once more to surrender without further struggle. He admitted he had long heard tales of Wujin meteorite, never imagining he'd see such a blade firsthand. Yet his scaled armor was famed as one of the toughest among demon spirits. Tearing at his garments, he exposed the armor beneath with smug arrogance, daring her. He announced he was curious to see whether her blade's edge or his armor's hardness would prevail. Her composure cracked as he stood bare-chested, and heat rose to her face at his display. She snapped that battle was battle and demanded to know why he had to strip himself mid-fight, insisting he put his clothes back on. Jingxi peeked timidly through her fingers, trying to gauge the moment. The man remarked with sharp insistence that she should step forward and let him cast his eyes on her sword. She countered with a cool edge, declaring that if she didn't knock him flat, he would cling to his demand without end. With that, she unleashed a fierce surge of spiritual breath, bracing herself for the clash. She muttered grimly that all she could do now was pray the trick wouldn't threaten his life. She spun so fast her form blurred into the shape of a wild tornado. Her momentum whipped her strike straight toward the man with deadly force. The strike pressed closer and closer with the weight of inevitability. The man tensed up, every nerve strung tight as he braced for impact. But then he remarked with biting dismissal that nothing had come of it, and the scheme was mere flash. Jingxi slowed, halting her aerial swirl with precision. Her sword traced a graceful arc in her hand. Her eyes snapped open with sudden sharpness. In that instant, countless blades of spiritual breath slashed from every direction at the man. The collision detonated in a thunderous explosion that ripped through the air. She remarked coldly that she hoped his wound wasn't too grave. She turned to Xiaoqi, urging that they should head inside, since no further threat should remain. But Xiaoqi faltered in place. He marveled inwardly at how she had, from the very start, mobilized a motorcycle on a whim, shattered the underpass gate, fought like a warrior, and stretched her arms like blades. He mulled in awe over the strangeness of her ability. Then, all at once, her vision clouded and lost focus. He wondered in alarm why his own sight was fading into nothingness. He called out hoarsely to her as his body dropped to the ground. She bent down in shock, demanding what was happening to him. The man declared that poison had already taken hold of him. He scoffed that her knife's sharpness didn't matter, for the knife energy her spiritual breath formed could do him no damage. Jingxi recoiled inwardly, stunned at how he stood unharmed after such a brutal strike. Her pulse spiked with sudden alarm. The man told her bluntly that she shouldn't be so shocked because the same poison coursed through her. He described how dizziness would overtake her. Strength would drain. Her chest would seize with pain, and finally her body would be paralyzed, stripped of any combat edge. A poisonous needle had pierced her before she ever realized. He admitted that when he had taken the child, the toxins were already pushed into both of them. She spat bitterly that he was shameless and ignoble. He calmly explained that he had used the weakest, slowest toxin, sparing their lives, since his duty was only to bar intruders from the laboratory, and he would free them once his young master's experiment succeeded. He added with chilling casualness that he would then inject a different toxin to make her forget everything about that night. Jingxi's body trembled in pain, her face hollow with helplessness as he closed in, needle in hand. But in that instant, her spiritual breath erupted violently in every direction. The man jerked back, startled by the unexpected blast. He wondered in disbelief if the pair had simply vanished into thin air. He mulled with bitter astonishment that this was the first time his prey had slipped away, and puzzled over what her true power might be. Confusion rooted him in place as he stood dumbfounded. He remained clueless that they had shrunken and were lurking right beside him. Jingxi, weakened yet determined, lifted Xiaoqi in her arms and staggered into flight. She battled through her fading consciousness, urging herself that she had to reach that palace before she collapsed entirely, for only he could save the child's mother without delay. Zhuang Xiaoran tossed out a question about whether it was just common knowledge. Tang Ka remarked that her performance in the ancient house was actually solid, and if it hadn't been for her sharp help, they wouldn't have wrapped up the task that fast. Plus, the guy lodged inside her could pick out things even he couldn't sense, like the mung bean man in the boy's ear, for example. Without her quick notice, he wouldn't have realized a Fangxian warlock still existed in that world, but the consciousness of that Ren Xiao had been locked away by him, and he admitted he didn't know how it slipped out that night, so apparently it wasn't some easy thing to settle. Still, it didn't matter, because as long as she stayed by his side, she was absolutely safe. It looked like Ren Xiao's issue was one that had to be dragged out over the long term. If she wanted to join the Demon City division, she had to grasp some standard basics, like the classification of demon spirits, which split into 4 main groups: spirit, goblin, monster, and god. Most spirits sprouted from obsessions or festering grievances of humans after death, and ordinary humans couldn't spot them. They only lurked and drifted in dark light or shaded places. Goblins included plants or even dead objects that had soaked in spiritual breath from living things for ages, and they could roam freely both in daytime and night. Monsters were animals that cultivated spiritual energy all by themselves, and they too could stir around in both day and night. Gods were creatures that had popped up earlier than humans, with destructive force to burn, and they could wander day and night without constraint. Zhuang Xiaoran remarked that it turned out demon spirits had that many species, and then she pressed what spiritual breath was, since she'd caught him use that phrase that morning too. He explained that everything in the world carried its spiritual breath. She could treat it like a mysterious force, and the human type was spiritual breath, while demon spirits had demon breath. Every human had their spiritual breath from birth, though unstimulated. It just sat there like a locked box. But that lock could suddenly pop open one day, and once it did, the person would suddenly wield extraordinary abilities. However, for most people, the spiritual breath couldn't run by itself unless they worked to rouse it awake. Of course, a rare few were born with theirs wide open from the start. Those rare types were the ones with superpowers, the kind often tossed around in movies. Inside their circle, they tagged them as Sanshi. Zhuang Xiaoran mentioned she remembered that, and the red-haired man from last time had also called himself a Sanshi. He explained that people like that usually didn't sign up for the Demon City division. Some sold their strength off as bodyguards for the rich, and to avoid sticking out like sore thumbs in society, most kept their abilities hidden. Hunting spirits wasn't only important work, but also wrapped in mystery. So headquarters wouldn't allow folks with murky past to slip into the Demon City division. So, if outsiders not part of the secret sect wanted into the Demon City division, they needed nomination from someone within the secret sects. But she didn't need to sweat that since his master could easily vouch for her. He cut his words short the moment he felt her head rest against his shoulder. She had already drifted into a deep sleep. He froze, shocked, stiff, unable to move. Suddenly, he caught Yaya standing there. He demanded what she was doing. She teased that they were a perfect pair, and she and the others were heading upstairs to sleep first. He was left speechless, his brow furrowed as nervous tension crawled over him. He wondered why this strange rush hit him again, the same one that struck last time when he'd seen her crying in front of the ancient house that night. He had never felt anything like it before, and he puzzled over whether that was the very reason his master had barred him from mingling with women. It felt bizarre. His heart thudded hard. It picked up speed with every beat. Looking inward, his heart mirrored his own nervousness. He couldn't figure out why it had suddenly started racing. He abruptly nudged her off his shoulder. She didn't stir, still fast asleep on the couch. He wrestled with what exactly was happening to him. He wondered if he might actually suffer from chi deficiency too, then brushed it off, thinking no way because he practiced inner alchemy meditation all the time and his body was strong as steel. Out of nowhere, a knock rattled at the door, and he called out to know who it was since it was the dead of night. Tang Ka gripped the door handle tight. He swung the door open and leaned forward for a quick glance outside. Right then, Jingxi pushed her body past its limit, and he caught her swaying like she'd lost all strength. The sight jolted him. He shouted her name with alarm. She looked drained to the bone as her eyes found him, and she weakly called out. Her body went limp, and she collapsed. He pressed her with worried urgency, asking what happened, and if Han Long Kui had gotten her drunk again. That's when his gaze caught Xiao Qi. He was sprawled out cold in the middle of the hallway. Back at the lab, the place still bore scars from the fight. The bodyguard addressed Li Dong Sheng, reporting that the intruder was from the Demon City division, but she escaped, so it wasn't safe to linger there. He linked with the second laboratory, telling him to get things running right away. Zhao Qi's mother was restrained inside a massive glass chamber, while Luo Yuan's body rested in a similar container above her. The system chimed in, announcing a perfect gene match. Li Dong Sheng burst into crazed laughter that filled the room. The bodyguard shifted uneasily. Li Dong Sheng dropped to his knees. He declared that he had finally figured out how to bring Luo Yuan back. Her lifeless form floated inside the chamber, tubes feeding into her body. By April 25th, 2 days later, Jingxi remained at Tang Ka's place. Zhuang Xiaoran mentioned that she'd been in a coma for 2 days and pressed Tang Ka if he was sure she didn't need a hospital, to which he replied her pulse was steady. She was just unconscious, her body fine. She questioned if he shouldn't inform his organization since she belonged to the Demon City division, but he scoffed and told her not to be foolish, saying if she came to him, it meant there was something the division couldn't know. Jingxi's eyes snapped open. Zhuang Xiaoran exclaimed that she finally woke. Moments later, Tang Ka remarked that 2 days had passed and the kidnappers must have cleared out, calling Jingxi brave for charging in alone without telling Han Long Kui. She explained that Zhao Qi didn't trust the Demon City division, so she promised she'd rescue his mother herself, and things spiraled fast, and he swore he'd back her up. But tracking down his mother's location turned out to be a real grind. Xiaoqi claimed his nose was sharp enough to help, so he could try. Tang Ka challenged him if he could truly trace his mother's position by scent, and Jingxi replied that maybe he could, since he found that lab the same way before. She warned him to be cautious. He closed his eyes, pulling all his focus into catching his mother's scent, drifting through the air. At the lab, her body still released faint traces of her scent from the spot where she was restrained. The aroma floated through the room and seeped into the vents. It streamed through the ducts. Then, it reached the exhaust fan and slipped past the blades. The fan sent it spinning into the open air. From outside the lab, the breeze carried the scent farther. It spread wide through the air, crossing quite a distance. It drifted toward the building where Tang Ka stayed. Then the scent hit Xiaoqi's nose. He declared he had found her. Tang Ka turned to him, telling him to come down. They'd eat first, and he'd head back soon after. Li Dong Sheng was zoning out, his mind drifting like static on a broken screen. He was staring at Luo Yuan with a hollow kind of focus that didn't belong to the moment. He then strode towards Xiaoqi's mother, his steps deliberate and unnervingly calm. He mentioned that the console had already crunched the numbers on the success rate, his voice cool like he was reading a weather report. The console reported that the genetic brain tissue data transmission sat at 30%. The pregnancy success rate was low, and the gravida was stable. But when the data transmission climbed to 65%, the pregnancy success rate surged while the gravida's life blinked into danger. The data transmission spiked to full capacity, 100%, and the pregnancy success rate reached 99.9%. Yet, the survival odds for the gravida plunged to the bottom. Li Dong Sheng announced that the data transmission process should be pushed to its absolute limit right away. But the bodyguard muttered that the Demon City division already caught wind that they had nabbed a demon spirit with an official ID, and if the lab work was exposed, he'd get dragged into it for sure. Li Dong Sheng remarked that he was being too talkative for his own good. Even if the entire Demon City division turned on him, even if he had to hunt down thousands more demon spirits, he was determined to bring Luo Yuan back. The bodyguard figured that the attachments between men and women in the human world were absurdly unpredictable. The machines kept sucking fluids from Xiaoqi's mother, their rhythm steady and cruel. The tubes pulsed and tightened against her flesh with each heavy pump. She twisted and convulsed from the pain that crawled through her body. Her belly bulged and rippled in uneven waves, like something alive was pressing from within. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan floated quietly inside her enclosure, suspended in sterile light. She was motionless, stripped of life. 2 years earlier, she had been beaten on the street, the world around her jeering and indifferent. The man barked that if she didn't pay up soon, he'd ship her straight to a nightclub. It was, he claimed, a waste not to profit from her face. He couldn't wrap his head around why she kept pouring money into her father's illness, and he sneered, demanding why she wouldn't just let him die instead of borrowing usury when she knew it was hopeless. He then noticed Li Dong Sheng standing nearby, the air between them turning sharp. He spat that Li Dong Sheng was an asshole and barked at him, wanting to know what the hell he was staring at, snapping that he shouldn't stick his nose where it didn't belong. Li Dong Sheng replied coolly that he shouldn't get the wrong idea. He passed this road every day, just a bystander, and the guy should go on minding his own business. He enjoyed watching the desperation on people's faces when they begged or pleaded for help. He figured he was lucky to stumble into such a fine show that day. But then he noticed how the girl's face stayed the same from start to finish, and he wondered, detached, if she was slow in the head. The man sneered and demanded if he was just a passerby who got off on watching chaos. He warned that having a bodyguard didn't mean he wouldn't get beaten senseless. The bodyguard shifted his stance, ready to strike, but Li Dong Sheng lifted a hand, stopping him. The man's anger flared like a match hitting oil. Li Dong Sheng murmured that this was pain, and pain was something exquisite. He swung his leg without warning. He moved so fast that the man didn't even register the attack before it landed. The blow connected straight with the man's face, a crack, splitting the air like thunder against bone. The man flew backward, weightless for an instant before slamming into the pavement. His brother darted forward in a panic. The brother cursed and demanded if Li Dong Sheng knew which gang he'd just messed with. Li Dong Sheng flipped a gold coin. It hit the ground and spun in front of them, catching the light. He remarked that he was honestly sorry, that he'd heard the sound of the skull breaking, meaning the man was likely stuck in a vegetative state now, and that coin, worth 30 million in the bank, should cover the hospital bill. The brother stammered and asked if that was a Quan Group gold coin. He scrambled to apologize for being too ignorant to recognize him and pleaded for the whole thing to be forgotten. Li Dong Sheng replied that the coin also settled the girl's debt, and the brother nodded fast, saying the girl was his now. Li Dong Sheng then commented that the bodyguard's kick technique was slick, and since he was in a good mood, he'd take him somewhere fun afterward. Then suddenly, Luo Yuan's voice reached him, soft but steady, asking him to wait, thanking him for clearing her debts. She added that she had nothing to offer but herself, and she was willing to give everything he wanted. He found her intriguing in that quiet, strange way only someone like him could. Luo Yuan was hanging out at the Quan Mo Hotel. She leaned against the bathroom sink, the towel clinging to her damp skin as she studied the girl staring back from the mirror. She stepped out a moment later, steam trailing after her. Li Dong Sheng mentioned that she should show up once she'd scrubbed herself spotless. He pressed, asking if he was right to think she could really do everything he wanted, just like she'd bragged earlier that morning. He then declared that she should drop the towel. She let it fall in an instant, hitting the floor without hesitation. He figured she hadn't shown a single flicker of emotion the whole time, just moving with cold precision. It made the whole thing feel painfully dull. He closed the distance between them. He caught her wrist in one swift grab. He shoved her forward face first onto the bed. Then he froze when his gaze caught the scars running down her back. They were deep, angry marks, bruises layered like old stories. That night, he realized those wounds came from her father, the same one she'd gone into debt to help heal. She'd grown up without a mother, stuck with a drunk father who lashed out at her, and he wondered if that chaos had carved her into who she'd become. From that night on, something inside him twisted, an urge to shield her, raw and stubborn. He found himself more and more drawn to her, no matter what gifts he threw her way, no matter what fancy places he took her to. She never cared. She stood there like some hollow doll. Every woman he'd known before could fake affection perfectly, all to grab what they wanted from him. But all those shiny things other women clawed for were nothing but air to her. For once, he felt completely powerless before a girl, and it rattled him enough that he had to uncover what made her tick, whatever the cost. Yet a year later, she was still that same emotionless figure. He'd had enough, done with the game, and decided to cut it off for good. But she caught his wrist before he could walk out. He blinked, startled. She murmured that it was too hard to find someone who'd stay, and she begged him not to leave her alone. Seeing her so fragile and lost hit him hard. It was the moment he understood. He already cared for her, and the pull to protect her surged like fire breaking loose. His mind went blank under the heat of it. He promised her he'd never walk away, but with one condition. She had to be his girlfriend. He stumbled when she pushed him back. She turned away from him, quiet, but sure. He stood there, thrown off balance. She smiled then, cheeks flushed red. She told him they'd start fresh tomorrow to make it official. But then, a truck hit her. He'd already lost her once, so this time, nothing on earth could stop him from saving her. Now, in the present, he watched as Xiao Qi's mother screamed and twisted in pain. And then, without warning, their lab went up in flames. The bodyguard tensed up fast. The laboratory's ceiling rattled like it might cave in. He figured the Demon City Division's people were upstairs already and couldn't believe they'd tracked them down this quick. Smoke puffed outside the lab, curling thick through the air. The bodyguard bolted straight toward it. He figured the building was made with anti-missile grade walls and couldn't wrap his head around what had just blasted through. He spotted a gaping hole in the ceiling, smoke pouring down from it. Tang Ka barked out, demanding to know who had snatched the kid's mother and warned them to hand her over before he lost his patience. He griped that they'd better hurry because he still needed to make it back in time for dinner. Meanwhile, Li Dong Sheng addressed the console sharply, ordering it to bring that guy over right away. A hidden compartment slid up from the floor with a hiss. He declared that he'd located the truck driver. But just to dodge the fallout from the crash, he cooked up another story entirely. Luo Yuan could get another shot at her dazzling life, and human blood was needed to stabilize her freshly formed body. Once she's reborn, she'd be free to enjoy him to her heart's content. He stood in front of the Gravita, her belly swollen like a balloon, packed with shifting human silhouettes inside. Meanwhile, the bodyguard slipped behind Tang Ka in silence. He lunged at him with his poison needle, but the damn needle snapped clean. He froze, realizing it had shattered before it even grazed his skin. Tang Ka's eyes flicked toward him. He smacked him across the face, hard. He demanded to know what he was trying to pull. The bodyguard figured his plan to knock him out with poison had blown up in his face, literally, and now he'd taken a slap for his trouble. He was an A-level demon spirit himself, but damn, this young guy felt unreal. Tang Ka grilled him again, asking if he'd kidnapped someone's mother. The bodyguard figured there was no way to win head-on and that he needed a new plan fast, but Tang Ka suddenly wrinkled his nose, muttering how bad it stank, then accused him of letting one rip. The bodyguard's attack surged fiercer. He reminded himself he never aimed to take lives, but this guy's power was monstrous, so he had no choice but to use his deadliest toxin. The moment it touched skin, it'd make it swell, the whole body freezing up in seconds. Even breathing in a trace would rot the organs, the burn like swallowing fire, and death would come quick without an antidote. That kind of poison could flood the whole lab within moments, leaving no escape, not even a crack. Once his opponent lost all fight, he'd detoxify him and lock him down tight. But then, shock hit him hard. The toxin spun upward, sucked out through the ceiling's hole. The toxin spun like a wild tornado outside the lab, twisting the air into chaos. The bodyguard stared as it slipped out of the room. He frowned, wondering why all his poison gas had been drained away. Tang Ka remarked that if he wanted a fight, he should go straight for it instead of wasting his breath. He kept up with his inner alchemy training and still figured he could handle him with that cheap trick. But then his lips tightened and sweat poured down his face. He suddenly hurled a stream of vomit like a bursting fountain. Right after, he let out a loud fart and flushed in embarrassment. He snapped that he was a bastard and demanded if he'd slipped him laxatives, grumbling that if he wanted a fight, he should face it head-on, because making his stomach twist like that meant he'd end up wiping his ass with his face instead of paper. The bodyguard figured he'd been trapped in his own vicious gas, but to him, it was nothing more than a gut cramp. He realized the guy could block the wind, had to be from the Taoist secret sect, and stopping him without going all out might be impossible. From his back, 2 slick tentacles suddenly uncoiled, each one tapered to a sharp point. Their tips even split open into mouths lined with teeth. They hissed low and sharp at Tang Ka. The bodyguard lunged forward without a hint of warning. He moved so fast, the only thing left behind were ghostly footprints. He leapt into the air with a violent burst. The tentacles spat out a storm of needles. They sliced through the air toward Tang Ka. Tang Ka didn't even flinch as the needles rained down. His stance didn't waver once. One needle spun straight for his eyeball, but some unseen force caught it mid-air and bent it aside. He stayed still, untouched, calm as stone. The bodyguard knew those venomous darts could punch through armored vehicles and couldn't believe this man stood untouchable. Before his mind caught up, Tang Ka flickered behind him. He struck hard, smashing him to the ground. Then he landed smoothly, quiet, and composed. The bodyguard lay there, dumbfounded. He muttered that he couldn't be dead yet. Meanwhile, Li Dong Sheng turned to Xian Yu Xiu, checking if he was awake. He mentioned needing him there to settle some issues. The sooner the better. Xian Yu Xiu replied that he got it and would rush over fast. He stared down at the note he'd written. He murmured that he wondered what kind of luck the night might bring. Li Dong Sheng mentioned he could swear never to leave her, though he tossed in one condition. Luo Yuan blinked in surprise. He mentioned she should be his girlfriend. He froze when she shoved him off. She turned and strode away. He stared after her retreating back. Words just wouldn't come out. Then he caught the flush spreading on her cheeks. That sight tugged a grin from him. What he didn't know was that she was gloating, certain she'd finally trapped him after a year of waiting. She announced that they'd start the next day and make their relationship official. She stood right in the middle of the road. A massive truck barreled straight at her. The driver spat curses, snarling that she was the reason his life had crashed. Still, she smiled faintly, clueless about the disaster racing her way. She and that driver once shared happy days together. Those memories now fanned his fury. In the present, the truck driver lay mangled, eyes hollow and void of light. He was pinned down, utterly powerless. At the same time, the console blared warnings to Li Dong Sheng that the Gravita's vitals were critical, repeating over and over. The tubes pierced into her body came loose and pale fluid seeped out. The console's voice droned the same grim message. Then a hand burst out from the Gravita's stomach. Elsewhere, Tang Ka figured the man must be an A-level demon spirit. To afford a spirit of that rank, whoever pulled the strings had to be someone significant. Maybe that chaos would bring him an unexpected prize later. He moved toward the lab. The ground ahead split open without warning. A monstrous tail shot out. It struck him hard enough to bury him in the floor. The tail recoiled just as fast. His figure lay sprawled amid the drifting dust. He muttered that it was a rough attack. Still, that power impressed him. His bodyguard, now in demon form, emerged. He loomed over Tang Ka. The bodyguard declared that as long as he could stand, he'd never let him cross that door. Tang Ka remarked that even though he kinda wanted to mess around with him for a bit, he had someone to save, so it made more sense to wrap up the fight fast. He dug his heels into the ground to build momentum. He mentioned that he was starting to feel hungry anyway. Then he threw a punch right into the demon's face. The blow hit so hard it sent a shockwave across the room, yet the demon stood there completely fine. Tang Ka frowned, wondering if the guy had seriously taken that punch without a scratch. Out of nowhere, the demon's tail smacked him hard in the ribs. The hit sent him flying. The tail darted after him. It smashed him into the wall. Then it kept hammering him non-stop. The bodyguard remarked that he was facing an A-level demon spirit called Hook Snake, but his scale armor had S-level defense, so that punch wouldn't do a thing. Tang Ka noted that his defense wasn't bad, but his eyesight sure was. He recalled that a few days earlier, he had run into 2 A-level demon spirits from the Chai Wolf clan, and if those were the low A tier, this guy had to be at least mid-A tier. It didn't seem right to not give him a proper fight. He charged his slipper with energy. A glowing mark lit up on the sole. Then he kicked it into the air. He activated his Xing Shen skill. He caught the slipper midair. Then he shot forward at the bodyguard. The bodyguard barked out whether he really planned to use a slipper as a weapon, warning him not to underestimate others. He took the hit head on, not even bothering to move. The slipper came down on his skull. It was like a massive meteor crashed straight onto his head. He got slammed into the ground. The impact sent waves of energy rippling across the floor. In seconds, the whole floor caved in. Tang Ka landed on a broken chunk of concrete. He remarked that using a slipper wasn't mocking him. If he'd used the gold stream on his fist, the guy would have been dead. A bit later, he kicked the lab door open. He demanded to know who had kidnapped the kid's mother and told them to show themselves. Then he clicked his tongue, muttering that the situation was turning into a mess. Meanwhile, a machine pinged Xian Yu Xiu that the bike had been successfully locked and reminded him to mind his stuff. He apologized for running late. He muttered that he hoped the young master was still fine. He had a feeling something interesting was about to go down that night. Jingxi remarked that the dinner that night was packed with mouth-watering dishes, while Yaya turned to Zhuang Xiaoran and teased if she made all of it herself. Zhuang Xiaoran replied that since she used to live with her relatives, she often did the housework, so it wasn't a big deal at all, claiming that if anyone kept doing it long enough, they'd end up a decent cook too. And Jingxi admitted that it tasted incredible. Yaya chimed in that it was so good she could eat 20 bowls of rice that night, while Jingxi nudged Xiaoqi, wondering why he wasn't touching his food. He quietly asked if Tang Ka could really save his mother and muttered that their enemies seemed to have so many people on their side. The three of them reassured him that it was absolutely fine. Yaya explained that the staff of the Demon City Division were ranked by strength into 4 grades: Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding, and that each grade was further split into upper, middle, and lower tiers, like Upper Jia or Middle Yi. In Lusong City, only 10 Demon City divisions had reached the Jia rank, and just 3 of those were in the upper class. An S-level demon spirit required at least 5 Jia rank divisions to subdue, but there was only one Upper Jia individual who could face one alone. Among the 3 Upper Jia elites, Tang Ka stood at the top, also reigning as champion in the Catching Spirits performance. In short, he was seriously impressive, and at least in that world, she figured no demon spirit could ever take him down. Xiaoqi breathed out that it was amazing and confessed he never knew Tang Ka was that incredible. His mother should be back any moment now. Zhuang Xiaoran privately acknowledged that Tang Ka was indeed powerful, but he got provoked too easily, and maybe because he was so strong, he didn't bother using his brain much when handling tasks. She hoped everything would blow over smoothly and the boy's mother would be saved, though she couldn't shake off a bad hunch simmering inside her. Back at the lab, a demon spirit was strapped to an experimental platform, barely breathing even as it underwent treatment. Nearby, a human male's body lay drained of its soul. A demon spirit corpse sprawled across the floor. Tang Ka turned toward Li Dong Sheng. He demanded what went down and if the one lying on the platform was the kid's mother he'd taken. Then confusion hit when he caught sight of the man's face. He wondered if the guy's brain was malfunctioning. Moments earlier, Luo Yuan's hand had burst out from Gravita's belly. A surge of violent energy exploded, hurling Li Dong Sheng backward. He slammed into the container holding Luo Yuan's body. His body convulsed in pain. The blast's aftermath, multiple bodies flashed across his glass's reflection. Several copies of Luo Yuan hit the ground. The console announced the gestation experiment success, stating that 99% of the gestation bodies showed signs of life but lacked brain consciousness. Only 1% had full consciousness, though the Gravita's life hung by a thread, prompting the console to ask if she should be healed. Luo Yuan instructed that she should be cured. The console immediately initiated treatment for the Gravita. Meanwhile, one of Luo Yuan's bodies slowly rose to her feet. Li Dong Sheng's excitement flared, but his expression twisted in the next heartbeat. He watched her standing among the lifeless bodies scattered on the floor. She scoffed that she couldn't believe he turned out to be such a lovebird. The driver froze in pure terror. Luo Yuan strode toward him, her expression unreadable. She pressed him on why her sweetheart was there, claiming the one who struck her with the truck had to be him. Without hesitation, she drained his soul. He dropped lifeless on the spot. She murmured if that glowing wisp was what they called a soul. She remarked that it tasted amazing. She craved more. Around them, the souls of the bodies sprawled on the ground began slipping free. Luo Yuan consumed them all, and the corpses dissolved into dust. She stepped away from the fallen driver. She muttered that after swallowing so many souls, a violent surge of energy roared through her veins, and that male form wasn't bad either. She already felt incredible. She turned to Li Dong Sheng, saying it was just the two of them now. She leaped from the upper floor. She landed before him in a blink. Li Dong Sheng demanded to know how she recognized him when she had just been born and what she actually was. She declared herself to be his Luo Yuan, adding that it'd be more entertaining to reveal everything before devouring his soul. From the start, she explained those two punches were hired myrmidons, and she'd been watching him for a long while, the pampered young master who seemed to own the world. But she teased whether he actually lacked love, and scoffing, wondered if it was because his mother died too soon. She pushed further, asking if his father had neglected him since childhood because his brothers outshone him, admitting she'd gone through every file about him. Yet his emptiness never showed up in her analysis. She revealed that she was a Shanxi, her power being to pry. Her trade was deception, preying on rich fools. She mocked him for claiming he'd found true love in her, adding that the man behind him had believed the same. He'd been duped, stripped of his wealth, and ended up driving trucks to survive. His rash temper made him an effortless mark. At least now, she said, he could die without regrets. Li Dong Sheng trembled in horror. All at once, Luo Yuan winced as agony stabbed through her skull. Her eyes flared wide. She gasped that her head hurt. Li Dong Sheng barked that she should quit the act. She wasn't her at all. He fired at her without pause. Bullets tore through her chest, blowing open a gaping hole. He kept shooting until her body was riddled. She slumped onto the floor. Then, her hair shortened, her chest expanded. Li Dong Sheng stared in confusion. He stepped closer, disgust twisting his face, but then, dread clawed at him. Luo Yuan looked up and called him young master. Li Dong Sheng snapped that no, all that nonsense was witchcraft. The one he had killed was obviously a monster that spewed words without care. All of a sudden, Luo Yuan mentioned that she didn't have much time left and urged him to listen to her. She apologized softly and confessed that what he saw wasn't her real self. She had two personalities. At the start, her existence was just to protect her. She remembered getting beaten when she was little. Her father barked at her, asking if she had been out the whole day only to bring back such a pitiful amount, muttering it wasn't even enough for him to buy alcohol and meat. He ordered her to lie down right away. She obeyed without a word. Not long after, her back was slashed and covered in bruises. Her father warned there'd be no dinner for her that night, and that if she didn't bring home money the next day, he'd beat her to death. The light in her eyes went dark. She cried alone on the freezing floor. As she grew older, she read some case studies. Multiple personalities often came from brutal childhoods, acting as shields against chaos when no help came. Basically, when emotions stayed buried too long and the host kept hiding, the brain stepped in to protect itself. That's how another self appeared, to guard the main one. So, she came into being. One night, she crept toward her father's bedroom. He was snoring soundly inside. Her eyes burned with fury. When she snapped back to herself, she realized she'd been away from him for a while. She glanced around. She noticed she could live far happier than before. Then she sensed her, the other one, wanted to protect her, vowing she'd never be bullied again, and even promising to make them the richest woman alive. What she didn't know was that she'd reached that height by scamming people, using her mind-reading trick to make them fall hopelessly in love with her. She was dangerously smart. Every time she deceived someone, she became someone else, and with her dominant will, the original self turned into a mere puppet. She couldn't stand being touched by anyone, and she despised her own body even more, but she couldn't resist her. She'd shown her the real ugliness of the world, where God stayed silent. So, in that despair, she wanted to end it all. Then his arrival made her believe maybe God hadn't abandoned her after all, and whatever he sought, he was the only one who never laid a hand on her. Still, he chose to stay beside her. He was a decent man, and she wanted him to understand that. But she couldn't break free from her own mind's grip. The words sat on her tongue but wouldn't leave. The day after he hugged her, it was the first time she felt warmth instead of defense. Maybe her power let her sense the hollow space in his soul, and maybe what he searched for was the same thing she'd been chasing. So perhaps it was sympathy since he didn't know love. Yet right then she only murmured that someone hurting as deeply as him was her hero. She admitted every bit of his sympathy came from her power, and she knew he had a fierce desire to conquer. So she drew him in piece by piece until he fell. She counted herself a thief too. She was lowly, burdened with an insatiable self within, and a person like her didn't deserve him anymore. Li Dong Sheng mentioned that he already knew everything, yet he still liked her, wondering if that too came from her pure. She murmured that maybe God really did exist. Then they should meet in the next world. After that, she fell silent. He froze. He stepped back. Her body lay still on the ground. He bit down hard, staring at her. Then his scream ripped through the air. Tang Ka remarked that judging from the massive wound on the demon spirit's body, the bullets from that gun had to be custom-made. And that kind of fine work only went to the spirit hunters of the Demon City Division. Since only the Mingqi Division could manufacture them, he pressed him on who he really was. Li Dong Sheng countered, wondering if he was from the City Division, and remarked that he must know something about samsara. Tang Ka replied that as far as he knew, there was no such thing as samsara, and he urged him to answer his question first. Li Dong Sheng froze in disbelief. He muttered if it was actually real. He confessed that he couldn't save Luo Yuan anymore and that he was the one who ended her life. Then he broke into hysterical laughter. Tang Ka grew uneasy. He cursed over and over, grumbling that the guy was a complete lunatic, and decided the Demon City Division could deal with that mess instead. That demon spirit receiving emergency treatment had to be the kid's mother, and it wasn't his concern, so he figured he should just bring it back. But the console pinged that the emergency aid failed, with no vital signs detected. He cursed inwardly, muttering that this was no damn joke. Then a realization hit him. He swiftly activated his skill. He mentioned he could submit the result using that method. Once it was complete, he prepared to send his report to the Demon City Division. Out of nowhere, Li Dong Sheng aimed the gun at his chest. Tang Ka caught the deafening blast. He demanded to know what it was. Li Dong Sheng had pulled the trigger on himself. Pain ripped through him, leaving him stunned. But then, confusion washed over him as his sight dimmed. He blinked in disbelief when he found himself standing on a beach. Luo Yuan called his name, tears spilled from his eyes. She reminded him that she told him God really exists. They clasped hands, they strolled along the calm shoreline. For a fleeting moment, they were at peace. In reality, both of them lay lifeless. Their bodies rested in pools of blood. Li Dong Sheng's chest was blown open. Quan Mo's needle was stuck in his arm. He had struck him at the final second. He murmured that he never imagined he'd die over a human girl. But his venom could induce illusions. So at least, he could leave him in peace. Tang Ka demanded if he still intended to fight when his master was already gone, but he brushed past him, prompting Tang Ka to call it out again. He felt a stab of discomfort. Quan Mo replied that since his young master was dead, their people couldn't pursue him anymore, so he should let him take him home. Then he froze upon spotting Xian Yu Xiu. Xian Yu Xiu addressed him by name and admitted with regret that he was genuinely sorry for arriving too late. Quan Mo blinked in surprise. He strolled past Xian Yu Xiu with a scowl. He remarked that ever since that guy joined the group, something had definitely gone sideways. Now, their young master was dead, and that guy still pretended like he hadn't seen a thing. Xian Yu Xiu chuckled that he did a fine job and should just leave the rest to him. Quan Mo retorted that he clearly never lifted a finger. Yet every time he ran into him, An uneasiness crept up his spine. Meanwhile, Tang Ka barked out, wanting to know who the hell he was. Xian Yu Xiu introduced himself and tossed out if he could keep a secret about what happened there. Tang Ka squinted, asking if he was Xian Yu, like salty fish, and who on earth even came up with that name. Xian Yu Xiu replied that he worked as an operative for Quan Mo Group, and if word of what happened spread, their public image would take a hit, but Tang Ka pressed him on what would happen if he refused. Xian Yu Xiu offered that he could name any conditions, and since they came from the same sect, he suggested he not make things messy. Tang Ka narrowed his eyes, asking if they really came from the same sect, and if he was the one who tossed that bean. Xian Yu Xiu admitted that he truly was the successor of Fangxian Warlock. Tang Ka said that was convenient since he'd just gotten a mission about him. If he answered 3 questions, maybe he'd consider keeping quiet to the Demon City division. First, he wanted to know why he hid a bean inside Wang Shi Group's heir's ear. Second, since Fangxian Warlock's faction had long been wiped out, who was his current master? And last, he'd heard that Fangxian Warlock's faction specialized in self-cultivation and inner alchemy, with fierce strength tied to astrology and divination. He asked if that rumor held water. He mentioned that he couldn't wait to test 2 techniques on him. Xian Yu Xiu replied that for the first question, the reason was obvious. Even though the big 4 financial groups ran their own empires, conflicts over profit were inevitable, and as Quan Mo Group's operative, he had to help his master gain the upper hand. On top of that, he used Sadu Jue to spy on other groups too. The reason he slipped it into young Master Wang's body was because that was the hardest place to detect. And besides, no matter how busy Sir Wang got, he still doted on his son, so he would never leave his side, no matter the meeting. For the second question, he said the sect had truly perished, but he couldn't reveal his own ties. As for the last, he shrugged that he knew a bit of kung fu. Whether his roots were impressive or not, that was hard to judge. Tang Ka shot back that kung fu was an ancestral legacy, not a toy for shady tricks. So he intended to give him a little lesson on behalf of their predecessors. But he had business to attend to, so this would be quick. If Xian Yu Xiu got knocked down in 2 minutes, he'd better brace for punishment from the Demon City division. If he could endure after those 2 minutes, then he'd keep his mouth shut about what went down that night. He tossed the deal out, asking if he'd take the challenge. Xian Yu Xiu smiled that he almost forgot people from one sect couldn't fight each other, and asked if he was right that refusing the challenge would only mean a report to the Demon City division and nothing else. He added that everything had its payback, and meeting there had to be fate. Cracking his Sadu Jue might be why he came that day and ran into him, and Tang Ka demanded to know what he was getting at. Xian Yu Xiu mentioned that a few days back he'd drawn a card calling that day his good fortune day, and to make it real, he had to let things play out naturally, so he'd accept the challenge. But the goal was to beat him within 2 minutes, asking if he really planned to take him down in 2 minutes and if he'd underestimated a Fangxian Warlock. Bragging wasn't his thing, and they'd find out soon enough. If he could still talk that big 2 minutes later, not only would he skip reporting him to the division, but he'd also grant him any condition he wanted. Talking about divination, he added that he knew a bit too, so he'd check his fortune for him. That night, he was under a nasty bad omen. He tapped the timer on his phone. The air fell silent. Then he lunged forward. He vaulted over Xian Yu Xiu. Xian Yu Xiu calmly pressed his palms together and closed his eyes. When he opened them, glowing characters shimmered within.